it's a calming notion, perpetual emotion. But I don't need the comfort of any lies, for I've seen the ending, and there is no ascending. Rise. Oh, back when I was younger, was told by other youngsters that my end will be torture beneath the earth.
Wow. What's up? How's life? How are we doing today? Apparently this was good memes.
The American people about who paid the tariff in the first place, and you wouldn't have to pivot to the stock market every single time we try to bring up the on-the-ground effects, the unpredictability that tariffs create. Think about the long-term effects for my generation. Can you sit here and look me in the eye and say that tariffs are not inflationary?
Are you kidding? Right now, everything's working because the market...
Oh, bring up the market one more time. Pivot right back.
Kevin.
What's up, everybody? Adam Mockler here. I just hopped off my first ever CNN appearance. It was on Newsnight with Abby Phillip, and I have a few really solid clips to show you. I debated Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary, who is also a MAGA sycophant and somebody who just wasn't making that much sense. I'm going to play you a few clips. I might interject near the end, but I just want you guys to see this. Make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed below if you want to support the debates and support the message that we're pushing. Thank you.
Joining us at the table is Adam Mockler, Midas Touch's Gen Z creator. This is the moment, the type of dichotomy that I think is playing out here. On the one hand, it's completely uncontroversial for these suspects, because there were two of them, to be apprehended, deported if they were here in the country illegally. But on the other hand, Americans are also saying we want this to be more targeted. But the Trump administration is definitely going to use this incident to pursue what they're doing right now, which is mass deportations.
Yeah, first of all, the shooting is absolutely horrific, and every American should be okay with deporting people who are criminals and who are dangerous and here illegally. But that is not what the Trump administration is prioritizing. They have reallocated funds meant for the deportation of criminals to the deportation of farm workers. Farmers have been complaining about this directly to Donald Trump, to people who are showing up to immigration hearings. They show up to their hearing and they get directly targeted. ISIS camping there. Or what about the 82-year-old who his family was told he was dead and he was found in Argentina? Trump's popularity on immigration has dropped 10 points over the past few months, and 70% of Americans want him to focus more on lowering prices, but he's deporting farm workers, enacting more tariffs. It's not popular.
Kevin, is there more targeting that could happen here that is actually responsive to what Americans say that they want?
I agree with this narrative between those that have committed crimes, documented crimes multiple times.
Is Anna on here too? Or was that not her?
Versus a farm worker who's been here for 20 years illegally, but maintains his ability to work and provide productivity to the economy. This is a very delicate situation. And I think it's threading the needle for Trump because he said the same thing. Look, if you've worked on a farm and you've been, haven't been charged with anything and you're providing productivity to the economy, maybe we should work something out there. And this is where I think the challenge is. You talked about his polls dropping on this. I kind of agree with this. If you're a criminal and you've been charged, you're out of here. I think everybody agrees with that. But if you've actually come into the country and been here a long time, had children here that are American citizens, and you provided productivity to the economy, and you're supporting farming, which is one of the categories or sectors where there's a lot of these people, I kind of get it.
And just to be clear, I mean, I think that it's farm workers, but people work.
Why do people do these things where they suggest like policies or things that they would like, and it's nothing to do with what Trump is doing, right? Like that's what you just said, Kevin. That's cool, but you acknowledge that is absolutely nothing, like that's not even close to related to how Trump is approaching this, right? Like whatever that idea was is nothing related to what Trump is doing now. Like what?
Work in restaurants, household, domestic employees. They're also they're inputting productivity into this economy, and they're actually maybe a larger chunk of the undocumented.
Well, you have to understand, Kristi Noem is giving a pathway for the illegals to become citizens. They're saying, here's $1,000, deport yourself, come back in the right way. Look, my husband had to do it. My husband had to wait. We waited 9 years for his green card, and he just got naturalized last November, right? So why do we have to wait in line? Why do these guys just bum rush in and get all our benefits and take from our blue cities? My big problem with Los Angeles is that you have local mayors there giving the heads up to communities saying, hey, there's an ICE raid coming. You better leave and let's get the rioters in.
That's
not what an elected official should do.
In not detaining or abiding by the detainer when someone's been convicted of a crime. I think they should at least cooperate with that and have that carve out, as you mentioned earlier. I think that carve out makes a lot more sense.
I want to respond to Angie saying this gives a path. What this does is disincentivize people from going to the courthouse and following the proper procedures. And part of the reason they're being so aggressive is because of this arbitrary quota set by Stephen Miller, 3,000 a day, meaning people who are going to courthouses, being detained, being deported. Again, workers, people who are contributing to this country. So do you think it's okay when somebody who is following the proper processes is then kind of like hoodwinked?
Not if they came in here illegally in the first place, right?
Why didn't they came through asylum process?
But that's the thing. That's the thing.
Well,
they're criminalizing asylum. That's what's happened, right?
Yes.
Trump has criminalized.
Oh, no.
Yes, actually. Trump has criminalized the legal process of asylum. Basically, if you come here and you're abiding, right? You're showing up to court because you're following the rules.
I'm not worried.
We are 2 weeks from the new deadline for nations to make trade deals or face new tariffs. And the Commerce Secretary is once again promising he's got the goods.
Oh, they're going to love the deals that President Trump and I are doing. I mean, they're just going to love them. This is going to be, the next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books. President Trump is going to deliver for the American people.
The president has
How
been
old was that? 2 weeks.
saying he has 200 deals ready to sign, but the truth is the results have been limited at best. And the amount of teasing is a trend.
You're going to see over the next month or so, we're going to roll out
May 8th.
dozens of deals. Oh, there are so many
June
coming. You're going
11th.
to see deal after deal. It's going to start coming next week and the week after and the week after. We've got lots of them in the hopper. We're going to announce a whole bunch of deals over
June
the next week or so.
26th.
Are you confident we can get these
July
big,
15th.
the big ones, the big deals done?
I have them done. The next 2 weeks are going to be weeks for the record books.
No, that was just a couple days ago. So far, only 4 trade agreements have been announced. Kevin, when are the deals coming?
Bassett tempered the enthusiasm from Japan over the weekend at the American Pavilion, and he spoke again this morning about this. He referenced, I want quality deals, not fast
Do
deals.
you mind if I play it? We have the soundbite. Let's
Okay,
play
let's listen to it. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, August 1st is a week from Friday, I think, and I think that's on everyone's mind. Any progress that you can report on some of our big trading partners?
Look, Joe, talks are moving along, but the important thing here is the quality of the deal, not the timing of the deals. Again, we're proceeding apace with the negotiations, but we're not going to rush for the sake of doing deals.
How can you say we should pay attention to the quality rather than the speed when the entire promise was 90 deals in 90 days? They were going to get it done fast, reshape the global order, and Kevin says the stock market thinks these tariffs are going to work, but no, the stock market doesn't believe Trump. When he announced the Liberation Day
It's an
tariffs,
all-time high
the
today.
stock market immediately dropped when he announced Liberation Day
Where are we
tariffs.
today?
After he vacillated, people don't believe him.
All-time high.
Countries don't
In
believe
all-time
him
history.
because nobody
Today,
believes he's being
all-time
serious.
high.
I think you guys are saying the same thing, just by the way.
All-time high.
I mean, I think
All-time high.
his
You
point
can't
is that.
debate at an all-time
Yeah,
high.
I know.
You can't debate an all-time high. Does that apply to Obama and Biden as well, or only to Trump for some reason?
His point is that they're at an all-time high because nobody believes Trump.
Every index.
Because he keeps moving the goalposts. I'm so glad you played the footage. I was literally laughing watching Howard just like going every few weeks promising all these deals. And Besson should have sent that and shouldn't have been appearing. Should have sent that as a text message directly to Howard Lutnick because that was clearly what that guy needs to hear. But overall, the reason why he's not getting these deals, I just think we got to talk about the big picture here. If you're a foreign government, ally or adversary, or counterpart, whatever, are you going to make a deal with Donald Trump? And how can you believe that the U.S. is not going to have a sporadic change 3 years from now? I think Trump has eroded global trust in the American economy and American deal making.
You mean the all-time high market ever in history?
It's high
in
because they
America?
don't believe
The all-time high.
They think Trump is going
like
to chicken
never
out.
been higher, never been worth more, never been more successful, never.
When you
It's
in
eroded
spite
their
of-
trust. All-time high today at 4:30 in history, never worth more. What are you talking about?
Well, look,
Let's
the
see what
American-
happens on August 1st when he announces
the American
up to
people
50%
are
it's
also
up and down.
the American people are also in a situation that you're kind of describing, which is that Trump says, "I'm going to do X, Y, and Z," and they say, "Don't believe you. Sorry." I mean, is he just sort of the economy is supposed to be his biggest issue? It's a thing that he did the best on in his first term. Now he's getting really low marks on it because of this tariff issue.
No, he's completely turned around the Biden-Harris economy. Look, when you have America first trade deals, that by definition means that someone's going to come second. So let's take Japan. They just had their upper house elections where they.
Why is it so hard for people to understand that just because it's an all-time high does not mean it wouldn't be higher under different circumstances? No, wait, that is true. However, bring up the chart. Where is the chart? We need to have the Trump charts. We need to have the Trump economics charts. It's this one. It's like the economy, if they wouldn't have fucked with it, and then the economy when they did the tariffs. We are right here. This is where we're at right now. Whoa! Whoa! Where's the soy jet guy? Whoa! 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 Look at that! Whoa! That's where we're at right now. This is where we're at. Okay. Oh, thank you. Somebody posted it.
They
Can I just
lost.
quibble? Like, I have to quibble with that one too, because the idea that trade is a zero-sum game is not everybody agrees with that. Okay, that might be Trump's view.
No! Just to be clear, this is the equivalent of saying rape is bad. Now, not everyone agrees with that, okay, but at least 51% of people. No sane anybody, economist, finance person, any person that ever goes to a store ever in their entire life, nobody believes that trade is a zero-sum game. This is so stupid. It is such a stupid take. I cannot believe that she would even use that phrasing. I know she's not like trying to give credence to it, but it is. It creeps in here.
is a zero-sum game is not everybody agrees with that, okay? That might be Trump's view of it, but that is not the view of trade when you look across the history of globalization. We have won, and so have other countries. It's not a zero-sum game.
But here's the thing, Japan can't make these deals when they have a snap election coming up in September, right? Right now, these deals do not benefit them because it benefits America. America first, Japanese second. So that's why all of this takes time.
Here's what Americans say about all of this. Is Trump focusing enough on the economy or on tariffs? They say too much on tariffs, 61%. The majority of Americans oppose tariffs on imported goods, just about the same percentage, 60%. That's a pretty lopsided assessment of that particular issue, and this idea that Trump is not focusing enough on the thing that he was elected on, which is the cost of their daily
I have a
lives.
huge problem here with this argument. Your investment account is worth more tonight at 4:30 than it's ever been in history.
Kevin, you got to look outside of your own perspective.
No,
Most
I don't,
Americans are not
because I'm
heavily
right. I'm
invested in the stock market. Most Americans are
Oh, and then it's Dumb and Dumber. Jesus.
I'm here to bring reality to you.
Okay, so wonderful. You're doing really well. You're heavily invested in the stock market.
No,
Most
every
Americans
American is.
are- no,
Every
every
American.
American.
It's high today, but the stock market has been existing in the volatility of Trump's mind. What he decides to do one day shifts and moves the markets. The sentiment is everywhere. The uncertainty, talk to any actual investment banker, someone who's actually making long-term decisions, they can't. Our foreign adversaries, our counterparts, they can't. They don't know whether or not in the next 3 years, J.D. Vance will tear up
Whenever
all
he's
these
doing it, keep doing
So
it.
actually,
because
Kevin,
it's working.
I was going to just say that very thing, which is that it seems like what you really like about what Trump is doing right now is that he's not doing what he said he's going to do.
Good point.
Abby, in the end of the day,
at the end of the day, that is what has gotten
market believes.
that's what's gotten us where we are.
Oh, no, I don't want to talk stock.
I mean,
I want to talk about the American at the kitchen table putting their child
gonna say
in
that tariffs
university.
Consumer sentiment is down.
All I'm saying is this tariff stuff and all this narrative, it's going to end up being reciprocal tariffs between countries, equal tariffs between EU, Canada, Australia, India, Vietnam, Indonesia. All we are saying is let's make it equal. And I think the market believes that. You may not, but meanwhile, the index that matters, the wealth of an American savings account, you can't win your argument tonight at 4:30. I'm sorry. It's already been decided by
right,
fact.
Adam, last word.
You lost.
If tariffs worked, Trump wouldn't have to gaslight the American people about who paid the tariff in the first place, and you wouldn't have to pivot to the stock market every single time we try to bring up the on-the-ground effects, the unpredictability that tariffs create. Think about the long-term effects for my generation. Can you sit here and look me in the eye and say that tariffs are not inflationary?
Are you kidding? Right
not
now,
kidding.
everything's working because the market.
Oh, bring up the market one more time. Pivot right back.
Kevin.
The market is the American
But Kevin,
economy.
it was
What
a
talking point?
super simple question.
Which
Are
is?
tariffs inflationary or not?
Not yet, there haven't been.
I know.
Oh my God!
Are they
Well, the
inflationary?
2.7%.
Data from June shows that prices have gone up. There's a little bit of inflation, which informed Jerome Powell, head of the Federal Reserve.
eggs are down
Let me finish my point.
33%.
It informed Jerome Powell's decision to hold off on cutting interest rates. People are unable to buy homes because
You
mortgages
know what I'm
are
beginning
far
to
more
learn?
expensive.
You guys hate numbers.
No, I don't hate numbers. I actually love numbers.
You hate numbers.
In fact,
Bring up the
I'll
numbers.
say
I bring you numbers,
I'll
you
say
hate
something
numbers.
positive about Trump. I'll say something positive about his tariff policy.
Last word, Anna.
In his first term, he was way smarter about tariffs. They were targeted. They were smart. They were so good. that
They
Biden-
weren't good and they weren't smart. And she's going to say they were so good that Biden kept them on because once you put a tariff up, it's harder to bring it down. What Biden did that was good wasn't kept the tariffs, it's he passed the CHIPS Act. That was the important thing that Biden did. God, I hate it when people normalize and give any credence to this overgrown fucking toddler.
Last
In
word, Anna.
his first term, he was way smarter about tariffs. They were targeted. They were smart. They were so good that Biden came in, he kept them in place, and even expanded upon them. But what Trump did by slapping on these insanely high tariffs, this like coercive thing with every country we do trade with, think about it. If I were one of those countries, how about we band together and refuse to make good deals with Trump?
That was exciting. That was fun. It was genuinely a really fun experience. I'm grateful to CNN for allowing me to do that. Thank you to Abby Phillip and the entire team for making it such a comfortable experience. And yeah, Kevin O'Leary honestly was stunningly unprepared. How are you not able to concede that tariffs are inflationary? How are you missing some of the basic points about economics when you are supposed to be a businessman? I mean, I'm 22 years old, and it seems like I might have known what was going on more than him. But I'm gonna leave it there. Once again, make sure you drop a blue heart. Let me know how you think I did. I want to know your candid thoughts. Let's shoot a tweet at CNN or be like, just have Adam Mockler on. I feel like we should try to get me back on. Right? I love you all. Peace out.
Wow.
Let's be clear. The reason
Just as a quick meme, because I saw some people discussing this. My best friend was on Twitter yesterday having an epic crash out. People are arguing whether or not you have to respond to a subpoena for a civil case. So, one, generally, it requires some kind of response. But people are talking about whether you have to be involved in a case or if it's your choice or whatnot. The thing is that this is not like a random person who's being subpoenaed to join the case. This is somebody who has filled out an affidavit. They've attached a declaration swearing that they would testify to this in court. So yes, they do have to make themselves available for deposition. You cannot, you can't say something, fill out an affidavit, attach it to some lawsuit, and then dodge service or subpoena until the day of the trial and then just show up. Like, we have a right to depose an opposing person. Also, just as a heads up too, not that this matters and this is all just fucking federal rules of civil procedure, I still don't have like half the fucking shit that these fucking losers have filed to the court. They haven't made any of it available to us. All of those things that you see where they've got like redacted names and shit, for like half of these, I've never gotten an original that's been sent to me. I like, it's just, which you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to do that. It's violating the rules of civil procedure. But yeah, this was funny. I don't know why she admitted, well, probably because she didn't realize it was probably not a good thing to do, but. Can they get away with that though? No, but I don't. They're not trying to like. People are like looking at this as a case that they're trying to win, but they're not trying to win it. They're just trying to drag this out as much as possible. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if they got a bunch of bad rulings on these upcoming motions. If they did, that they would like dismiss the case. Like, I have no faith in them actually handing over like what we've asked for in discovery. I don't think they'll do it. And if they do, I think they'll hide in obscure stuff. I don't think they're even trying to win at trial. I think they're just doing everything they can to survive the motion for summary judgment so that they can drag it out as long as possible. Like, I think that's it. I think it's more incompetence than intentional. No, it is intentional. It's not incompetence. It is intentional. This Abby person is like pretty clearly like mentally unwell, and they absolutely roped her in with like an absolute bullshit claim. Like, you have to know how bullshit it is if you're trying to rope in a witness who is literally telling you, I literally can't prove anything that I'm saying right now. And also, I might have gone through his entire computer, and there might be like photographic evidence of me doing that when I was at his house. Like, you know that, like, if this does go, if it were to go to trial, like, imagine that person on the witness stand, right? So you've given like 3 different testimonies about what it is that you even saw or was sent to you. Because initially she said like she saw videos of like me and Cherry fighting. These videos don't even exist. I've never done these at all. But she can be like, well, I misspoke there. And it's like, okay, well, in your declaration you said that he sent you these things. It's like, okay, yeah. And it's like, were you or were you not in his apartment taking pictures of his computer? It's like, well, yeah. Is there a chance you saw stuff then? I don't know. What do you mean when you texted Darius, major leaks incoming? Well, I was just joking. And then I can produce both of our logs on my side. So there's like, it's like, this is like, it's just, they know that it's fucking bullshit. So it's not, I'm sorry, just to stress, it's not like an accident, and it's not them like making mistakes. It's, they're intentionally like playing games. They're just using the court to do the PR stuff, basically. You can bend with the United States to help pay off the national debt. Bezed. Is there any downside for them doing this? Theoretically, the downside is court costs and reputation. Pixie has no reputation, and I think that they're working pro bono. Or it's a family friend, is my guess, so. Do you think that their goal is to just survive the trial and hope a jury sympathizes with Pixie more than they might be swayed by the emotional shit? Not to sound like an asshole, but the problem is that the real world is not like... this sounds so mean to say. I don't mean to be mean like this. But the real world is not the same as the online world. Like, in the real world, even if I was at fault, like, women are hardcore slut-shamed still in the real world. Like, a jury is probably going to be more sympathetic to me than they are to her. I know everybody has this fantasy in mind of, oh, they're going to see this guy as a fucking monster, blah, blah, blah. But they're not going to see that. They're going to see, oh, this is a girl who recorded videos with a guy where she sent videos of her and her boyfriend fucking to this guy, and he sent videos of him and his wife fucking to this girl, and, you know, they've been doing all this shit trading around. And then she's like, you really think a jury's going to say, like, oh my God, this is like horrible? Like, this is like an online position of like everybody is a gaslighter. Most people, especially like older people, Gen Xers and older, are going to look at it and be like, oh wow, these are just some fucking horny, stupid kids. These are some crazy, wacky kids doing some stupid shit. How can you ever go to trial in federal court when the subject matter jurisdiction isn't even there? Well, they're trying to Abby lets them push the subject matter jurisdiction issue by saying that we have somebody who's willing to testify that he sent her a video in 2023 or whatever. That's her testimony. Now, how is a judge? The question will come down to, for a summary judgment, the question will come down to whether or not a judge looks at that and says there is an actual factual material dispute. There's a material dispute in fact that technically can only be resolved in front of a jury or judge if it's a bench or a judge trial. But I don't know how conservative or how liberal, not like in a political sense, like judges look at evidence like that. That alleged transmission to Abby wasn't connected to the leaks that resulted on Kiwi Farms, right? Correct. Yeah, and then there's the whole question of even like damages because fuck, I want to read the transcript. When they go over at the end of the hearing, because they're trying to argue for why they also have the cyber sexual harassment thing included. And then the judge is arguing with them about foreseeability. And the judge is like, well, how is it that you can say this person did this with like malicious intent? And like, well, anytime you send a video like that, you have to accept that it could end up online. And then the judge is like, isn't that exactly what your client did? and they're like, well, yeah, but it's different because well, you know, there was consent there or whatever. And it's like, what is the difference here? Like, even if it was non-consensual, like, isn't like what foreseeability is what we're talking about, right? So that would mean that sending anything, because the oh my god, her lawyers are so cringe. I feel like that when it felt like they thought they were in a TV show and they're like asking me these questions, like they have like these killer gotchas and they're like the dumbest gotchas in the world. It's like, bro, I don't remember how much of this I talked about, but he's like, you testified today that you actually didn't have your law firm contact Kiwi Farms. So did you lie earlier when you said that you did? And I'm like, I had my assistant contact them. My assistant is not my lawyer. And then every time they would get like shut down in a line of questioning, the judge like picks his papers up and he like shuffles them. I could tell that he's like aborted a whole line of questioning. Given that Jane also sent your videos without your consent, do you not have a good chance of winning, even if hypothetically you sent videos after the Cardi date? Like, does Abby even matter beyond keeping the case alive? Even if the Abby stuff was true, which it's not, but even if it was, there are still like a bunch of other issues that you would even have to fight to get to a win, let alone damages. But it's technically. I'm trying to think of. Actually, I don't even know how that would work. Like, let's say some law was passed in 2024 that said you can't say fuck you to somebody. And let's say somebody says fuck you in 2023. And then in 2024, someone's like, well, fuck you. Could you sue the second person? I don't know how that works. I'm not sure. I hope there is an unclean hands defense on the basis of her sending your videos. Okay, I don't like that this fucking meme gets passed around so much because people keep saying this. People keep saying this thing. It's like, okay, well, Destiny might have done a bad thing, but she did a bad thing too. No! That means that nobody did a bad thing. That, like, people say two wrongs don't make a right, but in some circumstances, they kind of do. For instance, if one side is being accused of raping a party, and then it turns out, actually, no, the other side wanted to rape the other person. That doesn't mean that two people raped each other. That just means they had sex, right? So, like, if there's an agreement or discussion beforehand about, like, you know, who do we send these videos to, or what is the policy around this? And then there was an agreement and then an understanding at least there, right? It doesn't mean like, oh, I guess both sides violate agreements. Oh, well, the agreement was probably not what this one person who's lied about like 20 different things has presented it as, you know? Check Discord DMs? I don't want to check your DMs, Radiant, because I fucking hate you, bitch. You're fired. I actually hired, Cyver is now doing my new stuff, and Radiant is fired. I have 450 Hassan posts, ready to fucking go. Boy! Yeah, boy! Yeah, boy! What would you do if they drop the case but the hearing stays sealed? It seems like the hearing being sealed would mean a good amount of reputational... No, that can't possibly be. They can't do that. No way. I think that here's what... If that happened, then what I would do is I would go to the deep jungles of Brazil and I would take ayahuasca and I would convene with the gods. And while convening with the gods, I would sit down with pen and parchment and I would try my best to recall every single word that was said exactly during that hearing. And then I would read my recollection on stream. That's what I would do, okay? Is there anything in motion right now for countersuing Doe or Abby? No. Although I don't know if... I don't know what the validity of any case there would even be or what that... The problem is that the problem is that I have a real law firm that likes to win cases. So if I just want to do some vexatious litigation shit, I'm like, can we just fucking sue these motherfuckers? I don't think they would go for it just for the memes, right? That's like more meme-y shit. Doesn't the judge need to order it dismissed? They can't decide that on their own? No, you can dismiss your own cases. For instance, when Tim Pool claimed that he was going to sue Kamala Harris and Joe Biden for misquoting a clip of his on Twitter because he wanted all the clout of saying he sued them for $600, he withdrew that case voluntarily. Have you seen the South Park shit? I haven't seen the episode. But Piers is supposed to be some fucking Me Too feminism shit today. So hopefully it doesn't come up. Are you going to retaliate against Lauren? I mean, how? I mean, there's a whole ass conversation that needs to be had. I don't know how to... Fuck, this is like a whole thing. Me and Dan should have just talked about this on anything else. We talked about this off stream. I've talked about this on stream a lot. Places like Kiwi Farms or like, I don't even want to say Snark subreddits because they didn't exist back then. LolCow or PULL, or these are the only ones I've heard of. They like... People are going to anti-fan and people are going to hate, people are going to be weird, and it's fine. Like you have a right to do that. If you want to talk shit, that's fine. I don't think that's necessarily a problem. I mean, obviously as a public figure, I don't want anybody to be mean to me ever, but you don't have a right to have nobody be mean about you. The thing that's happened recently, and it's so weird because I'm trying to think if this has only happened on the left. I'm trying to think if this has happened on the right. I feel like it must have, and I'm just not as aware of it. But the thing that's happened that is so toxic has been the weaponization of these like sub forums and just the basically, I would call it the open kind of collaboration with them. This is not good. This is why, like, my policy, by the way, on all of these people now, I do not accept doxing or anything on any of my platforms that I have control over where it's against the terms of service. And that's it. I don't give a fuck about any of this shit otherwise, because these people are fucking crazy. That's the only reason why I don't do it, because the idea that, so like if you want to, like, I'm an extreme example, obviously, but like if you read my Kiwi Farm story, it's actually hilarious. These people are like actively involved in stages of litigation where they try to get like leaks or pass stuff on to lawyers, or they're like trying to push certain narratives. 3 days ago, I think in one page of my thread, 5 different people who are close to me got doxxed for not being hard enough against me. Like 5 different people in the span of 24 hours. And it's like very blatant too. Like they don't like try to hide it. They'll just be like, oh, like I saw like Hutch said this thing on this. Does anybody have his docs? Has anybody doxed him before? It'll be like super blatant shit. And it also sucks because it's hard to even talk about it, because even just by saying that, in a way, I've kind of sort of like now passed along his docs, you know? But the fact that like Kiwi Farms exists to do that, you have all these kind of like snark subreddits, or like places like Discord servers. We'll say like Gisticle's Discord server, where they kind of like engage in this behavior. The fact that this goes to unhinged people online, like Bad Empanada, and then I'm using the Hassan model here to do this, and then all of this stuff gets repeated uncritically by people like Casey Tron and Frogan and Denims, and then Hassan will directly like give credence to this, or sometimes even him, like, you don't have to take my word for it. Hassan already spoke in the past about like never hosting people like Bad Empanada. This model is impossible to, well, it's not impossible to fight against, but I shouldn't say that way. It's just a different weaponization of like doxing and harassment that didn't exist in the past. Yeah. I don't know what the solution is or the counter to this is. Is this why Aspen's Reddit has gone so conservative? I don't see conservative groups do this, but maybe they do this. And I just don't see it because I'm not in those spaces. I'm not sure. Vertical integration like the GOP. True. Yeah. Oh, but it's funny because somebody typed this message to me yesterday. It was so fucking true, and I never thought about it this way before. There's another place where this also happens that's comparable to Gisticle and like Snark subreddits, and I would call it's like in between Kiwi Farms and Snark subreddits. It's called Spicy Chat. This is Chud Logic's like degenerate place, basically, like a crazy chat in his Discord where people do like a bunch of this like doxing and spreading of information and everything, right? Somebody said to me, there's a couple more interesting things about this Spicy Chat commentary sphere I've realized. One, they have an OP strategy of disavowing, where someone in their audience will do something crazy and the creator will say, I really disavow this, in a sarcastic tone, but will laugh at it and say, that's so funny, but I disavow. But that was cool, LOL. It creates this environment where the audience is signaled that any crazy behavior is acceptable because the creator plausible deniability of being against the bad thing. They've been doing this with Bad Empanada a lot recently, where he's become like funny and cool in this community. Using Spicy Chat for separation too. Using Spicy Chat for separation for the bad behavior. Gisticle and Queeman, etc. talk like 10 times more there than even their own community, and all of the biggest Kiwi Farm-esque psychos are there as well. For example, they were recently posting pics of I mean, I guess I'll say it, it's sad, but Willie is getting married and they've been like posting pictures of his wife and shit. And then joking about how he got honeypotted by the IDF. And then 3, then Queeman and Gisticle can forever act above it, but a large core of their fan base exists in and around Spicy Chat. They can indefinitely call doxing bad and pretend that Willie is crazy, while ostensibly the core of their community is directly part of it. And I guess Chud Logic just doesn't care about any backlash or having it attached to his server. He's pretty much like Joshua Moon in that sense. Null, sorry for doxing you. I've been looking at how they behave the last few days, and that Spicy Chat community is incredibly militant. Any post that gets linked there, you can see the same names commenting and brigading. If they link a stream there, you can see the same names, like shitting up chat and then spinning weird narratives. Yeah, but it's like, it's annoying and weird because like people, like weaker people like Diorio will get pulled into this like sphere and shit, and then all of these people become this like focus of like this vector for attacking anybody that they deem as being like an enemy. Yeah. Ryle, Gisticle's editor, retweets Bad Empanada and posts his stuff in other subreddits. Bad Empanada doxed Willie a few days ago. How is this not a direct endorsement of doxing if Gisticle works with? Because Gisticle will always say things like, oh, well, when I retweeted, it was 2 layers deep. Right? They'll always like quote unquote disavow. But anyway, that's why I'm saying like from like a moral level, the only reason that I don't allow doxing or anything on like any of my platforms where it's against TOS is because it's against DOS. In terms of like morality or ethics, I don't give a fuck about. Well, basically the same shit I guess I said to Willie a while ago. I don't care about any of these people. These people are absolutely fucking unhinged and crazy. And I don't think, I'll say this too. And maybe it's just because I'm a public figure, so maybe that's why I take the stance. I think that if you're going to spend all of your entire life obsessing over and like covering drama and being so peripherally attached to doxing communities, I don't think you deserve an anonymity anyway. You should absolutely be unmasked. Everybody should know who you are, and if they want to find your address and whatever, all the same shit they did to me and any of these other people involved, oh, then fuck it. That's part and parcel of being an online figure. So yeah. Destiny, not trying to shit on you or anything, but your explanation of their reaction to unhinged behavior reminds me of when DGG was psyoping Vosh around the time of his debate about the definition of a woman. I mean, no. If somebody did that to me, like there was an account in my subreddit that was like a secret Vosh fan and was like kind of shitposting, like, would it be annoying? Sure, but that's not even remotely on the same level as that. That's not even remote. You can say it's bad or wrong, I guess, if you want to, which is maybe fair, but I wouldn't even agree with that because I know there's gay ops in my subreddit all the time. But I'm not saying they're the same, just give me a fond memory. Oh, sure, yeah. Like, people are always going to ask our turf and do stuff like that, which, I mean, like, if you find it, you ban it, but... Bridge building with Daily Wire, etc. was very good. You got understandably frustrated, but really only after one interaction with each individual. After 2 to 3, you start to dig on topics and win people over. You have to understand that Jordan Peterson and Candace Owens were committed to never talking to me again after a nice conversation. I would think, in retrospect, I think I would have rather just not talked to them or had that first conversation been hardcore. The more I think about it, the more I am actually like really, really bothered. I actually hate the fact that stupid fucker on my subreddit that posted this has been destroying my fucking mind. And I think that it is actually true that a lot of people just don't really view Trump shit as being that bad. I think a lot of people just don't view the Trump stuff as being that bad. They just don't think it's that bad. And I think that, and I actually think that's explanatory of so much stuff. It's the boiling pot frog. What is this? I can't believe no one is talking about that ninja. Wait. Hold on, that's unrelated. Do you mean they don't view it as bad or don't understand that it's bad? They don't have the appropriate level of revulsion to things. Hold on. I'm going to the deepest parts of my mind. I'm trying to think of an analogy that's not a rape analogy. Okay, we can do this. All right. Like, imagine that I have a show and I have 1 hour for topics. Okay. And the main topic today is there was a guy who walked into a Christian church and he screamed, "I am a neo-Nazi and I've been influenced by Joe Rogan and I'm going to kill every Christian here." And he shoots and he kills 100 people. Okay. And then let's say that the first 30 minutes is going to be dedicated to the influence that alternative media is having on our citizens in the world. And then the second 30 minutes is going to be the appropriateness of him using 5.56 versus whatever the newer caliber rifle is from the military, and whether or not he should have used like a different caliber or a different weapon for his shooting. Like, it's like something like this where it's like when you look at these two things, like the idea that you even give equal time to both of these things is just like so unbelievably sussy baka. It's like so weird, and I can't explain how it's doing this, but it is like rotting the mind to have both of these things placed on an equal pedestal, or to have these things like you're pretending to seriously consider both things. I'm trying to think of any other place in life where you do this, but you don't, because when you're making real decisions like this, you just don't. Like, this is kind of sad. Or I don't know if I'm self-reporting. But Like, you ever have like parents that are having trouble figuring a thing out, and it'll be something like a big boy topic, like an adult topic, like finances or something to do with, you know, the house or whatever. And then, like, you know, sometimes a kid will come up and be like, oh, mom, why can't you just do this? Or dad, why can't you guys just like ask grandpa for this or whatever, right? And it's cute because like the kid like wants to say something to help, but like it's like this kid's fucking retarded. He's a kid, right? He doesn't know anything, right? Imagine if like the parents, you know, went to the bank and they were like, okay, we want to spend some time thinking about our solutions, but also our 9-year-old son said that like, hey, maybe we should try this. So can we think about this too? Like, you'd just be like, why would you even pretend that both of these things are to be considered equally? Yeah, I don't know. It's just like so. It's just so, yeah. This kid was on stream yesterday saying he desperately wants to debate you over this Willie Max docs thing. Yeah, but I don't care. This is the thing, because like, this is a game, right? This is a game where he's going to be technically correct on every point, but on the concept, on the macro, everybody knows that he's wrong. Where it's like, if you look at the exact tweets that Justical tweeted, you will actually see that there was actually no docs in the exact, when you look at the quote tweet, and then when you look at his chat, anybody that posted docs is actually banned immediately, and he disavows all forms of doxing. And it's like, technically, you're correct on everything. Why is it that all of the doxers and all of these people all seem to be in that community though? Like, isn't that kind of a weird coincidence? Why isn't it kind of like spread evenly throughout the space? Why does it seem like all of these people seem to be in your camp? And this is ignoring all of the collaboration and side discords, of which it's hard to even track all of it. And this is ignoring all of the gay apps and the multiple accounts, because I know of at least one person, if not two, like 50-50 on one of the other accounts, who posts both in the Kiwi Farms thread and in the and in Justicle's Discord server, now in a side Discord server because of reasons. But like, there's so much like collaboration and information exchange. But like this, as long as you have this hardcore, like, we disavow and we ban and there's not a direct retweet, and like, fuck you, bro. Like, it's so stupid. It's so unbelievably unserious.
In his mind, he's probably gonna. I would love to debate Destiny on this. I would love to debate Destiny on this, bro. It seems like people are justifying J-Stock's docs because of the Willie drama. Do you think he should? Yes, 100. If this is like a widespread thing that people are using as a widespread justification, 150%, he should clarify that. But also, that justification doesn't really work, since Destiny was looking for J-Stock's docs and inciting people to do so long before Willie got doxxed. $5 from Plants. Glad to see you're wearing your nice shirt today. This is my nice shirt. This is just one of my casual ones, but I appreciate it nevertheless.
Okay, I wasn't trying to emulate his voice before hearing it, okay? Sorry.
I don't like to pick outfits, so if you just do like a polo, jeans, nice watch, it just works.
Part of the issue, in my view, is saying this is just evil Republicans, as they always have been, when I really feel comparing Bush and Trump era legitimizes the crazy fucking shit Trump does. A little bit, yeah. But also Republicans have been like really unhinged for a long time. Did you ever say you doxed him because of Willie? Why is he saying that? Probably because it's coming up now over the Willie stuff, but also because Justical keeps pretending like the other stuff posted isn't him. I guess I just made all of these accounts like 9 years ago with the same picture and username and everything, just to the long con. Oh yeah, there was this. I'm gonna grab a Red Bull 1 second. Wait, what is this? Why go all ignorant on every single one of these lives, Destiny? Listen, I like you or I wouldn't be here, but you need to bring the interviews, Destiny, to these live versions of your educational classes. I don't understand what that means.
US-led dictatorship in Peru. Chat will definitely like this. Age restricted, 1 hour and 14 minutes. Made by a dude who fucking hates me. This has got it all, folks. Yeah, let me go watch a video about a dude who constantly talks about how I'm fucking a reactionary fake socialist because I watch people's videos. That seems like a good idea. It's age restricted, which means there's like TOS violations galore in there. Fucking bad empanada. The cringiest, like, classic angry leftist who never shuts the fuck up and is just angry at the entire planet. You're a propagandist, dumbass. Like, do it better, okay? Your job is to do propaganda. Do it better. I thought that bad empanada I do, he used to. I think he doesn't like me because he hates he's like on board with like the React Gate shit. He's like, wow, Hassan just like reacts to videos and he's like stealing other people's labor. Yeah, he does not like me. I'm never gonna watch a bad empanada video on the stream. I'm just letting you guys know. If you think I'm gonna fucking watch a YouTube essay from a dude literally openly antagonistic towards me watching fucking YouTube videos, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? You think I want him to write like...
Why read the question but not answer? No, I'm sorry. I sounded like I was being an asshole. I just don't understand. I don't understand the question. Why go ignorant on every single one of these lives, Destiny? Listen, I like you or I wouldn't be here, but you need to bring the interviews to these live versions of your educational classes. I don't know. I don't understand the question. I legitimately don't understand it. I wasn't trying to ignore it or just make fun of you. Or maybe I'm making fun of you because I'm not understanding the question.
700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him. I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay? He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that, okay? Yes, batshit insane leftists do actually make really good content from time to time. I think Bad Empanada would be one of the better content creators online if he just didn't have a Twitter account. Because he's such a fucking freak, dude. Oh my lord, he's such a goddamn freak. He is the most insane person. He has like 7,000 accounts. I just said I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not.
Yeah, it's just wild. I wrote the same letters to the MTV. What's going on? Why don't you care about me? Wait, is this person schizo? Do you like metal? Okay. Wake up. New UK law banning plus 18 content without ID verification. Banned from opening channels on my own Discord server. My Discord server that I own. Oh, God. Wait, are they doing this in Florida yet? Because they do this with, like, porn sites on Florida. Oh, I don't have not safe for work Discord, so it doesn't matter. Fuck it. Easy. Did you ever see that tweet from Hassan where he falsely claimed that Kamala was hostile to all progressive policies in her DNC speech? Well, he got super ass pained because people from the I want to call them the unaligned movement. Was it the uncommitted or whatever? Some pro-Pali movement outside wasn't brought in to like speak on stage at the DNC.
Epoch Times, more reliable than even Destiny.
Wow.
Okay, let's use that as an example. Let's look at fucking Epoch Times. Like, I don't like Destiny, and he is a piece of shit who...
Is he actually about to say something nice about me? No shot. Impossible. Impossible.
Cult.
Impossible. No way.
Psychopathic. Like, here. Epoch Times, more reliable than even Destiny. Okay, let's use that as an example. Let's look at fucking Epoch Times. Like, I don't like Destiny, and he is a piece of shit who loves the Israeli genocide of the Palestinians. But even fucking Destiny is more reliable than Epoch fucking Times.
Well, thanks.
However, this outlet, this media analysis thing.
By the way, when you see stuff like this, it's actually 100% totally factually true, and they do a really good method. And I'm only saying that because I'm above Hassan. But there's a whole bunch of like centrist bias shit where people just like, oh, if you're centrist, you're smarter. And like, I mean, look at the distribution on this. Like, really? It reminds me of the political compass that's like libertarian propaganda because, well, at least before, not many people would answer authoritarian. So everybody's like, oh, I'm a libertarian left. Oh, I'm libertarian. I'm a libertarian. Do you want the government to murder all of your fucking children without your consent? No. Oh, I'm a libertarian. Oh, I'm a libertarian. Oh. Also, listen, I know that this upsets you all. Okay? I know it upsets you all. And I'm sorry that it upsets you. But there is a path to criticizing Trump about the Epstein stuff that doesn't involve you also being a crazy conspiracy theorist. I will never, ever, 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 ever sell out to the conspiracy theory bullshit things, okay? Just to get political points. You should be roasting this admin for claiming they had all this information and then not having it, and then for them looking shady as fuck over all of it. But that doesn't mean you have to believe in conspiracy shit. Doesn't mean you have to, okay? Although I will say, nothing has convinced me more that there might be something weird than how Trump has been acting over the past few weeks.
These are dumb people that are, I'm gonna watch this for fucking sure. Absolutely. Yeah, what is this? Asmir has Destiny's take. What is this? Is Destiny getting mad, crashing out again?
Any migration or any refugees,
What is this?
period, for any reason. Done. I don't view it as in being in the best interest of the citizens in that country. Why? Because it wouldn't be beneficial. I would maybe make exceptions for other European countries, but... Oh, we're on our neo-Nazi arc now? Wait, what?
Oh. Okay.
Outside of Europe? Absolutely not. Like, if they're...
Just so you know, the European thing is a neo-Nazi dog whistle. It could be that Asman is too politically uninformed to even know, because this is how dog whistles work. In some ways, you can pick up the talking points without even knowing what you're saying. But the idea of being preferential to European immigration is, one, hilariously American-brained, okay? Because what the fuck does that mean, European immigration? You want a whole bunch of immigrants from Romania and Hungary and Ukraine? Is that what you're talking about? Like, let's go to the Balkans and draft a whole bunch? No, that's not what you mean. What you mean are white people, but you don't want to say white people. And you mean a certain type of white people, but you don't want to say a certain type of white people. So you say European, okay? This is the neo-Nazi dog whistle to the fact that the founding stock of American people were Anglo-Saxons. They were the wonderful Brit-bongers and nothing else. That's what that dog whistle is.
if they don't speak the same language, it's an instant no. Yep. What? That's it. Big part of this goes back to the root. The government's talking about it navigating the current immigration and migration world too. It's not bad at all. It's actually very simple. Yeah, it's the craziest I've ever heard. Wait, why? Okay,
Okay, I'm good. I don't give a fuck. What?
Mutual engagement like likes, reposts, and comments.
What's unwhite about the Balkans? I said that they want a certain type of white people. A certain type of white people. There's a certain type of people that they're looking for there.
To boost one another. It looked real. It felt real. It wasn't. That was the real danger. Because once a fake account gets traction, real people start engaging with it, and suddenly you've got a disinformation campaign hiding.
You don't think blowing up the Epstein conspiracy is going to force all these QAnon dipshits to come back to reality? It's like forcing the conspiracy to collapse on this. Yeah, but the problem is then you guys all will start to believe in conspiracies. That's the issue. You can't. That's not a tool that you can take out of the box and put back in when you're done with it. That's a tool where you have once it's out, and you're going to use it forever. Like nobody can just put that back in. Like if you want to talk about a real conspiracy, you talk about the actual conspiracies that the government is doing. But the problem is that like it's hard to call out the Trump admin on the actual conspiracies because they're just so open about everything. Like the January 6th stuff is a really good example. Like there was a conspiracy to steal the 2020 election from the top down that was coordinated through the federal government. And it was through Trump, but they were open about all of it. Or the conspiracy with Eric Adams to control the New York mayor and to enact federal policy through a compromised mayor. Like that was just open. That just openly happened. Like we just saw that Bovie's letters and all these things were open. Donald Trump's desire to force media to bend to his will by excluding people from the White House press pool if he didn't like the fact that they weren't carrying certain propaganda lines. They just did it to the Wall Street Journal when he was traveling. They did it a little bit to, was it Reuters for not immediately accepting the Gulf of America? All the lawsuits that he's filing against people, like it's just like open, but nobody cares, I guess. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe the Trump admin should have, maybe you just have to do really bad shit right in the open. And as long as you're open about it, nobody cares, I guess.
Inside your discourse like a parasite. So what's the takeaway?
Like there was a conspiracy with Russia that like manifested at the highest levels of government. Like that is true, but it was with Trump. But nobody, like we have just like, remember, like we have a 45-minute phone call between Giuliani and Zelensky's aide. Like that phone call is just out there publicly. Like we have that. We hear that. That's just out there. That's just there. We can listen to it. We can right now, Giuliani, phone call, Ukraine, Zelensky, like we can just listen to this 40-minute phone call. You will never, ever, ever. And like I always have to do this when I have some rant. Like if I have a friend and I'm having a schizo rant, because every time I start talking, I sound like a schizo. And I'm like, hold on. I'm like, you got to understand when I say this, okay? And then I have to pull out my phone and I have to pull out my students. Like, listen, I know I sound crazy right now, but like nothing that I'm telling you is even that crazy. Like this is all like open public shit. I know that it sounds crazy. I know that what I'm saying just sounds like another wacky conspiracy like the Russians do, but it's not. This is not a conspiracy. This is just open stuff. You can listen to Giuliani, who's not a member of our government. He was not in the government. Giuliani wasn't even I don't even think he had like a White House role here. I think he was literally just Trump's personal, not at all involved with the government, asking them to publicly announce an investigation into somebody for no reason because he was a political opponent. That is a conspiracy, but it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not like crazy. That's just there in the open. That's just there. You can listen to the phone call. You can listen to it. I can't believe no one is talking about that ninja. Sorry, this was earlier. I can't believe no one is talking about that ninja. Could you please take a look? iDubbbz literally used to have paraplegia and was bullied for it relentlessly. Here's proof. I get that he's been a bit hinged lately, but it makes sense he's so defensive and attack people who are after him about going through so much adversity earlier in his life. Wait, what?
No. Oh, okay.
You're doing this? Okay, good meme.
Hiding inside your discourse like a parasite. So what's the takeaway? Well, there's a few. This wasn't just an Iranian operation. This is a case study in modern influence warfare.
What about the Maxwell interview? The effort's gone into controlling the info is Herculean. Like, I wouldn't put it past them to do this, but now I'm worried that now there's even more shenaniganery going on where they might try to get this Maxwell lady to say some unhinged shit in exchange for a plea bargain, or not even a plea bargain, in exchange for like a commutation of her sentence. That's what we should be scared of now. But when you say everything is a conspiracy, you lose the ability to call this out. Somebody said, I'm sorry, Anglo-Saxons are Germans from the Anglo-Saxon region of Germany. You're absolutely right. What's the name for Brit bongers? There's a name for the... No, wait, way back in the day, wasn't it like British were Anglo-Saxons and the Germanic people were something different? Or was there a different word for it? What were they called? Was it just Britons? Is that what they called them? Oh, maybe it was. Yes, that guy was retarded. Oh. It's complex. The Germans are Saxons, the English are Anglo-Saxons. Oh, okay. Good. Fuck him. Best thing I've been doing is pointing out he lumped Epstein with all of his hoaxes because he's convinced then to handwoven anything negative as a hoax. Okay.
You know, just a few weeks ago, I went on a live stream with Tim Mack where I brought up kinetically striking disinformation actors. And he kind of clutched his pearls a little. I'm not making fun of you, Tim. I love you.
Based.
He didn't really like that.
Based.
And people get really squeamish when I talk about striking these state actors with kinetic means. But the fact is that disinformation actors are weapons of war, and we should...
Based.
Full stop.
Based.
I mean, look, I believe in the Second Amendment. I got a gun right over there. But I wouldn't restrict the bombing of an enemy rifle factory because, well, hell, they have a Second Amendment right to have rifles. But they can shoot at me? You know, once you point...
Have you gone over the Tulsi documents? No, I haven't. But I've seen, like, excerpts from it, but there's nothing new there. Like, I already know there's not, based on the little I've seen and the way that they're talking about it, that this is a lie. It's just a complete and total fucking lie. They're trying to pretend that... the official administration stance for a long time was that there were actual vote changes in the machines. That's just not true.
Point a gun at me, I shall assume...
You know who lied about vote changes at machines? It was Fox News with the Dominion machines and Trump's entire election committee or campaign. That's who lied about vote machines, and they still lie about it, by the way. There's a reason why Fox settled the largest defamation settlement of all time prior to... I don't know if it's actually correct to call it a settlement. Would you call it an agreement? Because you... Do you settle? No, you settle. You can settle before trial. Yeah, settlement.
To be in a gunfight, and I will respond accordingly. I believe in free speech too, but once you weaponize that free speech, you are now a combatant, and you can be targeted. Case in point, there was a company in Belgium that refurbished armored vehicles. 150 activists from the Stop Arming Israel campaign attacked the company's offices with hammers and damaged some armored vehicles. These vehicles were intended for Ukraine, not Israel.
Based. Wait. Well, no, that's not based. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. Destiny, there's a book I read recently which describes what you're talking about perfectly regarding stuff not actually being considered bad. The book used to be an example, or used the example of a far-right UK party called the National Front. What they do is they give out more agreeable literature that have dog whistles and never call out for the right positions because those are the real positions. Regardless of how far right you are, this literature never calls out people who went too far because they don't consider it bad, like you said. Furthermore, they never apologize in the elementary school way. This is how it's bad. This is how it'll change, or how I'll change. They always talk about negative perceptions in the third person. Yeah, it's difficult to talk about, or yeah, it doesn't look great. Also, this is why you get people who are mentally deficient like J-Stalk and maggots, because they are part of groups who have such non-specific and vague thought processes that non-extreme and extremists can exist and follow one leader. No one has a good enough thought process to figure out whether they have gone too far or not far enough, which is why they can't appropriately respond to the negative groups on their side. They don't have the tools to do this. I actually super disagree on that. I think they do have the tools to do it, because I think if it started to happen... No, I understand what you're saying. I disagree, because when stuff starts to materialize that they don't like, people all of a sudden become a lot more responsible and aware with their rhetoric, you know? Oh, I saw that there was a huge leak from that T app. Apparently they host all of the women's IDs that are uploaded. All the verification is hosted on some public-facing domain. I don't know if they've taken it down yet, but some dude scraped it all. RIP! It's apparent that people defending real Candace O and thinking she will easily win the libel suit by Emmanuel Macron have not read the entire complaint. Owens told some of the dumbest obvious lies one can tell. She has 0% chance of winning in court. Uh-oh. Apparently this is a guy who defended Alex Jones. Rory Sutherland talking about Gary's economics. Uh-oh. Oh boy.
Enough evidence for the...
What is this?
Enough evidence for the Obama DOJ to investigate the Trump campaign's involvement with Russia. Absolutely 100%. It is completely ridiculous. I would never say that there is no reason to investigate the Trump campaign and their close ties to Russia. Of course there was a reason.
That's really weird. I would not expect that. If you asked me to predict, I think I would predict with pretty high confidence that Hassan would never have that position. Because I think the standard lefty position was that Russiagate was a distraction just because we hate Russia and the lefties or whatever.
Of course, it's crazy. I mean, you had people openly talking to Russian agents. It's ridiculous. Having
Roger Stone.
Do I believe that Russia was also invested in a Trump victory? Yes, I do. Having said that, however, the Democrats greatly overemphasized the influence and impact that Russia had on this election in an effort to take away the responsibility from the horrible...
Oh, okay, never mind. He's drifting there to it. They obsessed about Russiagate. This is why nobody in the liberal media talks about Russia and why they all backed off it, because they were traumatized by this talking point, that you overemphasized it. But it's like, how do you appropriately emphasize something when you have a person running for president who's openly calling for an adversarial nation to hack your opponent, while somebody in their campaign coordinates with a Russian hacker to do timely detrimental media leaks of hacked materials? Like, what's the appropriate way to talk about that?
Greatly overemphasized the influence and impact that Russia had on this election in an effort to take away the responsibility from the horrible Clinton campaign.
And a lot of you younger women don't think you have to, it's been done. It's not done. And you have to help. Hillary Clinton will always be there for you. And just remember, there's a special place in hell for women who don't help each other.
And the horrible ways in which the DNC refused to reckon with the reality that they had a deeply unpopular candidate.
3 million more votes, right? 2016 election results, USA. 3 million more votes, by the way. 2.1 points victory, by the way. Or not victory, electoral vote. Or, I'm sorry, popular vote victory, by the way.
That they were in the tank for because they were terrified of a Bernie Sanders emergence from the primaries. Okay, they were locked in on Hillary Clinton. It was her time, and they spent most of their effort attacking those who actually were excited to be involved in the process of voting for a candidate they actually believed in. And instead of pointing out a litany of different complications, a litany of different issues within the DNC structure, they thought that this was a great out, and they kept using the Russia stuff over and over and over again, continuously throughout the entire Trump administration, and they just used and abused this narrative. Was Russia involved in the?
Wait, I'm actually fucking retarded. This Piers Morgan episode is on Monday. I don't know why I wrote that this was today. I'm actually okay. Well, all right. Well, I started stream early, so I'm taking off. I'll see you guys later. Peace out. No, I'm just kidding. I would never do that to you guys. I love you guys.
involved in like messaging campaigns that try to interfere with the American elections? Of course it did. Every country does this. We do this to other countries. Russia is doing it to us. I'm sure China is doing it as well. It's a normal part of the process. The reality of the matter is you're supposed to overcome these issues by having strong candidates with messaging discipline and decent policies. You're not supposed to lose to someone like Donald Trump, especially not twice. So my gripe with the Russiagate stuff isn't necessarily whether or not Russia was involved in American politics in a meaningful fashion or in any capacity whatsoever. It's more so the extent and the power that Russia had, that Russian influence had over the election. But it is pretty funny that the Trump administration is now desperately trying to pull it back to Russia. Israel did it too in 2016. Literally, senior Israeli officials, we wanted to interfere with the election. I know. A big part of the Russiagate stuff, ironically enough, amongst the Democrats was that when they actually dove deeper into the election interference campaign and influence campaign, they found out that a lot of these guys weren't necessarily Russian.
I would respond to your objection, read my last two messages. What? I disagree. I think you often make statements like they do know better because they react with more developed cognitive processes to people on the other side when they don't like them. However, when I say they don't know how to do better, I mean in reference to their own side. I think they have practice and experience criticizing the other side and not their own. So even if they have the tools, they don't know how to apply them to their own side. Oh, sure. But it's just, the issue is just one of, I guess, self-criticism then or something. Yeah. But okay, sure.
So the season 27 premiere of South Park just...
Wait, we'll do this in a sec. Hold on.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if it's something I haven't thought about. It's really something recommended. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about. But you wouldn't rule it out, sir. Why has Mr. President? Why has the dollar? Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell?
I mean, I feel like this is an answer he gives to everything, right? I don't know if this is necessarily indicative of anything coming, but if they can work a deal out with her where they can get propaganda for their side, would they do it? I don't know. It's a big risk, but they're also fucking retarded, so it's hard to predict anything.
What do you make of...
What's your take on requiring age restrictions for porn? The way that they're enacting with like forced ID shit online is fucking retarded. I think it's stupid as fuck.
Gary Stevenson's ascendancy and that sort of messaging that's happening in the UK?
Well, first a frivolous point, which is if...
Wait, do we know this guy? What have I watched this guy talk about before? I feel like I've seen him once or twice, but I don't remember what.
If you want to help with wealth redistribution, Gary, go out and spend some fucking money. Right? I mean, he was earning like £2 or £3 million a year and only earning one pair of shoes, okay? And his mates from school were working in JD Sports. And I couldn't help thinking, reading the book, Gary, just go down to JD Sports and just buy a few pairs of shoes, help out your mates, okay? Get a hot tub, But his fundamental insight, unbelievably stingy. Do you not think? You read that book?
I haven't read it. I've seen him talk on.
Jeez, Gary, just go and, enjoy it for crying out loud. Okay. I think you get that weird thing, actually, in banking, which is so much of your enjoyment stuff back then was covered by an entertainment budget, okay, that you got really, really resentful about spending your own money. You see what I mean? Most of us, the money comes in, 80% of it walks straight out again because we piss it up the wall, I haven't got an air fryer for the second bedroom, But there are people who kind of, if you're in that very corporate world where more or less all your fun is taken care of by some expense account, you actually find spending your money disproportionately painful. He's absolutely right in his insight that money is becoming unhealthily concentrated. In the two things I would say, he's absolutely right that economics uses these single representative agent models, which don't capture inequality. Okay? I would argue personally, Gary, that you need to read up a bit about Georgism, which I think the great ideas of Henry George and the land value tax would actually take care of a lot of that, in my view, if you tax land ownership. Because property ownership is effectively, you are buying the right to impose taxes on the younger generation. So when people invested in gold, okay, it doesn't do anybody else any harm because I can make do without any gold. Okay, I'm not massively into bling, I'm not hugely into jewellery. Okay, we can all get by without gold. If there's a bloody a Dutch tulip boom, okay, I'll just switch to gladioli. Okay, but I can't substitute for property at some level. If your employer demands you work in a major city, okay, and land and commutable land is scarce. Other than the blimp, of course, where you could just live tethered above Berkeley Square, 400 feet up, okay? Other than your blimp solution.
Holy shit. Wait, that sounds fucking awesome. Why don't we have that? Why don't we have blimp cities?
There's no escaping the depredations of rent-seeking landowners. And what has happened is that we've sanctified wealth and been pretty mean on income. Okay, so we've taxed away income discrepancies pretty energetically, but they aren't that big. Okay, what I mean by that is
true. Okay, I shit on Georgists a lot because I don't like unrealistic political solutions. But in practice, I've never anything that I've read about like the land value tax. I'm not opposed to it ideologically at all. It seems fine. I'm not sure how you would do valuations for some things when figuring out like the value of like unimproved land or whatever. I'm not 100% sure in practice how that would work, but I think generally it seems like kind of based.
If you look at income inequality, even before tax, never mind corrected after tax, you know, the number of people who earn 20 times median income, okay, they exist, but there are very few of them, and they pay an enormous amount of income tax. I mean, huge amounts of income tax. In other words, that's someone who's probably like a high-end lawyer in a pub.
This is why you get so fucked as a streamer. We are the ones who suffer. No, but if you're like somebody that works in like entertainment, if you're talent, you get really, really high 1099 or maybe even W-2 income, but woo, you get fucked out the ass when it comes to taxes. And there's not really much you can do. You just kind of have to eat it as income. If you have wealth, if you're sitting on assets, there's a whole bunch of ways that you can accrue wealth and like do stuff to increase the wealth that you have in fancy fun ways.
Partnership in, a London Magic Circle law firm. Now, there are a lot of people I'd rather the money went to than people in law firms, but nonetheless, those people pay a lot of tax, whatever you think about it, okay? By contrast, wealth inequality is monumental. I mean, there are people who, if they walked into a football stadium, every single person on average in that stadium would now be a multimillionaire simply because Bill Gates walked in. Okay, there aren't inequalities like that of that kind of extreme form in actual earned income. And yet we have this incredibly aggressive system of redistributing earned wealth. And yet we treat wealth that's actually resident in asset values and things as completely sacrosanct. And the problem is, until you actually get to that point where you start actually taxing... Now, Texas does it, amusingly, because you have quite heavy land taxes.
Land taxes or property taxes?
Ironically, what's often stereotyped, I think, unfairly as, the most conservative state in the Union, which in fact is not, okay, but, it's a highly conservative state, you actually pay quite a lot of tax on the value of the property you own. So the property taxes in Texas, okay, I think around 2.5% if you own it.
Based. Property taxes are so based, and I think most economists like them too. It's just property tax is just a really good tax. Like, oh, you get that big ass, huge fucking house is valued at $30 million fucking dollars. Whew, we're coming for some. We got some good tax we can levy on you here to fund the city. Hell yeah, we can. Hell yeah. Oh, you're not working right now? You don't earn any money? Oh, 2 fucking bags. You get that big old fucking house. But the problem is that the middle class will fuck you here because you get some people who are in houses that they probably shouldn't be in anymore. But in America, we have this idea that once you've bought a house, you have a right to have your entire progeny live there for the rest of fucking time until the heat death of the solar system or whatever. And the idea of like, oh, well, I can't afford the taxes, so now I'm going to get kicked out of my home. If you can't afford the taxes, sell the home and move. So you can't even really do big property taxes like what would be economically nice to do.
Now, the great effect that has is that it makes property less expensive, because you have to pay tax on it, and it prevents you using property as an extractive store of wealth. Okay? And the extent to which I think you have to argue that speculation in property has been absolutely has led to enormous redistribution of wealth, effectively, to the not necessarily very deserving old at the expense of the hardworking young, I just find it impossible to dispute. Okay, I'm 59, by the way. I did okay. I surfed the wave. I didn't surf it very well. I now...
Loans make it that way. No, like a 30-year loan keeps them there. No, the problem is that I think there's 2 issues. Is that there's 2 issues. One, I hate talking about this topic because it's always an unpopular point, even amongst you fucking retards. There's 2 issues. One is that people view a house as their most important store of wealth, which I think is bad for a variety of reasons. It's not a easily liquidable asset. It's hard to like pull any money out of it at all. Like it's a undiversified investment. It could go up or down, subject to particular forces in a market like natural disaster, whatever. So that's one issue. But the second issue is that people see homes as kind of like a status thing or life indicator. And once you've moved to a certain like level of home, you don't ever want to downgrade or move out. And people are not people do not have a mind for appropriate levels of home consumption. They always just kind of want more. So, for instance, if I think of a graph here doesn't work. If I'm a college student and I go to school, right? What do I need? Well, I need a place where I have like a room where I can fucking sleep and maybe a desk to study, okay? And that's it, all right? My housing needs are very small. I can have like 2-3 roommates if I need to split costs. I have very low money. I just need a place to like live while I study and get educated, right? If I'm going to grow up now and I get a job, well, maybe I need an apartment where I only have one roommate. If I have a good job, maybe no roommates, or maybe I want a place where I can live with a partner, right? So, you know, just sorry. Hopefully not like a bunch of random roommates from college. Hopefully a place that's like a little bit nicer. I've got a little bit more money now. And then a place that like where me and my partner can live ideally, or maybe me on my own, right? Now let's say that we move into like the family stage of life, okay? Well, for family stage of life, maybe I actually want like a house. I don't want to live in the city anymore. I don't want an apartment, or maybe I want like a 3-bedroom apartment, maybe something bigger, right? You need a lot more space. You might want like something in the suburbs, right? You might want something like this. But the issue is once you're in this family stage, nobody thinks about, in America and our culture, nobody thinks about going back to this type of home. Once you've made it to the big family house, when all the kids grow up and move out, parents will keep that home. And this is an incredibly ruinous thing, deadweight loss on homes in the country. Because now you have 2 retired people living in a 3-4 bedroom home that's way bigger than they need, but they feel like, well, I need a place for their kids to visit if they come in from out of town or whatever. And that's, you know, the problem is like there's a limited amount of space, there's a limited amount of homes, there's a limited amount of everything when it comes to real estate. But the idea of moving out of your home, that's our family house, like our children were born here, is like inconceivable to, it's like inconceivable to a lot of Americans, I think. Empty nesters typically downsize, or at least from my experience, that is true. I'm actually curious, is there polling on that? Maybe that's just, in my experience, that's people hate downsizing and they'll resist it as much as they can. Is there a way to look up if that's true or not? What would I even look for? Do people normally sell home once kids move out? Are there like, is there a number on this? Like how many people do it? I don't know what this is sourcing. This is from 2024. Just a third of empty nesters downsize after children leave homes. According to Regency Living survey of 2,500 empty nesters, 70% are remaining in the family home even after their children have flown the nest. Okay, I don't know how reliable this survey is, but I mean, I would say anecdotally, this tracks with my experience. 52% of empty nesters are living in 3-bedroom homes. This is so bad. Oh my God. This is in the UK. Oh, British. I would imagine it's even worse in the US, but maybe it's better. I don't know. If anybody finds a source on this, link me.
Own, a couple of flats. I don't own a house, nothing blingy. Okay, I now own a couple of flats, sort of outright. But there are people.
What do you recommend they downsize to? A smaller home? Yeah, something that would make sense for 2 people to live in.
Flats. I don't own a house, nothing blingy. Okay, I now own a couple of flats, sort of outright. But there are people who bought a house in 1974 whose children. This is literally a case I know of. Okay, so there's a woman living on her own.
This headline title is like, I don't know if this is like heavily editorialized because in my direction, so be warned. This is in 2024. Baby boomers bought up many of the big homes across the U.S. when they were raising their families. Now they're staying put, even though their kids are all grown up. Boomers are on top of the housing in a housing market where tight inventory, higher interest rates, and steep prices are making homeownership less affordable for the average family. Many of these older homeowners paid off their mortgages on properties that have appreciated tremendously in value. Some are happy with their big houses, others like to downsize, but are deterred by the same high costs that are restricting other prospective buyers on lower rungs of the housing economy. Many are working longer or planning an active retirement and are in no rush to move to a retirement community. About 28% of all U.S. homes with 3 or more bedrooms are owned by people between the ages of 60 and 78, living by themselves or with another adult. Jesus. Millennials living with children own just 14% of these bigger homes. A recent Fannie Mae survey found that most Americans 60 and older don't intend to ever move. I'm so sorry. I don't know. I'm trying not to be mean, okay? Am I out of touch? 3 bedrooms seems just fine for 2 people. 1 master bedroom and 2 small rooms that might get used as an office/hobby room/dining room/guest space. All I'm saying is that you guys just want way too much. You can't have it. You can't have it always. You can't have it so that, like, well, if I want to have an extra 1 to 5 bedrooms in my home, I'm being a little hyperbolic, but if I want to have an extra 1 or 2 bedrooms, I should be able to have that. But also, we need to find a way to bring down housing prices, and we need to find ways to make homes more affordable. But also, you better not fucking touch my goddamn fucking home, because if I want to have a fucking 3-bedroom house for just me and my wife, then you better fucking believe I'm going to hang on to this property for the rest of my fucking life. But it's a goddamn crime that these poor younger children can't afford to move out and get other homes. Like, I don't know why people just don't build homes, but they better not fucking build them near my fucking house, because I don't want my property value going down, and you better not fucking bulldoze and make fucking high-rise apartments, because nobody wants apartments. They want homes, but not my fucking home. I'm here till I fucking die, and I'm gonna live till I'm 97 years old because of all the fucking healthcare that's available to keep these old people alive for an extra 10 fucking years. Anyway.
In a 5-bedroom house not far from where I live.
How many bedrooms do I have? I have 2 bedrooms. How mad are you? But I live in an apartment building, so suck a dick.
Probably worth, with the garden, 4.5 million, okay, or 3.2 or something like that. She has no money to spend. I mean, she has all this money tied up in a totally illiquid form of wealth. So, you know,
listen to this guy. This is a DGGer.
She's kind of going down Lidl and comparing the price of lemons, even though she owns a fuck off, 3.5. Her children are kind of worried about how they replace the shock absorbers on their car. And then the argument would be, why should those children go out and work really hard? What I do, to be absolutely honest, is get into debt, go off to Barbados, and wait for your mum to die. Right?
Me.
No, but nothing you do working, let's say, as a school teacher. So there's this great book, you must get her on, called The Inheritocracy.
Okay.
By a woman called Eliza... Oh, God, I'll remember it in a second.
You're becoming increasingly left-wing here, Rory.
No. I'm pretty right-wing in terms of people's earnings because you have actually earned them. So Henry George, effectively, the way to understand Henry George is it was an approach to life which actually had a brief but extraordinary success, popular success in the United States. The game of Monopoly is...
Destiny, but you understand that pretty much all millennials saw their parents have these giant houses with extra rooms and good living, but now they are supposed to go to 1-bedroom tiny shitter, or like a 17 roommates to live in a house. It just feels shitty. It's not realistic. I just don't know what to tell you. Like, everybody had roommates when I was growing up. And like I said, now I'm old enough, I've said this a million times, to see people like lie about what it was like 20 years ago. Everybody had roommates. Like, if you're going to college and you don't have a roommate, you're a rich kid. Like, that's just what you were. You're a rich kid. Or you have an incredibly generous student aid package. But if you're dorming in college, you almost certainly have roommates. If you're living on your own in college, you almost certainly have roommates. The idea that you can afford your own place while you're going to school, or depending on where you work right after school, that you're gonna have your own place, that was never like an expected thing. I don't know why, but like Zoomers and I don't know if millennials do that. Maybe younger millennials try to do this weird historical rewriting where they're like, oh, like back in the day you could buy a house immediately, or back in the day you'd always no, you didn't. You had fucking roommates, bro. You had it made, or you were living in a really shitty apartment, or you were really far from where you wanted to be if you didn't have to have roommates having an apartment growing up. Or I say growing up, when you were like young adultish.
Based on, it's trying to interest people in George's principles of extractive rent seeking, okay? And the basic principle of Henry George is that it's now, I'm going to qualify this. It's extremely free market and capitalistic with regard to the fruits of your labor. Okay, anything you do, anything you build on your land is...
Aren't property taxes in Texas considered regressive because it's a flat tax? There's a cap on value and assessment challenges. Are you say with more money? I don't know how realistic that is. I don't know if I would say they're flat taxes. It's a tax on the value of your home, which I imagine is probably going to scale up depending upon the value of your property and the amount of wealth you have, no?
Yours to keep, but it's effectively highly socialistic in terms of land ownership. And
I think having a roommate in college is different from being in your 30s and having a roommate. Yeah, but if you're in your 30s and you have a roommate, you're probably fucking up somewhere. I don't see that in the data anywhere where there's like an exceptional amount of people in their 30s who are forced to have roommates. I think most people who are older millennials are either in homes or live on their own, or like from all the numbers that I've seen, like the aggregate numbers seem to track about where people should be.
build on your land is yours to keep. But it's effectively highly socialistic in terms of land ownership and arguably ownership of limited resources.
Right. My parents are an interesting case in their late 60s, early 70s, and we grew up in a 3-bedroom, 1.5-bath rancher. They want to downsize now, but no one else lives there, and they don't want to maintain the property anymore. But they were working-class people and don't have a bunch of cash to purchase another place without selling their place first. Can't you just like do both at the same time? Like you're buying another place and you sell your current place as part of the purchase of the other thing? Destiny, what's the problem with expecting to live in your house for a long time? That's just an unworkable scenario where we're expecting that when a family buys a home, we need to design all of our social and economic policy around making sure that we have like dynasties living in homes for the rest of their existence. With what money, Destiny? With the money you get from selling your home? I don't understand. What?
Your labor. Okay, anything you do.
But they didn't sell it yet. You can do both at the same time. This is a negotiation between banks. Sorry, hold on. That sounds mean. I'm not being mean. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I know this because we sold and bought a home in this manner. When you're selling a house and you're buying another house, like the banks can negotiate between themselves and yourself as you're like reaching an agreement or whatever between closers and all that to like have a money transfer. It's not like you have to have like the cash in hand from the first sale and then be homeless for a day and then go to the bank and then have cash in hand for the second one or whatever.
It's extremely free market and capitalistic with regard to the fruits of your labor. Okay, anything you do, anything you build on your land is yours to keep. But it's effectively highly socialistic in terms of land ownership and arguably ownership of limited resources. So a Georgist would also tax oil, for example. Anything that's... And the argument is you didn't make those things. There would have been in the 19th century. They would have said, this is God's creation and you're only, you don't own it because you didn't make it. You don't have the right to own this thing because you didn't make it. What you are is a custodian of it and you pay...
Why are people forced to leave? Is there something wrong with living in one area your whole life? Not everyone is rich enough to be a nomad. You don't have to be rich to be a nomad, and selling a home and moving to another home doesn't make you nomadic. The problem, there's nothing wrong with living in one area your whole life if you want to, but the problem is if you're trying to redesign like parts of a city, or if you're trying to like expand parts of a city, and you have a bunch of people in a certain area that are like, actually, I won't be able to afford that, so this has to remain shit forever, and I don't actually want you to be able to do anything and change this because my family wants to live here forever, and if you do this, it's going to increase the value or increase the whatever too much, and so fuck you. It's just not sustainable to have it so that like, oh, this family bought this here and now we have to maintain like their ability to be here for the rest of their lineage. For House Smith to be there forever.
Make it. You don't have the right to own this thing because you didn't make it. What you are is a custodian of it and you pay commensurate tax on the land you own. Okay? Whereas you would in purist Georgia circles, you have no income tax at all. Okay, that's probably a bit extreme, but it's sometimes called geoism, and it's there's also a school of thought which is kind of environmental Georgism, which is you tax the consumption, or you tax anything where you rivalrously consume something of which.
What if their current house is hard to sell? My grandpa's home has been on sale for 2 years now after he died because it needs a lot of renovation, so there isn't much market for it. Genuine question. Oh, in that case, you should just change every single thing I just said. And I changed my whole mind on every single thing I just said. Forget everything I just said. Thank you for your example of there might be a home that's hard to sell. I actually also suggest that, like, I think all cars should be banned and people should only be allowed to take public transport. Because I was talking yesterday because some guy was like, do you think it's right that kids get licenses at 16 or should it be 15 or 14 or should we delay it to 18? And I was like, I don't know. I think like probably 16 is an okay age to get a driver's license. And then one guy was like, what about for children that have narcolepsy and fall asleep while driving? Do you think it's okay for them to drive? Would that change your mind at all? And I was like, oh shit, you're right. No, actually nobody should have driver's license because some people might have narcolepsy. And actually I changed my whole position on it and we should only have public transport.
which more can't be made.
Right. Yep.
Okay? And what happens in Texas, quite interestingly, is all these Californians apparently...
Bro, I'm just wondering, not making an argument against your position. What are you wondering? If a house is hard to sell, you have to wait a while, then you wait a while. That doesn't change anything I'm saying. Some people are unlucky and nobody wants to buy their house at some point in time. Then you just wait. What am I possibly supposed to say that? If you can't sell your home right now because it sucks to sell it or whatever, then you're fucked, I guess, for a while. You don't sell. That doesn't change any of my broader argument. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Right. Yep.
Okay? And what happens in Texas, quite interestingly, is all these Californians...
I'm gonna fuck your mom. I'm doxing that chatter. August... Jader, find him. I'm banging your mom. She's gonna have kids. We're gonna fill that home, okay? If your grandpa can't sell the home, we're gonna put some fucking kids in it. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm dedicating the next 2 weeks of my life to, okay? So I'm gone starting tomorrow. I'll be back in 13 days, okay? Your grandma's getting fat loads, all right?
Move to Texas. And they go, God, the land here is really cheap. Let's buy loads of it. And then 6 months later, they get hit with a massive tax bill for their land ownership. And they go, what the hell's going on here? We bought this land because it's cheap. And the Texans reply, that's why it's cheap.
Exactly why
you pay 2.5% tax on it.
Did you ever look at that issue with fighter pilot seats that was designed for average?
Yeah, that's a brilliant point. So that's similar. That's analogous to Gary Stevens. Have you had Gary on, by the way?
I haven't. He was supposed to come on in London.
No! Why is he talking? Wait. That sounded so friendly. He hasn't talked about it in 9 minutes. Hold on.
A couple of months ago, when we last had you on.
I hope he's out shoe shopping instead. I'm in advertising. Meet me halfway, Gary.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting...
If you want to redistribute wealth, it does help if rich people occasionally go out and buy something.
Yeah, there's an interesting
There's
an interesting debate going on about whether or not Gary Stevenson is basically thinly veiled performance art. That you've got this, the get-up, the same pair of joggers, all the rest of the stuff. It is, I don't know, it must be difficult to have...
I think he's, okay, apart from his consumption patterns, I think he's fundamental. So there are a few things where the problem with all these models is that the assumptions of the model that are necessary to simplify the model eventually come back to bite you. And looking at average wealth as if it's somehow representative of, that a successful
mean and variance is not the same
getting
thing.
richer on average. The fact that for 30 fucking years in the US and the UK, we presented rising property prices as a good news story. Is monstrous. I mean, that was just the most monstrous misrepresentation of information. You don't say gasoline's gone up, but good news, you've got a full tank of petrol, so your car's not now more valuable, right?
Is it?
Well, but it's not the same thing at all. That was a silly thing to say, I think. He's right on his point. Maybe he'll get there. But I hope he gets to what I was talking about before. Nobody wants to acknowledge that you have very opposed forces when it comes to home stuff that nobody wants to talk about. And that is that rising home prices are good for homeowners, which is actually most people are in an owned home. But it's really bad for people looking for places. And falling prices are, the exact opposite of that. And people want to act like you can make it so everybody can win, and you can't really do that.
Is it a case of kind of a luxury belief that the sort of people who would be writing and consuming those and understanding those sorts of stories are likely to already be people who own property?
Yeah.
So their lesson is not going to be, holy fuck, it's going to be hard to get onto the...
You're absolutely true. Even worse, of course, every single MP in London throughout the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s was basically heavily invested in the property market because they got a massive perk. They got their mortgage paid.
Dodgy Dave.
On a London home. So there wasn't a single person there with the possible exception of someone, was Ken Livingstone ever an MP? I'm not sure he was. But apart from a few very, very principled leftists or possibly a couple of Georgists in the Conservative Party, it's a weird sort of philosophy because it's both left-wing and right-wing, and so it has its...
At the same time.
Milton Friedman was a fan, so was... God, I always forget her name. I was married to Malcolm McLaren, the fashion designer, Vivienne Westwood. She was also a Georgist.
Okay.
You get Richard Nixon, Winston Churchill.
Wow.
It has its adherents
Really
everywhere.
crosses the spectrum.
But what happened in the model was that Adam Smith thought there were three sources of wealth creation, which was land, capital, and labour. And future generations of economists thought it's too complicated having three things because it makes the maths difficult. So we'll pretend that capital and land are the same thing, and they're not. Because capital is potentially limitless and you can create more of it. Land is effectively an artificial bottleneck. It's a rent-seeking device.
Traveling should be about the pleasure of the trip and not the stress of packing.
Okay. I don't know why we watched this. We didn't need to watch this whole thing. Oh no, fuck. Who told Trump about this? I thought this is a DGG or secret because only economists talk about this and nobody fucking knows any basic anything about econ. Why has the dollar fallen so much?
Why has the dollar fallen so much, and are you concerned about that?
Well, I'm a person that likes a strong dollar. But a weak dollar makes you a hell of a lot more money. Hate to tell you, I don't know if you study it, but I study it.
I went to the same
And if you
school
look
as
at the
Mr.
yen,
President.
and
I went to Japan and worked, so I know this.
you understand.
Absolutely.
Oh, you did go to
I went to work, yes,
Well, that
sir.
means you're a smarter guy than I even thought, and I know you're smart. So when we have a strong dollar, one thing happens. It sounds good. But you don't do any tourism. You can't sell tractors. You can't sell trucks. You can't sell anything. It is good for inflation. That's about it. And we have no inflation. We've wiped out inflation.
Is a weak dollar good for inflation? I don't know if that's true. I don't think that's true. It is good for exports, though. Nobody ever talks about that. This is one of the reasons why having a central bank is nice, and why it's scary to share currency policy with countries that have highly dissimilar economies. I think it was one of the criticisms of the European market, as if you have a very different economy and you might benefit from a weaker currency versus a stronger currency. If your currency is locked in with like Germany and you're Greece or something, like you might be fucked. But usually in the U.S., we always just say strong dollar, good, and that's it, and we stop there. There are benefits. There are pros and cons on both sides of it. But I've never heard anybody say this before in the mainstream.
But it's an interesting question. So I will never say I like a low currency, but you remember the battles I had with the yuan, with China and with Japan, Japan being the yen. They always wanted a weak currency. They're trying to get a weak currency now. Now, it doesn't sound good, but you make a hell of a lot more money with a weaker dollar. Not a weak dollar, but a weaker dollar than you do with a strong dollar. And the first people that are going to notice it are the manufacturers of trucks and various other things. Like, look at Caterpillar, how well they're doing now. When you have a strong dollar, you can't sell anything. It's only good for...
But manufacturing is hard because if you have a weak dollar, it's going to be harder to import material to build your thing. So I don't know at the end of the day if manufacturers are benefiting or hurting. A strong dollar means you can buy inputs easier for manufacturing. A weak dollar means the inputs are going to be more expensive. But maybe people buy your stuff more, exporting, maybe? He's literally flipped on this within a week. Oh, what, did somebody tell him recently that a weak dollar can be okay so that we can cope when the dollar weakens?
We're not going to let the dollar slide. If we have a smart president, you're never going to let the dollar slide. If you have a dummy, that could happen. Like the last one, he would, if you ever asked him about the dollar sliding, he would have no idea. But we can't let that ever happen again.
Why has the dollar fallen so...
Good one.
Inflation, and it's good psychologically. It makes you feel good. But with that being said, I love strong dollars, but you make your money with a currency. And I had so many different fights with President Xi, between Japan and China. All they want to do is have a weak currency. They're always fighting for a weak currency. And that's how they really dominated over the years. So when I see it down there, I don't lose sleep over it, let's put it that way.
Can you tell these Reddit virgins that the Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby stuff is completely normal? I don't know, man. The problem is I hate femcells, but I also hate men, so it's hard to take a side on that.
In fact, sometimes they go to sleep very happy. You understand.
Trump said the opposite of what you heard. He said the only good thing of a strong dollar is that it's good for inflation. That's about it. Oh, did he say the opposite?
So I know this.
You understand.
Absolutely.
Oh, you did go to
I went to work, yes,
Well,
sir.
that means you're a smarter guy than to tell you. I don't know if you study it, but I study it.
I went to the same...
And if one thing happens, it sounds good. But you don't do any tourism. You can't sell tractors. You can't sell trucks. You can't sell anything. It is good for inflation. That's about it. And we have no inflation.
Oh. Okay, true. You explain the Pedro drama? Apparently he likes to hold hands of women next to him. That's the only thing I've seen him do. I haven't seen him do anything creepy. But a lot of women are like, why does he do that? And then a lot of people are like, oh, it's because he has anxiety, so he needs to hold hands of people next to him. I don't know how true that seems kind of mean to me, but please watch the 30th Gundam Wing anniversary video. I already watched it. That's why we listened to the Gundam Wing song the other day, opening for stream. They just don't make animation like they used to. I don't know how to describe it, but it can't be changing from digital to non-digital. Because I'm sure they could just make digital stuff look like it. This is probably just me booming. But I feel like the way that characters were drawn, I just liked it better in the older anime. I'm such a fucking boomer, dude. I'm booming so hard. I don't know how to describe it. I feel like a lot of the way that it's drawn today is like it's very It seems brighter and flatter. Like, I imagine Hunter x Hunter was probably decently high budget, no? It just seems, yeah, it seems brighter and flatter, but I don't even know if that's true. I don't even know if I'm describing it correctly. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just, like, hallucinating. It just depends on the anime. Destiny. This video is digital, but it's using the 90s aesthetic. There's a completely new promo video released yesterday at Comic-Con. Was it? I don't know if that's true, but that doesn't really impact what I'm saying at all, though. Like, even for, well, no, this...
What a miserable person.
Shut up. Oh my god, English dubs. Am I losing my mind? Maybe it's not. I don't know. Like, low-budget anime in the past looked pretty bad, too, I guess. I don't know if a lot of these are low-budget or not. I'm not sure. Look at HXH99. It's much better. It's more cartoonish, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, true. This is drawn. It's probably just a style thing, and I grew up watching. Oh yeah, 100%. I think it's just because I grew up watching it. It's probably what you're used to, but it feels darker, and like darker, like just like a darker palette, like not as bright. And maybe that's just a different feel than the. I say flatter today, but maybe it's just because it's literally just because it's brighter. Yeah, I don't know if it's like better or worse or anything. It's just, I think you just grow up watching a certain thing, you get used to it. Like I've seen like the Dragon Ball Super stuff is like way more like new anime looking. Jesus, who's this guy? Oh my goodness, like look at these guys. Can I see the Vegeta and Goku standing together next to each other? Or was that just the thumbnail? Did I get baited by the epic thumbnail? I did get baited by the thumbnail. Fuck me. How long is this guy voice acting for? What the fuck? How old is Goku's VA? They had to go frame by frame so they could afford to do whatever. Now they just draw the assets and shortcut with digital tools so they can do a cleaner art style because it meshes everything together better. Sure, although like, I mean, you say frame by frame in old anime, but old anime used a lot of tricks and like repeated stuff and like drawn backgrounds that didn't change, and like I'm sure they still put a lot of effort into animating stuff. And like you only had like important animators doing key frames, and like you had like lesser animators doing like in-betweens and
Am I too?
This is Circa's favorite anime ever. Okay, we're done. I don't know why. Stop. Okay. We're not going down this road right now. This shit is definitely weird.
These are gorgeous. I think that's my favorite image so far.
Just our hands.
Yeah. As long
That
as
was
you
our
don't have
very
to
first
see,
day
as
as
long as
well.
you don't have to see my face.
Terrible confession.
Yeah. Okay, wait, but is this Pedro doing it or is it Vanessa doing it?
In front of Gordon.
It's some of the best men in the world, so they don't count.
These are.
They're both very touchy. These two are fucking. I don't know anything about them or if they're dating other people or what, but these two people are absolutely fucking. I've never been more sure of anything in my entire life. Okay, as a fuck master, I know 100%. I can immediately identify two people fucking, okay? There's the very subtle cue, if you're paying attention, of them being in a normal conversation and her having her hands all fucking over him. Jesus Christ. Especially if you ever want to, if you're trying to fucking seduce your friend's mom, okay? Face touches are also very, very, very intimate. If you're like kissing somebody, you touch their cheek, you just smack them. But this type of stuff, this is incredibly intimate. This is more intimate than a fucking hand job. Holy shit. These two are fucking 1,000,000,000%, all right? She's pregnant? Huh. Yeah, with baby Pedro, maybe. 1 second. Oh! I think that most of the discourse about her having a husband and people getting Pedro fatigue, rising star, want them to fail, but it's just celeb drama, so sleep sitting. Oh, sure. This is one of the weirder interactions.
Here we go. Pick them up. Here we go.
I mean, it's hard to say also without knowing like their relationships and everything else. Like, I don't know how these people normally are, so. Also, wait, not to be too American here, but is he like a European dude or whatever, or is he a full-on American guy? Like, is he Spanish? Chilean. They do kind of like weird shit like that, right? I met some what did we do? I went out to dinner with some, oh fuck, where was she from? I think it was some from Central American girl, and as soon as she got out of the Uber, she did the thing, the kissy thing on the side of the face. And I was like, is that a real thing? So I don't know, so maybe this is Spanish culture as well. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? I think it's all for show. I don't trust any of these people. And by these people, I mean Europe's. I'm Chilean. We say hi to women to a kiss on the cheek most of the time. Nice. I remember after we got, we did an interview with, there was a mom and dad in Jerusalem whose kid was abducted by a few crazy, I think, Israeli kids and like taken to some forest east of Tel Aviv and like burned alive. It was pretty unhinged. And I remember after we did the interview, I don't remember if I went to give her a hug or a handshake for the mom. And the interpreter guy that we had with us who did the West Bank, I don't think he was Palestinian, Arab guy. He was like, don't do that. And I was like, what? He's like, don't. That's just not appropriate. And I'm like, oh, okay. I didn't know. My bad. I still think my favorite thing in the universe was, not my favorite thing, the cringiest thing in the universe was when I was in Taiwan and some girl came over and I thought it was just like a fan who wanted a picture, but apparently she was like a dancer or something that was hired for entertainment or whatever. And she came over and I thought she wanted like a picture. So I was going to do like a hug picture thing. And then, but she was like, don't. And then her bodyguard or whatever was like, don't put your hands on her or whatever. And I was like, okay. And then we posed for a picture, but I don't know what the fuck we were doing. If you've ever seen like that really awkward picture of me in Taiwan with my arms like over there, that's the girl who's got the picture of that. Oh my God, that was the most awkward fucking thing in the universe. Because apparently they had no idea who I was. I was like, okay. Not the picture with Hafu. I was joking with that one. Fuck you guys. No one has it? Really? The problem is I don't even know if you can find like it. You'd have to find like an unphotoshopped version of it as well, because I think people have photoshopped the fuck out of it too. Would you take a picture where you had your hand on that Asian lad's dick? That was in a restaurant, but that picture was also heavily photoshopped. My hand was not on that guy's dick at all. I don't even know if my arm was up in that picture at all. How many years ago was this? I don't know, when I was in Taiwan for StarCraft? Maybe 8 years ago? Loved when you snubbed the J6 guy at the debate. Wait, when? Oh, this one. Obviously my head has been enlarged here, but I didn't know what to do with my hands because, yeah, when I went to hug her or something, because if they put your hands on you first, I figured, okay, yeah. And then, yeah, but then the guy was like, you're not allowed to touch her or whatever. And I was like, okay. And I think I just like held my arms up. I was like, we'd take a picture, I guess. So fucking awkward. Guaranteed not photoshopped. True. Wait, am I crazy? Or does Melina, or does she still look a little bit like that Sydney Sweeney person? Am I completely crazy? Who's the popular one with the boobs right now? Not Sabrina Carpenter. Hanania was tweeting out. The Decoding the Guru guys are glazing their Patreon for being the only person who isn't falling into an Epstein conspiracy theory. Good. Oh, Sydney Sweeney, is that it? Some of these I feel like she kind of does, and others like not even close. Hold on. Yeah, close enough. Yeah, close enough for me, okay. I'm face blind, okay.
Fucking...
What?
You tag me in every dumb fucking post you...
Oh, we watch that. Fuck you. Check Sabrina Carpenter. Oh, maybe actually. Oh, actually, no. This one's a lot closer. Oh, maybe this is what I was thinking about. I feel like Sabrina Carpenter and Sweeney are like in the same spot in my mind. Is one an actor and one's a musician, right? Oh, this one looks hardcore like Melina. Holy shit. If Luke were a female character. This one on the top left? Jesus. Did you like the Menu movie? I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay. But that actor who does the lead chef guy, he elevates it to amazing. I feel like that guy always gives just a really great performance. The guy who plays Voldemort and everything, he's just a really good actor. I just like him, I think, every time I see him. Oh, God. I usually, when me and Melina were dating or married, I would like retweet her pictures or whatever. And then I think, this like was on my feed. I was like, oh, Melina or whatever. And I just retweeted out looking at it. But the tattoos is obviously not Melina. Oh, rip. She deleted that. Rip. Okay. Somebody needs to help me, okay? I have one fruit fly a day that spawns in this room. I don't know how or why. So, like, it's not one per day. It's like one every 3 days. So, like, I have a little fruit fly trap that I bought, remember, like a month ago. And it's caught, like, 11 or 12 of them. So it's not like 100 of them, like, are all spawning. I don't know how, like, I get, like, one every few days that spawns. How is that possible? Like, where is the, like, one just coming from? Do you have a physical type? I like all types of people, as long as you're not obese or, like, severely underweight. Put bleach down your fucking drain. But I put, like, soap and stuff down the drain. Wow, how could they be coming from the drain? Oh, Mr. Putin. It's time for the emergency Baron. Emergency Baron time! Look, their jungle just showed bot. We can rush it. Unironically, it's the drain. That's where they lay their eggs. And they're laying one egg at a time? They're monogamous? Do you agree with Dante's take here?
The ADC the most... For years, I've called the ADC the most OP, inflated role in the entire game with a crybaby player base that was just mad that they weren't good enough to carry. And for years, I genuinely believed it. It even got to the point where one of my most infamous leak clips of all time is me talking about how the only thing ADCs do is complain every season. Editor, play the clip. Dantes, is this the worst season for ADC? Yes or no? Every season's the worst fucking season for ADCs, apparently. Every season!
Okay, but that's true.
ADC's so weak! ADC's so weak! And then they're the 1v9 every game.
AD carry is the Jew of League of Legends, okay? Even when it's good for us, there's always somebody trying to take us down.
He's above 50% win rate. Anyone who's even borderline human 1v9ing every game. Every meta is bot meta. Everyone always has to play for bot lane. Play for dragons. ADC's weak. ADC's weak. My support engine. Fuck you! So, as you guys can see, a lot of pent-up aggression towards the role. Now, if you've gone on Reddit at any point over the last 2 days, that clip will have surprised you because you've probably seen this post. In it, it talks about how, after 2 months of playing bot lane, I'm hard stuck and at a breaking point.
Wait, what does hard stuck mean for him? Like Masters or Diamond 1? Or what does hard stuck mean for him? Diamond 2?
And over the course of the entire post, it quotes tweets that I've made talking about how unfun the role feels.
Wait, he was in Challenger, right? Dante must have been, right?
And instead of sitting here and making excuses, or telling you guys that's not what I really meant, or say that Reddit is taking things out of context, instead I'll say that they're 100% right. I can unequivocally, without a shadow of a doubt, tell you that after almost 600 games of playing ADC, this is the most unfun role in the entire game. Before we continue, let me give you guys a little breakdown of my league experience.
What is ADC? Explain it to the rest of us. So imagine like you're me, okay? And imagine you have to do research for 50 million fucking topics. You have to debate people. You have to be on your best behavior the entire time. You can't make a single mistake in the debate, in any part of your life. You can't do anything ever, fuck up ever. And when you do that, sometimes people view you as being like somewhat OP. Wow, this guy can debate like all these people. He's so good or whatever. But then if you make a single fuck up ever, you have to spend the next like 3 weeks listening to everybody talk to you about how you need to be nicer to people, or you should have been more rhetorically effective here, or whatever, blah, blah, blah. That's like that role, but in a video game, basically.
I have about 20 to 30,000 games on jungle. Back in season 10, I peaked Grandmaster on Hecarim mid and top lane only without playing a single game of jungle. And whenever I get field support in Grandmaster, Master Challenger games, I most of the time always win. So going into this challenge, the only role that I knew that I never really experienced was Marksman and ADC. My only real experience with Marksman was playing Kindred for a couple thousand games, but even on Kindred, most of the time I can barely average a positive win rate. And let me just tell you, it is absolutely miserable. To clarify just one point before we continue, I don't think that ADC is necessarily weak. I just think that it is so unfun and mind-numbing to play that it makes it feel infinitely weaker than it actually is. You see, when you're playing other roles, there are a multitude of ways that you can get resources. Top laners can go for TP plays or roams out of base. Junglers can gank, invade, secure neutrals. Mid laners can shove and roam, TP, or even roam out of base. And supports, as we know, love leaving bot lane, so they're always going to be out looking for their missing dad. But the issue with bot lane is that you can't do any of that. Your agency in the game is limited to just how much you don't die. That's the extent of the role. Just don't die. For every other role in the game, there are ways to get ahead in the early, mid, and late game that work independently of your team. These can work in the way of engaging team fights, flanking, teleport plays, split pushing, or even setting up traps in bushes with CC and things like that. But
the mark of a good AD carry, I don't know if this has changed in the 10 years that I played, but the mark of a good AD carry is, what time is it in the game? Oh, it's 10 minutes. Okay. Do you have at least 100 CS? Yes. Is your score 0-0-2? Yes. Cool. You're doing really well. Keep it up. Don't die. Fucking retard. Thank you.
But the issue with ADC is that you are afforded none of these options. None of the ADC champs are really engaged champs that can just go in and wreak havoc single-handedly. You also can go for flanks, or else you're going to be getting shot out of the sky. Teleport isn't a rune that's ever taken on 99% of the roster. And if you ever try to split push or shove lanes alone, then chances are you're going to get 4-manned by the Avengers, and you're back to base before you can say fuck. When for years people used to talk to me about lack of ADC agency in the game, I used to say they were coping. But after actually playing the role, I know exactly what they mean. Because the problem is that you seriously can't do anything on your own. And I don't just think that streamer debuff either of people going out of their way to focus me, but it just really sucks that you have to make sure that either your jungle or your support are on the same page of you, if not even both. Because if they're not, you are not allowed to even walk up for the wave. Whereas a jungle's game is played on camps, neutrals, and ganks, or a support's game is played on engaging fights, roaming, or top laner's game is based upon split pushing, flanking, and engaging, an ADC's game is entirely based around waiting for something to happen and then just reacting. You can very rarely, if ever, start the fights. You cannot shove out waves alone. You really just can't do anything. Unless you're being escorted by your entire team, then you just need to sit there, take the L on waves, which is the only way that you're going to get gold anyways, unless a fight breaks out, and then just pray for the best. And I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, but Dantes, we already knew this. On Jutu's Field to Challenger climb, he had a 46% win rate on ADC. Whenever any other jungle content creators do ADC challenges, they never make it out of Masters, if even Diamond. And whenever you see any actual Challenger ADC mains doing any kind of unranked challenger, they are always do it with either a support or a jungle. But I thought I knew the secret. I thought the reason why all these people weren't finding success with the role wasn't because it was actually weak, but it was because they weren't building properly. But the truth is that no matter what you build, the agency just isn't there because builds aren't going to affect your actual impact within the game. I know that's a bit of a confusing statement, so let me break it down. If I'm playing a champion like Draven, for example, and I get to have 3,000 health versus 2,000 health, if I'm walking up to the mid wave alone, or if I'm trying to split push, or if I'm trying to engage fights, I'm still just gonna...
Isn't that the point of AD carry? You're able to output absurd amounts of constant damage, whereas other roles can be bursty or tanky. AD carry shred tanks, take objectives, etc. with constant damage. Correct, Jardules. That is a very good analysis of the role 12 years ago. But I think the problem was literally... every single fucking champ in the game started to be able to shit out unbelievable amounts of damage on basically an unlimited cooldown with, or like zero cooldown with unlimited mana, energy, other types of resources, and infinite resets and everything. And it was like, oh, okay, I guess everybody can just do
gonna die no matter what. So no matter what my builds are, the fundamental issue with marksmen as a class is that they're just not allowed doing anything on their own. I went from locking in Heckram every game and being able to look at a team comp and say, yeah, I can one-shot 4 of them, to playing a marksman, and if I ever try to walk up for a wave, I have to think to myself, are all 5 of the enemy members on the map? No? Oh, I guess I'm gonna die to all of the missing ones then. And I'm telling you, it just...
No, he misspoke there. Wait. Does anybody know he misspoke one word? Anybody know which one word he misspoke there? Hold on.
All 5 of the enemy members on the map? No? Oh, I guess I'm gonna die to all of the missing ones then. And
Correct. He said, oh, if there's any enemy missing, I guess I'm going to die to all the missing ones. What he meant to say was any of the missing ones, including the enemy support.
members on the map? No? Oh, I guess I'm gonna die to all of the missing ones then. And
Why does his mic sound bad? It doesn't. That's what he sounds like in real life.
I'm telling you, it just really sucks. When the CIA wants to torture people, they shouldn't be waterboarding them. They should just be putting them on Draven bot lane with a Nautilus support against a Tristana Yuumi and force them to watch as their jungler decides that he's gonna path top for the Malphite versus Scion lane, and then the enemy Elise is 3 camping you at 2 minutes. For literal years, I never understood how every ADC could hate their jungler to the point that they did. But I'm telling you, I get it now. I think for me, the reason why I never understood is because I was my jungler every game, and I knew that I'd be pathing bot in 95% of my games, I'd be securing Dragon Soul, and I'd 1v9 with any leads given. But after playing in the absolute elo hell that high Emerald Diamond 4 is, the amount of war crimes that I've witnessed make me view the people that play jungle differently now. What do you mean you're gonna play Zyra jungle and get outfarmed by the Wukong that's gonna have 3 dragons at 18 minutes while you secure grubs? What do you mean you're not gonna skip your grump to just gank bot on the timer that would allow you to get a free double kill because you want to get that extra 4 CS? What do you mean we're not gonna dive the enemy ADC that's alone when we see that the support is roaming and we have a 3-stacked wave? It is absolutely infuriating. The truth is that junglers are the captain of the ship that sails down Summoner's
And they'll be like, no, I have to path top to gank top. And like, meanwhile, top are like 2 of the tankiest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life at full HP with both of them. And he's going to do a full clear on the way up there. And it's like, bruh, we're crashing 3 waves into this tower. Enemy ADC is alone. You just hit level 6. Can we just like, it would take you 2 seconds. You could literally whisper at this guy and he would die. And it's like, sorry, got to path top, gromp up.
And every single game nowadays is played around dragons. Since Baron only spawns at 25 minutes, if you secure a dragon at anywhere between 5 to 8 minutes, then you're already going to be playing for soul before Baron even spawns. So the fact that to this day, junglers still decide to path top or not prioritize dragons or trade dragon for grubs is insane to me. I've been saying it for years, guys. The game is played around dragons and bot lane, so there's absolutely no reason why you should ever do anything else. Grubs will allow you to get a little more gold from pushing turrets. Dragons are going to allow you to get dragon soul, which is...
Okay, stop. This is how the game is meant to be played.
Fucking Leon on me, dog! Hit him! Get her! Go down, foot down, down, down! Don't run away, thank you. Fucking kill her. He's gonna miss the W, and I'm gonna rage.
You can't yell when I'm fucking...
I need the slam one. Where's the slam one? I think he's on Nautilus and I'm on Tristana. And I'm just doing, I'm saying like go Baron.
As many of you know, and probably...
Genuine question, why do people like this game? I don't know, why do people like cock and ball torture, dude?
Fucking Leon!
You just linked the same clip we just watched, you fucking retard. I'm sorry, Moon. I love you. I'm sorry. But this is my favorite. Bro, when you went into a league stream and the cam was off and the music was up, you knew that we were tilted as fuck. Not the Kog'Maw steal. Oh shit. Where's the Wreckful, gank, Riven.
Fuck you! Okay. Help me kill the blobs! No! Fuck! Oh boy!
Our president is far more.
Moot, I'm in.
Moot! I'm in!
Okay, well, I'm nowhere near you.
Moot! Oh, Moot! What are you doing? Get in there!
I don't know what you want.
Kill her! She EQ! 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 Get W! Q! 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 Q!
Have it up. You're...
Oh shit. Okay, stop! We're not playing League again here. That's never happening. Whoa. Oh my god, he's doing the Poggers face!
Lofty.
Oh, this poor guy. We got into his game.
Lofty.
I didn't cause. I tried. Fuck.
Fuck, we should have won a Baron, man.
We could have done that, Baron. We would have all fucking ran there. We had 2 timers.
He's fucking crying, dude. He's fucking crying. Look at his stream. Look at his fucking stream. You did that, you piece of shit. Look at him. He's fucking crying. It's your fucking fault.
Listen, okay.
He's literally fucking crying. You're such a fucking dick. He's gonna end stream, dude.
Seriously, who are these kids playing this
I'm
game?
fucking done, man. Like like I'm starting to think I'm mentally retarded.
I can't fucking believe you. You're fucked in the head. You're literally fucked in the head.
Okay, stop! Politics. That's what we do here. Okay, what's going on with my boy J-Dog? Oh, okay, you found this one, thank you.
Go Rift runs mid. Thank you, Steven. You're a genius, dude. How do you do it? You're a fucking statistician. Give me you!
Well, thank you very much. We're looking at the construction, and we're with the chair.
This fucking loser actually went over to the where actually is the Federal Reserve? I have no idea. Federal Reserve location. Where's like the main one? I know there's a different banks. Is there like a main Federal Reserve institution, or is it just like? It's like 2 blocks from the White House. Wait, are the Federal Reserve districts the same as the circuits for the courts? No, I don't think they are they? Wouldn't that be so easy? Wouldn't it make things better? I don't know why. That good link click. Fuck me.
Chairman, as you know. Chairman, come on over. And we're just taking a look at what's happening. You know, it's a tough construction job. They're building basements where they didn't exist or expanding them, and a lot of very expensive work. There's no question about it. And
you know what, actually? You know what? I wonder if this was like Jerome's idea, or somebody had an idea from the Fed to bring him in. Because they're like, listen, Trump is actually a fucking retard. Maybe if we actually bring him over to the building and he sees stuff being worked on, maybe he'll have a better opinion of it. Maybe. I have no idea. I don't know what the sources for where this started, but
Tim has been with me for a long time, and
Yes,
you're
sir.
in charge of the committee.
Indeed, one of the reasons I wanted to see it was the overruns of the expenses, wanted to figure out why.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.
wait, did somebody ask me a question or is he saying no to what Trump just said?
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1.
3.2.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building,
Well,
including
no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
Trump always tries to salvage anything. He'll try to salvage like whatever he can. Like yesterday I went to Missouri and it's like, no, you went to a restaurant called Missouri. Well, yeah, but like the state of, it was like the restaurant was called the state of Missouri. It's like, we didn't even actually go and eat there. We went to Subway. It's like, I meant the table I sit at in that Subway restaurant, I call it the state of Missouri. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen Trump give up an interaction. I think even with Macron, when he was correcting him on the numbers for Ukraine, for who donated more or whoever gave more, like Trump would always like mumble something at the end. He always has to like have the final say on a thing.
So, so we're going to take a look.
Oh, wait, he said that he got that there. Okay.
It's built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
It's not new.
So we're going to take a look. We're going to see what's happening, and it's got a long way. Do you expect any more additional cost overruns?
Don't expect them. We're ready for them, but we have a little bit of a reserve that we may use, but no, we don't. We expect to be finished in 2027. We're well along, as you can see.
Nice to take these off every once in a while when we're not under too much danger. So, any questions?
Mr. President, does the issue give you any? As a real estate developer, what would you do with a project manager who would be over budget?
Please.
This came from us?
Yes. I don't know who does that. Generally speaking, what would I do? I'd fire him.
Do you think this issue, Mr. President, gives you cause to do that?
Well, I'm here just really with the chairman.
Wow.
He's showing us around, showing us the
So
work.
insightful.
And so I don't want to get that. I don't want to be personal. I just would like to see it get finished. And in many ways, it's too bad it started. But it did start. And it's been under construction for a long time. It's going to be a real long time because it looks like it's got a long way to go.
Yes, sir.
So,
President, are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. But other than that, what can I tell you? The country's doing really well. I just briefed the chairman on the deal we made with Japan. Japan is putting up $550 billion in order to lower their tariffs a little bit. That way they have a little bit lower tariff.
What does that even mean? Japan is putting up $550 billion to lower their tariff. What the fuck does that mean?
And they also opened their country to free trade. Which
Oh my God! Japan has free trade now? Whoa! Where's our claps? Oh!
nobody thought was even a possibility. And we get a zero tariff in the free trade. We don't pay tariffs, and they're going to pay 15% on everything they send into our country. So.
Oh, they're paying the tariff. That's great. But I thought we just said that we were going to have free trade. That doesn't sound like free trade at all. That sounds like a 15% tariff trade. That sounds like the opposite of free trade.
It's great. But they put up, as You could call it seed money. Let's call it seed money. You could call it anything you want, but it's
Well, why don't we call it what it actually is, maybe? Wouldn't that make more sense?
it's a total of $550 billion. So nobody thought any of that was possible, and it's wonderful. And we're doing pretty well with the European Union, likewise. And we have some others. They're all really...
What is it? It just sounds like more of this nonsense of like, oh, people are investing so much in the United States. You're just talking about random foreign direct investment, random capital investment. Like, that's all it is.
Big, and our country's going to make a lot of money. We would be helped if interest rates would come down, but we're going to see how the board rules on that soon. I'd love to see them come down a lot, but we have a country that's thriving. We had a dead country 1 year ago. Today we have the hottest.
Well, now it's repeating the hottest country. Everybody wants access to the United States. It's the same talking points.
This country anywhere in the world, and we'll get this one finished. Thank you.
All right, just listening in there to President Trump talking about this, what he mentioned with their Jerome Powell about some of these conversations, that trade deal with Japan, but also the upcoming Fed Reserve meeting next week. It's unlikely, though, that the Fed going to be dropping rates. He also said and heard there just a real candid moment talking about President Trump saying that price tag increased to $3.1 billion. Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell refuting that, saying it was a different building entirely. We're also getting this, a live picture there as the tour continues on. You can see parts of this, the facade of this Fed Reserve building being worked on, renovations, restorations in place. As President Trump and his allies say, a $2.5 billion renovation of the Fed headquarters and a neighboring building reflects an institution run amok. The Fed allowed reporters to tour the building before the visit by Trump, who in the real estate career bragged about his lavish spending on architectural different ventures there. The visit is an attempt to further ratchet up pressure on Jerome Powell, whom the Republican president has relentlessly attacked for not cutting borrowing costs, dubbing him too late. Trump's criticisms have put the Fed...
Why does he want interest rates lowered? Short-term economic boom. That's all he cares about.
Independent institution under a harsh spotlight. Undermining its independence could reduce the Fed's ability to calm financial markets and stabilize the U.S. economy. On Thursday, reporters wound through cement mixers, front loaders, and plastic pipes as they got a close-up view of the active construction site that encompasses the Fed's historic headquarters, known as that building, a second building across the street at 20th Street in Washington. Fed staff who declined to be identified said the greater security requires rising material costs and tariffs, and the need to comply with historic preservation measures drove up the cost of the project, which was budgeted in 2022 to be $1.9 billion. This, according to reporting from the Associated Press.
I recently successfully defended my PhD. I finished it in 5 years, in large part thanks to you. Without your stream, it would have been 4. Good one, bitch.
President Trump making a rare visit to the Federal Reserve, generating a...
Actions towards Palestine?
What actions are you talking about?
Actions towards Palestine?
What actions are you talking about?
You know, them taking people's homes and
Are they doing that?
No, like Israelis, they're taking the Palestinian
Are they doing
homes.
that? I have no idea. Are they doing that?
Yeah, they're doing that for sure.
That's really mean.
Huh?
You sure they're doing
Nah,
that?
I swear they're doing that.
No, I'm not. I don't live
Okay,
in America.
what about the war that's going on between Israel and Palestine?
There's a war now?
Yeah, the conflict. The conflict.
What conflict?
So you don't watch the news?
I don't watch the news now.
So what about the kids and men and women being killed? What do you think about that?
Which kids?
Palestinian kids, man. Come on, man.
I thought there's a war in Ukraine. There's another war also going on?
Yeah.
The unbeatable conservative strategy.
Crazy, man. These wars gotta stop. That's crazy.
No, there's a war. There's actions.
What Powell is telling allies as Trump pressures him to resign. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell has told multiple associates and allies that there's no chance he will bow to President Donald Trump's calls for him to resign, vowing to withstand several more months of the president's unprecedented multi-pronged assault over Powell's refusal to lower interest rates. The top central banker has privately argued that he must stay put for more than just personal reasons. The fate of his chairmanship is now linked with that of the Fed's overall independence, according to people familiar with the discussions. He said that stepping down now would undermine the institution's longstanding freedom from political interference.
Well, you can see President Trump there as the wind blowing his tie over his shoulder as these constructions still just a few blocks away from the White House coming down the stairs. These are some precarious moments as walking down this scaffolding area. Jerome Powell potentially could be behind him there as well. Let's just watch and listen in here on Live Now from Fox to this moment.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. And it feels very good, actually, to be back on a construction site. You know,
If you remember, not so long ago, we rebuilt the old post office into the Trump Hotel, and we sold it to Waldorf Astoria. And it was a great success, and we had great luck with the building. We did a good job. We built it quickly and relatively inexpensively for about $200 million. And that was a big hotel, big project. But we looked around, and Tim Scott's here someplace. Tim, come on up. You saw what we saw, and the big thing is to get it done. They have to get it done. They have to get it finished. And very importantly, we have to get interest rates lowered in our country. Our country is the hottest in the world right now, but the one section, people are pretty much unable to buy housing because the interest rates are too high. We have no inflation. We have a lot of cash coming in. The tariffs have been unbelievable now. People that didn't even believe in tariffs are saying, what a great move that was. We have hundreds of billions of dollars coming in. Japan, just on one deal, is paying us $550 billion. And they opened up their economy. It's incredible, the deal. And they're happy. We're happy. Everybody's happy. But we should have the lowest interest rate of any country, and we don't. We should have. Every point is worth $365 billion. So we want to get the rates down, but we also want to get the Fed building finished. So I met with the contractors, we toured it with the chairman, and we had a very good tour, and we'll talk to you about it sometime. But Tim and I, we sort of understand what happened.
Too expensive. The bottom line is this, that Americans deserve to become first-time homebuyers. President Trump has created the best economy in the world. The one thing that would make it better is lower interest rates. Full employment is even more possible. Wages rise faster as interest rates come down when your employment is at 4.1% because of your leadership. We have revenues coming in at record-breaking. Maybe last month even more revenue coming in than bills going out, which is remarkable.
They found $26 billion. They said, where did that come from? Nobody, I think that's been many decades since that happened.
I can't remember that.
They found $26 billion last month. And they said, where did that come from? I said, why don't you try the tariffs? Said it was true. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country's doing great, and we have no inflation, and the numbers, the job, everything is good. The one thing we have to do is get housing prices down and the interest rates down so people can buy the house, because they're all making money, but they can't get the interest rate down. We have to.
Amen.
All right. And he's been my friend for a long time.
You've been on a number of construction sites. Did you see mismanagement going on or funds that aren't?
Well, I see a very luxurious situation taking place. Let's put it that way. And I was given a very nice tour by the head of construction. And, look, if you look over here, they're trying to open up the basement. When you open up a basement, first of all, it's the worst space. Always a basement is the worst space in a building. And it's also the most expensive space to build. And especially here because you have a water line. They're going down into the water, so they have to build what's called a reverse bathtub. The water has to be kept out. It's very expensive construction. So it would have been good if they didn't build it. Would have been good if they didn't do certain other things. If you look at the kind of protection in the hall, have you been able to get in the hall? You saw the protection of plywood. I mean, that was a lot of money just to protect it for a period of time. I would have done it very gingerly and easily and not have to spend, millions of dollars on protection. And there are things that could have been different. Look, there's always Monday morning quarterbacks. I don't want to be that. I want to help them get it finished. It's been going on for years, and I want to help them get it finished. And what we really want to do, and I think I can speak for Tim, and I think I can speak for the entire Senate, we can speak for everybody, frankly, is we want to see interest rates come down. Our country is booming, and the interest rates is a final little notch. And if you look at Europe, they've lowered 11 times in a short period of time. We've lowered 0. And, they are competition, although we're in the process of probably making a very good deal with them, too. They want to make a deal very badly. So we're making a deal. We just completed our deal with Indonesia. We just completed our deal with the Philippines. We're making unbelievable deals, and the money is pouring in. We want to get interest rates down.
But on interest rates, at some point, does the level of interest rates now slow economic growth?
Yeah, it never helps it if it's high. Never helps it. Well, it's already, as good as we're doing, think of how well we'd be doing. We'd be like a rocket ship. As good as we're doing, we'd do better if we had lower interest rates. And we should. We're prime. Don't forget, without us, the whole world collapses. So we should have the lowest interest rate because, you can talk about Switzerland.
Changes in legislation, we need changes in leadership.
Regime change.
Regime change in everything the Fed does so that when we get hit by new facts, the new leaders have credibility and don't have to fight the last war. They can take on the challenges in front of us, which is probably a productivity boom that's going to lead the U.S. to win the 21st century.
You want the job?
Well, that's up to the president, but I am prepared for public service. I did 11 years of hard time about 11 or 12 years ago, Brett, and if the president calls, I'd be honored to serve.
During a tough time, by the way, during the 2008 crash.
That's why I needed a break from all this, but, I've been lucky to be in the private sector the last 11 or 12 years. I grew up in a town a couple hundred miles away from all the bright lights in the big city.
Why do these people hate American allies? Because when you're narcissistic and retarded, everything in life is a zero-sum game. So, if you see other people eating or having something or doing something, you literally view it in your mind as a zero-sum game. If a MAGA person walked into a room with 10 people masturbating, he would think that he was being deprived of 10 orgasms and would tell everybody to stop. That's why they're trying to ban porn. It's every single thing is zero-sum, and every time somebody else is winning, it means you're losing. That's how they view the world.
This would be my way to do public service, but again, that's not my decision to make, it's the president's.
Cracks widen in Japan and U.S.'s interpretation of tariff trade deal. The U.S. will secure only 90% of profits from joint investments with Japan if it takes on a proportional amount of risk and financing, Tokyo said on Friday. Okay, that's just an ordinary investment then. Okay.
Oh, here to weigh in, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Now, Trump says the cost went from 2.5 to 3.1. It's the overall project, apparently. Powell disputed that. But the whole point that President Trump was trying to make is this guy's holding up our interest rates, God bless him. But it doesn't seem like they can even manage this sprawling project. They're like, oh, the windows are expensive. They're blast-proof windows, billions of dollars.
It's unbelievable. They are losing so much money. The way they're managing everything is so bad. And then they spend $3 billion. And I love the name, by the way, the Fed Mahal. I mean, how great is that for Taj Mahal? It's so funny.
In the end, President Trump said, well, he thinks that Powell will do the right thing. But there's a rate perhaps decision from the board coming up shortly.
They're meeting next week. So, the president's trying to be, come on, do the right thing. You got to remember that every point saves the United States of America $360 billion. So cut a half. And at least every point saves the United next week. So, the president's trying to be, come on, do the right thing. You got to remember that every point saves the United States of America.
What is he talking about?
How great is that for Taj Mahal?
Am I retarded?
In the end, President Trump said, well, he thinks that Powell will do the right thing. But there's a rate perhaps decision from the board coming up shortly.
They're meeting next week. So, the president's trying to be, come on, do the right thing. You got to remember that every point saves the United States of America $360 billion. So cut a half.
What's he talking about when he says that? He's talking about debt financing? Is that an ordinary thing? If you cut an interest rate lower, can they just instantly refinance the debt? How does that work? Why would you willingly give back your treasury bond for a lower interest rate? Why would you do that? All new debt taken on. Oh, okay, sure, for new debt.
And at least give America $180 billion. Come on. I mean, that's what Donald Trump is trying to do. Just cajole the guy into saving us only $180 billion a year.
It was a classic Trump move, though, going over to the building. It was like The Apprentice. I thought someone's about to get fired here. But he was asked if he would stop criticizing Powell at one point.
Are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
Okay, he's having some fun there, but we don't have to belabor that point. We'll see what happens. I want to talk about the trade deals. Big deals, Indonesia, Philippines, and then Japan, which is a very big trading partner. Japan has its own trade deficit, pretty big one, but not with us, about $64.9 billion trade surplus with the United States. There's so many interesting things about this, but the $550 billion investment in the United States, I asked Secretary Bessent this last night, how will that actually be spent? Because American manufacturers are like, we just want American businesses here.
In your opinion, what reason is there to give ICE $170 billion? The total U.S. police spend is estimated at $135 to $140 billion. Why give ICE access to that and all our Medicaid records? Because they're obsessed with the immigration thing.
There's so many interesting things about this, but the $550 billion investment in the United States, I asked Secretary Bessent this last night, how will that actually be spent? Because American manufacturers are like, we just want American businesses here. We're not interested in helping the Japanese set up more businesses here. We want American companies and American workers.
Exactly. That's the misunderstanding. This is not Toyota investing in America. This is literally the Japanese government giving Donald Trump $550 billion and says, go.
What does that even mean? Do you think this guy feels any shame and how unbelievably fucking retarded the shit that he says is? So Japan, the country, the government, their treasury, who? What part of Japan is literally giving Donald Trump personally $500 billion? Dollar equivalent? Yeah. What the fuck is even? What does that sentence even fucking mean?
Exactly. That's the misunderstanding. This is not Toyota.
Yeah. Is he talking about Mr. Japan
investing in America? This is literally the Japanese government giving Donald Trump $550 billion and says, go fix whatever you need to fix. I'll give you an example. Generic antibiotics, right? We don't make antibiotics in America. They're made in China. How are we going to fix that? Because China sells them for half. So no one's going to.
Is that even true, or do we manufacture a fuck ton of generics in the U.S.? I forget. I feel like I looked this up. Where are drugs manufactured most in world? U.S. does 10%. What was I looking up before where it was like, I don't remember if it was related to this or if it was related to patents or what, where it's like, it looks like the U.S. has a lower, I'm thinking of like what drugs Medicaid or Medicare pays for. It's like a small percentage of the overall drugs, but people generally consume them because of, because they were generics or some bullshit. I'm guessing this must be for the drugs that we consume in the United States, right? That'd be my guess.
Going to go into that business. Donald Trump can take the Japanese money and say, let's go build a factory. Let's get an American company to operate it, right? We'll lease them the factory. And if they don't make much money, so what? That's the beauty of this deal. This is them putting $550 billion. That's why Donald Trump calls it a signing bonus, right? They cut their tariff costs by giving Donald Trump the money to invest in semiconductors, shipbuilding, critical minerals, pharmaceutical.
Like, what the fuck does that even mean? So it's just money with no strings attached, or what?
That's the beauty of this deal. This is them putting $550 billion. That's why Donald Trump calls it a signing bonus, right? They cut their tariff costs by giving Donald Trump the money to invest in semiconductors, shipbuilding, critical minerals, pharmaceuticals, right? Critical minerals and rare earths. He can build anything he wants to make America powerful. I mean, if you want to talk about tariffs working, is there a better way to say he gets $550 billion to invest in America? The way Donald Trump wants to do it. I mean, that is awesome.
And when we look at what's happened with China, for instance, I mean, China is having real problems with its manufacturing right now. They don't have anyone to sell to. I mean, article after article after article. So some would argue that you don't really need a deal with China. I know Trump is a deal maker. He likes doing deals. I know you like doing deals, but why just not have
what deals?
The tariffs in place? Why do we need a deal with China? They need to sell to us, right? They need to sell to us more than really we need to sell to them. I don't trust that they'd buy a lot of our products.
I mean, we didn't feel it, right? Remember when it was 145%? Yeah. Did you feel it? But I tell you what, their factories were closing all over the place. So Donald Trump understands he doesn't need to do a deal with China. You know, the idea is we've got 30% tariff on them for this term, 25 from his last term, so they're paying 55%. And you know what he's thinking? That's pretty good. Let's just stay
What about
calm,
the argument
cool.
that's being passed on to the consumers? You know, I've heard other people say there's not enough being said to dispute that at some point down the road, let's say there's not a deal. I frankly don't want a deal. I think it's working really well now, but I understand there probably would be a deal. But would those costs at some point be passed on to the consumers?
How many months have to go by before the 2.7% inflation is actually 2.7% inflation, right? We put 30% on China. Why, when the experts, you know, these famous experts who say we're going to get inflation, where is it? You know where it is? It's nowhere, because the Chinese need to employ their people. So they eat it. Because they need to keep selling, And, you know, at some point, we need to balance ourselves, get our trade deficit down, get rid of them selling to Vietnam, who sells to us.
Yeah,
He's done that.
Transshipping is a disaster for American companies.
In every one of our deals, we say if it's got these other markets content, 40%. 40%. So Donald Trump is on it, and that's why he knows he's going to make $700, $800, maybe $900 billion. Because if you put 40% on all of that stuff, you know, this is going to the bottom line of America. You know, who paid for tax on tips and no tax on overtime? Tariffs.
And this will be American workers, not a glut of foreign workers, not a glut of H-1B visas, American workers and American companies.
Right, this is Donald Trump chooses the deal. He chooses the deal. And then we go implement that deal. And the Japanese are saying, in order to buy our tariff down from 25 to 15, here's $550
car
billion.
companies, car companies, I heard some grumbling from some of our friends over at some of the big car companies.
Well, you know, when you're so in love with it, charging the other guy 25% and you only charge him 15. By the way, before April 2nd, you know we were charging them? 2. So now it's 15, and you know they're just not as happy as they were when it was 25.
I love tariffs.
I get it, but I love tariffs.
I love tariffs.
You and me, we'll go out together.
Sorry, I love
and we'll
tariffs.
get tariff will pay for dinner.
I love tariffs. Mr. Secretary, great to see you. We're looking forward to what happens in Stockholm with the Chinese and also in European negotiations. We'll have you back. Thanks again. Hey, Sean.
Okay. All right.
The $550 billion.
I can't watch this fucking retard. So we watch this fucking retard. Kill me, bro. I can't do this.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. We have a special guest with us today who will speak momentarily. But first, I would like to begin with a message from the White House to the families of the victims in the brutal murder case in Ohio, all in one day, between Israel and mercy classified agents to push a false political narrative. And direct open it up for questions afterwards. Tulsi, thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. At President Trump's direction and with the support and coordination of the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified oversight majority staff report that was produced in September of 2020.
We have declassified the majority staff report that, oh my God, what?
And with the support and coordination of the House Intelligence Committee Chairman Rick Crawford, today we've released a declassified oversight majority staff report.
Thank you. Thank God for the declassified oversight majority staff report. Thank God.
That was produced in September of 2020.
Because nothing says secret government conspiracy theory like a staff report that was literally published and then preserved for internal government records. Thank God, Queen Tulsi, this evil fucking cunt. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Thank you, God.
The stunning revelations that we are releasing today should be of concern to every American. This is not about Democrats or Republicans. This has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic and American voters having faith that the votes cast will count. There is irrefutable evidence that detail how President Obama and his national security team directed the creation of an intelligence community assessment that they knew was false. They knew it would promote this contrived narrative that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help President Trump win, selling it to the American people as though it were true. It wasn't. The report that we released today shows in great detail how they carried this out. They manufactured findings from shoddy sources. They suppressed evidence and credible intelligence that disproved their false claims. They disobeyed traditional tradecraft intelligence community standards and withheld the truth from the American people. In doing so, they conspired to subvert the will of the American people who elected Donald Trump in that election in November of 2016. They worked with their partners in the media to promote this lie, ultimately to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump and launching what would be a years-long coup against him and his administration. We're here today because the American people deserve the truth, they deserve accountability, and they deserve justice. The records that we released on Friday that were ODNI records, Senator Chuck Grassley's release on Monday of what is known as the Clinton Annex, which was an appendix to the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General's 2018 report, as well as the House Intelligence Committee's majority oversight report that we're releasing today, all come back to and confirm the same report. There was a gross politicization and manipulation of intelligence by the Obama administration intended to delegitimize President Trump even before he was inaugurated, ultimately usurping the will of the American people. I'm going to go over the key findings from the House Intelligence report, which investigated the claims that were made by an intelligence community assessment ordered by President Obama and published in January of 2017. First, Putin's principal interests relating to the 2016 election were to undermine faith in the U.S. democratic process, not show any preference of a certain candidate. In fact, this report shows Putin held back from leaking compromising material on Hillary Clinton prior to the election, instead planning to release it after the election to weaken what Moscow viewed as an inevitable Clinton presidency. In the January 2017 intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered,
what is that supposed to prove?
John Brennan, who's CIA director at the time, and the intelligence community intentionally suppressed intelligence that showed Putin was saving the most damaging material that he had in his possession about Hillary Clinton until after her potential and likely victory. The report goes into great detail about the information that...
Hold on, I'm sorry real quick. Just can somebody tell me, do we trust the intelligence community or not? Because I thought that all of it was fake news and we didn't trust any of them under Obama because they were all rigged and corrupt in the deep state. But we do trust this stuff? Or which one are we supposed to trust again? Or what part of it are we supposed to trust again?
That Russia and Putin had on Hillary Clinton, which included possible criminal acts like secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which State Department officials offered in exchange.
I can't say what I want to say right now. I hate this platform and I hate the world. The fact that she is saying this in this manner, there's the ending of Braveheart or whatever. The fact that you would selectively leak stuff here without more is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is an unbelievably treacherous thing to do. But
for supporting Secretary Clinton's campaign for the presidency, significant increases in financing from the State Department. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evident employees. They also had documents that showed the patronage of the State Department to State Department employees who would go and support Hillary Clinton's presidential.
What the fuck does that mean? They donated to a political campaign, or they were bribed to work for them, or what?
Campaign. There were high-level DNC emails that detailed evidence of Hillary's, quote, psycho-emotional problems, uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness, and that then Secretary Clinton was allegedly on a daily regimen of heavy tranquilizers. Then CIA Director Brennan and the intelligence community mischaracterized.
Hillary? What? Was she so fucking overactive and so pumped up and energized that they had to trank her down to ordinary energy? What does that even mean? Can somebody link me this stupid fucking report? I hate that I'm even gonna fucking wait. Here's the actual doc sheet declassified. I hate my life and I hate my life and I hate my life that I would even look at any of this stupid fucking shit. What a waste of fucking time.
Characterized intelligence and relied on dubious substandard sources to create a contrived false narrative that Putin developed a quote-unquote clear preference for Trump. Brennan and the IC misled lawmakers by referencing the debunked Steele dossier to assess quote-unquote Russia's plans and intentions, falsely suggesting that this dossier had intelligence value when he knew that it was discredited. The intelligence community excluded significant intelligence and ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence that contradicted the intelligence community assessment's key findings on Putin's alleged support for Trump.
Remember the narrative on the Steele dossier, Okay? Remember the narrative on the Steele dossier. This was an illegal thing that Hillary Clinton and Obama funded from some guy just to shit on Trump, okay? That's the narrative on it. But for some fucking reason, nobody in the political system and no mainstream media outlet, even though they were all supposedly aligned against Trump, wanted to publish this until BuzzFeed Media did. For some reason, they all sat on it for who the fuck knows how long until BuzzFeed finally published this, even though they had this in their possession for months. Kind of weird how that works. Kind of weird how that...
Including this intelligence reporting, would have exposed the ICA's claim as implausible, if not ridiculous. The intelligence community assessment omitted reliably sourced information, such as how some Russian intelligence officials were quote-unquote planning for candidate Hillary Clinton's victory, while others assessed neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's interests. As was reflected in the ODNI documents that we released on Friday, multiple intelligence community assessments released in the months leading...
I'm sorry, hold on. I just looked this up because I didn't want to get the timeline wrong, because I honestly, I just didn't remember. Was the Steele dossier by BuzzFeed not even published until after the fucking election? It wasn't even published until January 10th, 2017. So what the fuck was so this was the master plan? The Steele dossier, the master plan to publish it after the fucking election?
Leading up to the November 2016 election, concluded that Russia had neither the intent nor capability to impact the outcome of the U.S. election. On December 5th of 2016, the FBI and ODNI gave the House Intelligence Committee its first post-election classified briefing, in which there was no mention of Putin aspiring to elect Trump by either agency. The Presidential Daily Brief, drafted on December 8th of 2016, stated that no Russian or criminal actors impacted vote counts. This document was pulled just hours before it was to be published due to quote-unquote new guidance. If it had been published, it would have been briefed to both President Obama and President-elect Donald Trump. On December 9th, 2016, a National Security Council meeting was called to gather President Obama's senior national security officials, which included CIA Director Brennan, then Obama DNI James Clapper, Susan Rice, and others. Following that secret meeting, DNI Clapper's assistant sent an email to the intelligence community with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling, tasking ODNI leaders to create a new assessment per the president's request. The House Intelligence Committee oversight report that we released today reveals that, quote, unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the intelligence community assessment was a high-profile product ordered by the president, President Obama. It directed senior intelligence community agency heads and created
matters after that, but if anyone has questions for Director Gabbard, you're welcome to ask them. We'll start with our new media seat as always. Emily, go ahead.
Thank you. And Director Gabbard, this one is for you. Do you believe that any of this new information implicates former President Obama in criminal behavior?
We have referred and will continue to refer all of these documents to the Department of Justice and the FBI to investigate the criminal implications of this.
For even former President Obama?
Correct. The evidence that we have found and that we have released directly point to President Obama leading the manufacturing of this intelligence assessment. There are multiple pieces of evidence and intelligence that confirm that fact.
Ed, go ahead.
Director Gabbard, thank you. So just two questions to begin on that. The president yesterday, you've inferred that the former president helped lead a coup. Based on what you now see, do you believe President Obama is guilty of treason?
I'm leaving the criminal charges to the Department of Justice. I'm not an attorney, but as I've said previously, when you look at the intent behind creating a fake manufactured intelligence document that directly contradicts multiple assessments that were created by the intelligence community, the expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy against the American people, our republic, and an attempt to undermine President Trump's administration.
Why wouldn't they release all this before the election so that Trump loses? Like, how fucking retarded do you have to be a MAGA person? It's actually unreal. You must need like some kind of daily assistance or something to make it through the day.
The Senate Intelligence Committee spent several years looking into this and unanimously agreed in a bipartisan fashion, Secretary of State Rubio was a member of that committee, that there was no political interference. There was a years-long Justice Department investigation into this as well that also concluded no political interference. So help us, from a 50,000-foot level, explain, what do you now have that refutes those two?
Sure, I will encourage you, in my role as the Director of National Intelligence, my job, again, as I said when I came into this role, was to make sure that we are telling the truth to the American people and that we are ensuring that the intelligence community is not being politicized. So I'm not asking you to take my word for it. I'm asking you in the media to conduct honest journalism and the American people to see for yourself in the documents that we've released now, close to 200 pages, that point in multiple references, multiple examples, to include comments that have been made by senior intelligence professionals, who are some still working within these agencies today, that confirm the conclusions that we have drawn, that President Obama directed an intelligence community assessment to be created to further this contrived false narrative that ultimately led to a years-long coup to try to undermine President Trump's presidency.
And it's your belief that those two previous investigations missed that or covered it up?
I'm telling you to look at the evidence. Look at the evidence, and you will know the truth.
John.
Thanks, Caroline. Thanks, Director Gabbard. You declassified these documents, if I'm not mistaken, Friday of last week, correct?
We released them on Friday of last week, the first tranche, yes.
This isn't the first time that President Trump has been president of the United States. He was president from 2017 to 2021.
Well, you see, back then,
Couldn't the prior DNI under President Trump have declassified these documents? And why didn't that DNI do that at that time?
I can't speak to what happened there. There were several DNIs under the first Trump administration. President Trump faced many challenges from those who were working in the government who sought to undermine his presidency. That's been clearly detailed. What I can speak to is the fact that this was one of the first things that we started to investigate here within this Trump administration and have released the results upon the conclusion of our investigation.
And then my second question has to do with what intelligence agencies around the world have said about Russia, that they have tried to influence elections in the United States, in France, in Germany, in the UK. Do you disagree with that? Do you believe that Russia is a bad actor as it relates to trying to influence elections?
I'll point back to the intelligence that President Trump has ordered declassified, that we have declassified and released, that the intelligence reflects Russia's motives were to try to sow discord and chaos within the U.S. election, which is a clear distinction from showing a preference for or against a specific candidate, which is what the Obama manufactured intelligence document alleges, that Russia preferred Donald Trump and tried to help Donald Trump.
This is what I mean when I say that, like, it sucks to talk about conspiracies, because what we're watching right now, this is a conspiracy, right? Donald Trump has taken this evil cunt witch fucking demon, Hellspawn, okay? And he's gotten her to put together a report that doesn't say anything of substance from 2016, 2017. And then we are now, what do you call it when there's a word I'm looking for, not fabricating it, but she's like taking, it's not even close to fabricate, but it sounds like this word, I think. She's just taking it and running it around everywhere, laundering it. There's a word I'm looking for here, but we're just running around with this bullshit report that doesn't say anything new. We already knew all of this. None of this is new information. I had the C-SPAN clip before. Like, everybody knew that they didn't directly do anything with the election, and now we're pretending that we've revealed some new thing, and now we pretend that we're doing something to get these people arrested by recommending criminal charges and all this shit. This is a conspiracy, and all this is being done to take away, I guess, eyes from the Trump, kid fucking scandal or whatever with Epstein. All of this is just being done to divert attention, but like, it's so out in the open, you can't even, like, it doesn't even feel. I don't know, it just feels like it's so obvious. I don't know what to say.
Get elected. Again, going back to the most important point here, with the intent to undermine the legitimacy of President Trump's election and therefore subvert the will of the American people who chose to send him to the White House.
Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. Director Gabbard, Reagan Reese with Daily Caller. You laid out that the documents revealed that the Obama administration did not publish a December 2016 presidential daily briefing that demonstrated that Russia did not steal the election. Trump was receiving these briefings at the time because he was president-elect. Are you of the view that that information was kept out of the briefing because then President-elect Donald Trump would have seen it?
I don't have any documents that speak to exactly what the new guidance was that was given as the reason for pulling that document, which, by the way, still has never been published until we released it last week, Friday. One could assume that they didn't want President Trump to see a document that came from the intelligence community that would contradict the Russia hoax narrative that began through the Hillary Clinton campaign with the Steele dossier.
One more, maybe either for you or Caroline. The president said yesterday that Obama committed treason. Do you or the White House believe that the Supreme Court's immunity decision protects Obama from prosecution?
Look, I can speak to the president's feelings on this matter. He spoke to all of you yesterday in the Oval Office, but I also spoke to him about this morning. And he wants to see all those who perpetuated this fraud against our country, who betrayed our country and the Constitution, to be thoroughly investigated and held accountable. And it's been 10 years of this. And I would just add, based on everything the director has said and declassified, all of you in this room should go through it and take a look at this report and review the intelligence, because unfortunately that hasn't happened. And many of the people who perpetuated this hoax, Clapper, Andy McCabe, James Comey, and many others, have been hired by major networks in this room to go on television and continue to spew these lies, knowing that they are lies. And if you all recall, just flashback to 2016 and the years after, the entire Trump 1 presidency was embroiled in this scandal that was perpetuated by the Democrat Party. And you had major Democrat Party officials in this city, namely Adam Schiff, Hillary Clinton, Elizabeth Warren, who went on television and told the American people Donald Trump is an asset of Russia. It was a lie. They always knew it. Hillary Clinton herself said that President Trump would be a puppet for Putin. Senator Tim Kaine at the time called President Trump Vladimir Putin's defense lawyer. Adam Schiff stated, and one of the worst things a lawmaker can do is to tell the American people, I know something you don't know, it's just classified and I can't tell you. And that's what he said. I can tell you that the case is more than that. I can't go into the particulars, but there's more than circumstantial evidence now. And
Directors of National Intelligence. Let's see. Bush had this guy from 2005, 2007, and then Mike McConnell, 2007, 2009. Okay, and then Obama had Ronald Burgess for 2 days. Oh, acting, sorry. Okay, so he had Dennis Blair for a year, James Clapper for like 6.5 years. And then we get acting, and then Donald Trump has Dan Coates for about 3 years, Joseph McGuire, acting, Richard Grenell, acting, John Radcliffe for less than a year. Nice. So how many did he go through? 4 of them? 3? He had 4 altogether, basically? I'm guessing this acting is like a holdover from the previous admin, right? Kind of? Damn. And then Biden just had 3 years and 365 days. Was there a leap year? What the fuck does that mean?
And not enough people in this room, not enough journalists in this country pushed Adam Schiff to say, what are you talking about? What evidence do you have? Everybody just ran with the lies, and it led to impeachments. It led to the division of our country. Unfortunately, so many Americans, from listening to outlets in this room, believed in these lies. And it's a complete scam, and it's a scandal, and the president wants to see accountability for that. Phil.
Thank you. A question for Director Gabbard. A spokesperson for former President Obama said in a statement earlier this week, quote, nothing in the documents issued last week undercuts the widely accepted conclusion that Russia worked to influence the 2016 election, but did not successfully manipulate any votes. How do you respond to critics like former President Obama and also others on the Hill who say that the administration is conflating apples and oranges here, conflating allegations of actual hacking of voter machines and allegations of interference generally?
I think it's a disservice to the American people that former President Obama's office and others who are criticizing the transparency that is being delivered by releasing these documents. They are doing a disservice to the American people and trying to deflect away from their culpability in what is a historic scandal and negative action towards the American people and our democratic republic. The answer to that statement can very clearly be found throughout all of the documents that we have released. Again, showing that Russia has took action to try to sow discord in the election, but showed no preference for or against any singular candidate.
You've long been an opponent of weaponization in government. How do you respond to criticism that referring Obama administration officials and even potentially the former president is just more weaponization and this is a potential race to the bottom?
I think that's a very disrespectful attack on the American people who deserve the truth. They deserve to have faith and trust in the integrity of our democratic republic, which has been undermined by President Obama through his direction of this manufactured fake intelligence document, knowing that it was filled with lies and knowing that it would and could then be used for all of the actions that came after.
Carolyn, and I would just add, there needs to be accountability for that weaponization, Phil, that we've seen. And no one has been a victim of the weaponized government more than President Trump, not just because of this political scandal. You all recall his house was raided. So I think
he's like an actual permanent victim for everything. His house was raided because this fat fucking retard stole documents that we still don't even have back. after he left the office of the presidency.
You know, it's very disingenuous for people to say, how dare they speak of former President Obama about this based on evidence and based on intelligence, when the former president of the United States, Donald Trump's home was raided, when he was forced to sit in a Manhattan courtroom and many other courtrooms across the country for crimes he never committed, when he was impeached and indicted, and the entire country witnessed that. That's the weaponization of justice. Now the president is back because the American people see the truth. Nearly 80 million Americans reelected him back to this office, and he believes that we need to have justice and accountability. And I think the nearly 80 million Americans who reelected him agree with that. Caitlin.
Thank you, Caroline. Two questions for Director Gabbard, just on this. Director Gabbard, you referenced the past intelligence reports and assessments on this.
Remember, if you want to talk about fake news, by the way, remember Donald Trump's injection point into the 2016 election season was him spreading that conspiracy that Obama was born in Kenya. That was the start of his big political career moving into that election season, that he pushed for that Sheriff Arpaio for a fucking year or two.
Including that 2017 one that was signed off, as Ed noted, by every Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee, including the acting chair of the time, now Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who said in a statement that they did not find any evidence of Russian collusion, but they did find, however, is very troubling, and they found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling. One, are you saying that he's wrong in that statement that he made then? And secondly, what would you say to people who believe that you're only releasing these documents now to improve your standing with the president after he said that your intelligence assessments were wrong?
Well, first, I want to correct something that you stated, which was citing the Senate Intelligence Committee's report as being one and the same. I think you said the intelligence community. The Senate Intelligence Committee has a very different function than the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. The evidence and the intelligence that has been declassified and released is irrefutable. I'm going to let Caroline speak to Secretary Rubio.
I'll speak to both questions. First, on Secretary Rubio, he put out a statement in 2020 following that Senate Intelligence Committee report, and he said what they found is troubling. We found irrefutable evidence of Russian meddling, which the Director of National Intelligence just confirmed for all of you, that Russia was trying to sow distrust and chaos. But what's the outrage in this that Secretary Rubio did not say at the time, the Democrats were saying at the time, is the fact that the intelligence community was concocting this narrative that the president colluded with the Russians, that the president's son was holding secret meetings with the Russians. All of these lies that were never true. And he also said at that time, we discovered deeply troubling actions taken by the FBI under Comey, particularly their acceptance and willingness to rely on the Steele dossier without verifying its methodology or sourcing. The Steele dossier that many outlets in this room ran as the gospel truth, and it was cooked up and paid for by the Clinton campaign. As for your second question, Caitlin, I think who is saying that she would release this to try to boost her standing with the president? Who has said that?
Well, the president has publicly undermined her when it came to Iran. He said she was wrong. He told me that she didn't know what she was talking about. That was on Air Force One on camera.
The only people who are suggesting that the Director of National Intelligence would release evidence to try to boost her standing with the president are the people in this room who constantly try to sow
No response, no answer, because that happened. Donald Trump said that Tulsi didn't know what the fuck she was talking about with regards to Iran, which is kind of spooky given that she's the Director of National Intelligence, but
and chaos amongst the president's cabinet, and it is not working. I will just answer your question directly. I am with the president of the United States every day. He has the utmost confidence in Director Gabbard. He always has. He continues to, and that is true of his entire cabinet, who is all working as one team to deliver on the promises this president made. Does anyone else have questions for Director Gabbard? And then we'll turn it over to a couple other questions. Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Director Gabbard. Two follow-ups on questions that have been asked. You mentioned the previous DNIs during the president's first term. One of them reports to you right now, if I'm not mistaken, John Ratcliffe. So have you not spoken to him about why this information was not declassified during the first term?
No.
He was in that position for a very short period of time. The work that began back then, we have picked up and absolutely completed. We are continuing to investigate.
The work that, yeah, really? You're continuing on that investigation, and you guys didn't announce that or say anything about it at the time? Okay, Chief.
This. Additional whistleblowers are now coming forward because they see an opportunity for the truth to come to light, and as Caroline said, for real accountability to be brought forward. The accountability is the essential part of this. We can show the truth, reveal the truth. The accountability needs to occur to be able to start to restore that trust in the integrity of our democracy.
And then just quickly, I know you said you would leave the charging to DOJ, but the statute of limitations on conspiracy is 5 years. So what else could they possibly pursue besides treason?
I think that's a great question for Attorney General Pam Bondi. We're providing all of the evidence, all of the intelligence that we have, both redacted and unredacted versions, referring it to the Department of Justice and the FBI.
We'll take one more. Charlie, go ahead.
How credible was the information about Hillary Clinton's health? The report said that it was from sourced from the DNC. Have you seen that information, or do you think that maybe Russia was overemphasizing what they had?
All I have seen is what the Intelligence Committee have reported through their investigation. I think that the underlying point there is that we understand from intelligence what Russia said that they had. And the important point here is that if they were trying to influence the election, as President Obama and James Clapper and John Brennan, everybody said they were doing in order to support Donald Trump's election, they would have released the most damning of that information, some of which I detailed here. You'll find the rest in the report.
Do we not trust any of the Mueller indictments that laid out, like in a really detailed manner, how many of these accounts existed that were spreading fake news, that were all trying to attack Hillary Clinton? Do we just think that that was all a lie? Do we not stand by any of those indictments? Are we not going to reference that investigation at all, or?
Prior to the election, to help Donald Trump win. They specifically withheld what they had on her, the most damning information, because they thought that she would win the election. They had plans to release it just prior to her inauguration to, again, sow discord and chaos in America.
And if I may, on Jeffrey Epstein, can you rule out that he was connected in some way to any kind of intelligence, either foreign or domestic?
I haven't seen any evidence or information that reflects that. If anything comes before me that changes that in any way, support the president's statement loud and clear. If any credible evidence comes forward, he wants the American people to see it.
Great. Director Gabbard, we thank you for your time today. I know you're a busy woman, so we'll let you get out of here, but thank you so much. Okay, I know there's many issues going
Understand, these partisans are so contemptuous of the American people. What was the Russia hoax about? It was about subverting democracy. They were mad at the voters that they elected Donald Trump.
They want to punish him.
It's the exact same sentiment that led to the lawfare last year of indicting Donald Trump 4 times.
Really happened. This is the greatest subversion of democracy had they gotten their way.
But you already paid for the Durham investigation. Then he came out and told you there was nothing there, and everyone was angry at him.
We didn't have access
to that.
We didn't have access to
Oh my God! These documents, by the way, I'm sure
these
you wouldn't say
documents
that
were in a
Andy.
CIA vault
I'm
for
sure you wouldn't
4
say that
years.
Andy McCarthy is some liberal media goon who wants to cover for them, saying this has always been a foolish stand.
You think that, excuse me, you think the Epstein
How dare
files?
you?
What?
How dare you?
Is it any surprise that the lies continue today? Is it any surprise that with all they threw at Donald Trump leading into the election in 24, the American people had already determined that they're not trustworthy? You cannot believe them because they spread lies like the Russia hoax and every other lie that they told about Donald Trump. Who would ever trust them again? That's why in 2007 I said journalism is dead. After this past election, presidential election, I said the legacy state-run media mob is dead. Fake news CNN, they wouldn't even show the full Tulsi Gabbard press conference detailing the intelligence community's find.
Is there any chance we can restore trust in our institutions at this point? I don't know. Now it's hard because now you see these retarded maggots show up at my chat. Someone's like, I thought you said trust institutions. Because now I'll legitimately have to say after the next election cycle, assuming a Democrat wins, that like, well, we just couldn't trust the institutions under Trump, but you can probably trust them again, which is legitimately what I'll say and legitimately what I'll feel and legitimately what I can intellectually defend because Trump is like actually abusing and bending all of these institutions to his whim now. And it's so obvious, but it's a matter of can you get anybody to actually sit down and read anything and look at actually like what's happening. But it's just an infinite roster of people. Well, I don't know anything about that, or I haven't looked into that, or I'm not aware of that statement. But let me tell you what I heard on Joe Rogan, and it's just like fucking impossible.
Findings when she declassified those documents, they muted the director of national intelligence. They cut away.
Times on another note admiring Donald Trump, or another admiring note Donald Trump wrote to Jeffrey Epstein. Wow.
Look, no, I haven't heard from my constituents. Again, this is much more important to a few people than it is to the vast majority of Americans. Americans are I think, are over the Epstein case. They have been over it for a long time. It keeps being brought up, and that's why I think this, hey, man, just release the things and this thing will go away and put it in our rearview mirror. We got a lot more important things to do for the American people than what happened, 8, 10, 20 years ago. It's already been resolved in court. The man was found guilty. He did some heinous things and to young girls, and he paid the ultimate price, I guess, with his own suicide. But, we need to move on. And again, the American people...
Thank God for Trump that Epstein not alive anymore, right? Whoo! That'd be pretty fucking awkward if we could just go and talk to him, huh? And that motherfucker would love to speak.
More worried about, tabletop issues, kitchen table issues, their economy, how much they're paying for gas, how much money that can they keep in their pockets once the effects of the big beautiful bill take effect with no tax on tips and overtime, Social Security, lowering gas prices through energy dominance. I think the American people are a lot more interested in that than in the Epstein files.
I want to play for you, Congressman, what your fellow Republican, Senator Lisa Murkowski, had to say about the Trump administration's recent attacks on former President Obama. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
It does cause one to wonder if this is an effort by folks in the administration to have the conversation, move on to something else other than the Epstein matter. Move on to something else, somebody other than President Trump. So let's go back to prior presidents.
Like, I need like an onion skit or something. Like, I'm so sorry, but like what you just said there is fucking retarded. Like the magnitude just doesn't match the action. There's got to be like an onion skit where people are having a discussion about something that's like clearly and obviously the worst fucking thing in the universe, but everybody's just kind of like talking about it like it's an ordinary, normal thing. Expert wasted entire life studying anteaters. Fuck me, dude.
Are Republicans deliberately trying to obstruct government business to hurt Obama's re-election chances? In Washington, Democrats charge Republicans with trying to do just that through their recent tactic of speaking and moving in slow motion. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, however, denied the accusations this afternoon in a 95-word statement that took him more than 3 hours to read, followed by a question and answer session that went on for another 5 hours until reporters became frustrated and left. Beltway insiders began to notice that Republican members of the House and Senate were slowing things down last week during Representative John Haller's argument against Obama's proposed tax increase.
This bill will kill jobs.
Democrats maintain that this is, quote, just the latest ploy by Republicans to derail the president's agenda at America's expense, pointing to previous methods such as going limp during committee hearings.
No, he's doing it again. Congressman Haley.
I can't. You'll have to help me.
This is absurd. Someone prop Congressman Haley up in his seat so he finishes, please.
Whoops.
Republicans counter by saying they're just taking their time with the esteemed business of government. They also accuse the Democrats of hypocrisy, pointing to the fact that during the Bush administration, Democrats insisted all bills be read aloud in both English and Latin.
Providimus enim prorogation facta appropriata. How do you say this one?
And used laser pointers to distract committee chairmen.
Stop that! Stop it! Those things make you blind if you get shot in the eye.
Vice President Biden has urged his congressional colleagues to counteract Republican stall tactics by doing a bunch of speed because he thinks he knows a guy who can get some.
Oh, how do they know? Is that maybe that's actually what McConnell was doing here? Was he doing the tactic?
Finishing the NDA this week has been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
What happened? What was this? Is this like a complex seizure or something? I heard that on House once.
Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it back. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
Okay. I feel like there's a lot of these I haven't watched before.
In Modesto, California today, crowds turned out for the annual Modesto County Ninja Parade, which once again passed through town entirely undetected.
This is our 4th straight year coming, and we've still never seen a ninja.
According to an arrow scroll delivered straight into the heart of the city clerk, this marked the 30th year that the Modesto area ninjas have stealthily celebrated their heritage.
It's amazing how the ninjas can sneak by undetected on us. The kids love trying to be able to spot them and not being able to.
A record crowd of 3,000 people came out to not see the ninjas.
We were right where the ninjas probably were.
Best part was probably when I found the candy in my pocket. The ninjas must have came up behind me like really fast and took all this candy.
Despite its long tradition, only once in 1984 was any evidence of the parade's presence captured on film. And after the event, attendees were informed that the theme of this year's parade had been Shirotori Kuroi Kage.
That's so fucking stupid. Fuck! Why did I feel like Daniel like quit? I don't know. They fired all their good writers, or they just weren't making money, or what is it? What is this a reference to? Nothing. It was just fucking retarded onion skits.
You tuned in at the right time because guess what? It's time for Today Now's Critter Corner, and we're going to be talking all about anteaters.
Hey, that's right, Tracy. We're sitting down here with Dr. Franklin Kearns. He has just published the definitive book on anteaters, a complete anatomy, behavior, and history. Dr. Kearns, we're honored to have you join us on Today Now this morning.
Thanks, Jim. Always a pleasure to be actually conversing with another human.
He says that because he's been living with anteaters for, 15 years you spent living in the forests of Argentina. Tell us about these incredibly interesting creatures.
Well, they're not very fascinating. The anteater is a solitary, sedentary creature that spends its time sniffing around the dirt, eating, sleeping. So it wasn't fascinating, certainly not after the first 5 years.
Well, I'm very excited at the prospect of meeting one. Let's bring out the anteater.
No. Why in the world would I want to bring an anteater?
Oh, I thought you were going to bring an anteater
that's
with
what I
you.
told you.
So we can blame Trump for the Thailand and Cambodia escalations, right? I don't even know what's going on over there. But if it is happening, it's probably Biden's fault.
Your producers, because I didn't want them to bring
Okay, well, let's just talk about them then, because do you have any favorite anteater facts that you'd like to toss around?
They're on the endangered species list, and they're all going to die soon.
Well, it must have been interesting at some level, and I found the book to be very interesting myself.
That's surprising to me.
Well,
there's pages and pages about the brown stripe of the lesser anteater known as tamundua of the Venezuelan grasslands.
Tamandua. That's an interesting name. What does tamandua mean in Venezuelan?
Catcher of ants.
One of the things I found fascinating about your book, Dr. Kearns, is that anteaters don't really eat ants. They eat termites.
You know what is strange? I can't talk about anything else but anteaters.
We just have a few minutes left, and we don't want to miss out on looking at the footage of the anteaters that we have to look at.
Oh, God.
Here they are. They certainly look cute.
No, they're not cute.
They're not cute?
No, they're not little. They're not cute.
What is this? I feel like I see this pop up in Reddit comments sometimes, but apparently anteaters have independently evolved through 5 different lineages of species. Is this true? Or is this like a meme?
Their tongue alone is 2 feet long.
That's, interesting.
15 years.
Yeah. I think we're just about out of the footage anyway.
When I was 9 years into the project, I said to myself, give it up, leave this jungle. But instead, I convinced myself to stay. I said to myself, publishing the #1 resource book on anteaters will be worth it.
Yeah.
But the day it was published, it was completely anticlimactic. It felt like the physical manifestation of 15 years of boredom came into being.
I'm sure that...
don't apologize. I'm the one who wasted my life on this.
Where do we predict our Supreme Court? Oh, I hate to admit this because I hate young people. But when they, how they talk about the Gen Z stare or whatever, it's some new thing. People have always hated young people. Okay, no offense, I hate you all too now, especially because you're on social media. But this has always been a thing.
Last month, the Taggart family of Cedar Mill, Oregon, set off a firestorm of controversy after petitioning the state for the right to end the life of their 13-year-old brain-dead daughter. Jean Ann Wharton takes us beyond the facts.
Caitlin Taggart was a beautiful, lively girl who loved laughing and playing outside, but all that changed at the age of 12. Caitlin slipped into a persistent vegetative state, confining her almost entirely to her bed and Facebook.
She doesn't even have basic motor functions anymore. We literally have to drag her to the car to drive her to school in the morning.
She's totally unresponsive when we talk to her. Her eyes just roll back in her head.
Caitlin, honey, it's your dad.
With no hope that their daughter would ever recover, the Taggarts decided to seek legal permission to end Caitlin's life.
It is the most difficult decision we've ever had to make, but we just keep reminding ourselves that the real Caitlin is already gone. That's just her body texting.
But the Taggarts soon found themselves at the center of a heated controversy as euthanasia opposition groups mobilized to stop them. These protesters say the groans and exasperated sighs Caitlin sometimes makes prove there is hope for recovery. But the Taggarts' physician, Dr. Kevin DeBacker, disagrees.
The sounds and movements that Caitlin makes are caused by random synapses firing in what's left of her brain tissue as a response to atmospheric changes, like it being cold in a restaurant or her mother bursting into a room, even though there's a little thing called privacy.
Dr. DeBacker believes euthanasia is a humane way to end Caitlin's suffering.
We give her one painless injection, and that's it. Her eyes may flutter a bit, or she may murmur, "Are you for real killing me right now?" But then her struggle will finally be over.
Back at the Taggart home, the family is already preparing for life without Caitlin.
It's hard, but we know we're making the right decision. Her organs can help other children. We can give her eyes to someone who would actually use them to read a book.
I have cramps. And I don't even...
What would you tell other parents?
I want parents out there to go home tonight and hug their kids and be thankful they don't have such a piss-poor attitude.
For Beyond the Facts, I'm Jean Ann Wharton.
3 days ago, Caitlin's life was legally ended. Caitlin, by the way, was the first Oregon resident to undergo the procedure since 2009, when a dentist had his receptionist euthanized after she was unable to perform any function other than eating all the candy in the waiting room.
Okay, last one, sorry.
In Washington today, the U.S. Supreme Court handed down a landmark decision. Despite the growing number of death row inmates who've been exonerated due to DNA evidence, the court reaffirmed the legality of the death penalty on the grounds that it is, quote, totally badass. For more on the case, we go live now to Onion News Network Washington correspondent Jane Carmichael. Hi, Jane.
Good to see you, Michael.
How did the Supreme Court come to their decision on this ruling?
Well, Michael, it began this morning when the lawyers for the petitioner presented to the court a videotaped lethal injection that showed an inmate writhing in pain before dying. As the tape played, Justice Kennedy said, quote, whoa. Justice Alito remarked, quote, holy shit. And Justice Ginsburg said, quote, that's wicked.
And what was the defense counsel's response to that?
Well, following the video, Chief Justice John Roberts said, while evidence presented to the court indicates a degree of fallibility in the procedural methods of capital punishment, it is the opinion of this court that the practice remains hella fucking balls to the wall awesome. At that point, the decision seemed fairly certain.
Was there any dissent to the opinion by the Chief Justice?
Actually, very little. Justice Clarence Thomas supported the argument immediately, citing the precedent set by the movie 300, in which the offending parties were, quote, kicked into a huge fucking pit. Justice Samuel Alito then stated, yeah, or like Judge Dredd. Justice Antonin Scalia then stated quite loudly, quote, I am the law.
That's the catchphrase from the film,
yes.
Judge Dredd?
Yes, it is. Then there followed approximately 1 minute of all of the justices individually claiming that they were the law.
Now, the justices, I'm told, came down with a decision fairly quickly. Is that correct?
They certainly did. The court also took the rather unusual step today of submitting not just a written decision, but also drawings by all of the justices illustrating, quote, more badass punishments.
The final ruling was 8-1 in favor of the respondent. Tell us about about the lone dissenting vote then?
Sure. That one came from Justice Anthony Kennedy. He stated that the death penalty is, in fact, too lenient a punishment, and that sentencing inmates to life without parole seemed, quote, way more brutal because it's like they're on some sort of prison colony in the future where they just have to fight for the rest of their lives.
Some Supreme Court experts are saying that today's ruling is similar to the 2005 ruling in Torchinsky versus Peterson, that it is legal to carry a concealed weapon as long as the weapon is totally slick, like a huge-ass machine gun that you carry under a trench coat, like in The Matrix. Is that right?
Right, that's correct. Legal experts are already talking about how this clearly marks a trend towards the Roberts Court being less strictly constitutional and more strictly awesome.
Jane Carmichael reporting from the Supreme Court for us again. Thank you, Jane.
Thank you, Michael.
Roomba has introduced a fully sentient vacuuming cyborg.
Okay, stop. I see that HHU is doing some show on, I saw a little bit of this woman. I think that she's like a right-wing person, and I think she's just like in left-wing spaces trying to basically accuse every single left-wing person of being either a pedophile or a rapist. As like a, you know how I said like I think 12 black women or 6 black women could destroy every single liberal institution? I'm pretty sure that this woman is like trying to do that meme. Get more context. Some woman, what's her name? Sarah something? Is it Sarah Fields? Sarah is censored. Apparently tweeted out something about proving that Vosh tried to talk to some minor, but these are like, they're logs from like 10 years ago, and they don't even really look that credible or credible at all. It just seems fucking retarded. But she's the same one, I think, that pushed the Harry Sisson story as well. I don't know if she's done other ones, but I think she's literally just like a conservative. Like if you go back in her Twitter history and check. What were you saying about HHH? Apparently they're covering it today, I guess. I don't know. My guess is Ethan probably hates Vosh, which is fair.
It's not meant to be a part 1, but you know, delays and stuff happen in life. And so part 2 is here, and part 2 includes all of the fleet.
Hey man, I am a horse cosplay today. It had a bunch of random shit thrown in, like the socialism means lower consent thing for no reason. Yeah, it's like a hit. I think she just basically does like hit pieces on people. But I don't know. I saw the tweets from her earlier. It seemed pretty dumb.
Listen to this. Mm-hmm.
It does cause one to wonder if this is an effort by folks in the administration to have the conversation move on to something else other than the Epstein matter. Move on to something else, somebody other than President Trump. So let's go back to prior presidents.
Oh, sorry.
Based on the timing of all of this, it does kind of cause you to question.
This is why, now I remember why we just took that break. Do you think it's possible that maybe this is like maybe a distraction? Maybe, possibly? Maybe, could it be? Maybe, possibly, maybe, that's maybe?
What do you think, Congressman? Does she have a point?
Well, she may have a point, but I also believe that we need to look at exactly what happened back in 2016. I always felt that the whole thing was made up. I always felt that there was, a conspiracy inside the administration to basically cut the knees out from under President Trump in his first administration. Remember what Peter Strzok said, when he had in that email that, oh God, they were really afraid that Donald Trump was going to win. He said they had a plan B. I think we're seeing what the plan.
What a retarded fucking loser. That was a text message to a coworker, and spoiler alert, yeah, Everybody in intelligence hated Trump because he shat on them constantly. And then when he was, the text messages were like, oh, don't worry, like I'm sure that like we wouldn't let Trump win or something. People interpret that as though there was some huge concocted scheme or plan by intelligence to keep Trump from winning. It was just his personal feelings on like the American people wouldn't vote for fucking Trump. That's why there was never a plan exposed. Peter Strzok wasn't part of any crazy fucking conspiracy. There was no crazy, insane fucking plan B. None of this happened. None of this materialized. None of this showed up anywhere. But they quote, who is this fucking retard? Is this guy a Democrat? Why is this on CNN? Why is this on CNN?
Plan B was all about a concocted Russia collusion hoax that dominated the airwaves. And
did Peter win his Republican guy? Oh, is this my congressman? Did he win his lawsuit against the FBI? Because they, I think they. Oh, I got $2 million. And then other portions of Peter Strzok's lawsuit over his firing will continue as former FBI attorney Lisa Page's case is resolved. The Justice Department agrees to pay $1.2 million to settle privacy invasion claims of Peter Strzok. I wonder how his text messages even got leaked.
Dominated the news for the first 2, 3, probably all 4 years of the first Trump administration. The entire thing was concocted, made up, and everybody.
Did anything else happen that made a lot of these things dominate the news? I'm trying to remember if there was a really fucking weird thing that Trump did that would have involved calling another country that was actively fucking at war with Russia, trying to demand that they open an investigation and then announce it into his political rival's son. I'm trying to think if anything else happened that might have.
Everybody should have known better because it was all the genesis of it was the Steele dossier, a political. It was a political piece underwritten by Hillary Clinton and the DNC. Everybody should have known something was up, but everybody fell into the trap, and it really hurt the first 4 years of President Donald Trump. We need to look at exactly who was involved, and we know why they did it, who was involved, and how they pulled it off, and get to the bottom of it. And if some people were guilty of trying to undermine the president of the United States, then they should be punished.
Like, why is he allowed to just repeat all of this without, like, you saying anything? Wolf Blitzer? Are you part of, like, the human centipede now? Do you suck the Trump cum out of this guy's asshole after he's already digested most of it? Like, I don't understand what.
All right, Congressman.
Thanks for being fair and balanced, though. Thank God we get both sides of the news like we do on Fox as well.
Carlos Jimenez of Florida, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
See a big difference.
I swear to fucking God. Radiant, no more Trump interviews outside of a fucking airplane or helicopter. Please, God.
Todd Blanche is a great gentleman. He's a great man. He's a great lawyer. He's got a great heart. But he's over there now. I don't know exactly what's happening, but I certainly can't talk about pardons. Can you trust?
Trump giving green light to Israel today? Oh, apparently. So we have no more words to describe this, thanks to the pro-Pally crowd. But apparently the food conditions inside the Gaza Strip are actually like starting to get dire or are past the point of like being dire. They're actually like super fucked now, apparently. I dug a little bit more into this. And then I saw somebody also posted like an Abby thread. Apparently they're like getting like pretty fucked. Like it's not good. But I mean, like if you followed the mainstream media reporting on this, they've been in fucking, what did the UN say? IPC 5, like the worst stage of starvation for 2 fucking years. So I don't know how you would describe it now other than saying like, oh, like they're starving, LOL. But apparently now people are like actually starting to like for real starve. There's a sick ass tiger shirt. Wow. You know if Avi's talking about it. Our number one fucking Israel rep. Where the fuck? What the fuck is his name on Twitter? Folks, I need to inform you there's very concerning data regarding the food situation in Gaza. Firstly, let me just say that as someone who supports Israel, I anticipate many on my side will be skeptical of this and totally understand why. Throughout the war, you've been fed false information from the UN and various humanitarian institutions and media who have essentially zero concern for truth or anything resembling reality. True. As I have publicly documented extensively, these institutions repeatedly fabricated data. They lied about their own data. They fabricated, made up nonsense on the spot, all completely shamelessly, knowing they wouldn't be questioned, and of course were repeatedly proven wrong, including by myself for my own past analyses and counter-predictions. My view of these institutions has not changed. Humanitarian institutions have been and still are the ultimate kings of pseudoscience. I don't think that's true in general, or I hope not. But everything with Israel is fucking brain rot. That all being said, the fable of the boy who cried wolf has an important moral, which is not that wolves don't exist and will never attack anyone. Rather, it is precisely because wolves do exist and will eventually attack that makes it so important to not cry wolf. And ideally, even when the UN cries wolf and a wolf actually happens to finally be there, we should still be ready for that. Prices of stable food items for calories and or protein tracked over time in the same region, minimizing noise, have reached extremely high values, many of which are unprecedented throughout the war. This data was compiled by Yaneh A. Spitzer from the Department of Economics at Hebrew U. This is concerning as relative changes. Food prices have been a reasonable indicator for access to food in Gaza throughout the war, even while free aid distribution, concomitant looting of aid, potential hoarding of aid, insert additional concerns here, were all concomitantly happening at the same time, I think, right? While this data can be complex and hard to standardize, they overall did what you would expect them to do. When access was low, they went up. When access was high, they went down. Now they're up at levels we haven't seen before, standardized for market access as above. Also, this isn't just my assessment. It also isn't just Yaneh's assessment. This sentiment was also expressed by the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Food, was that it, right? Foundation or something, themselves. They said the situation in Gaza is dire. This isn't coming from the UN or some other humanitarian pseudoscience factory. This is coming from the GHF, who are on the ground and see what is happening firsthand every day without the anti-Israel lenses on. Wait. Wait, what is GHF? Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, an Israel-backed group. Gotcha, okay. Something needs to change. The suggestions I have at the moment, getting at things that will work, but also politically viable / realistic. So I need to give suggestions for how to change it. Apparently the situation here is getting pretty not good. Oh, History Speaks, the retarded fuck who I thought was supposedly a history PhD, who I think just lied about his whole educational background. He was like a shamelessly pro-Hamas retard. I remember this guy. Oh, I think he debated Lonerbox a few times as well. It's fucking unreal. When Connor and Erudite did the left did it too. This is the kind of orcish rhetoric that they are minimizing. Wait, what? Jesus Christ. A George Floyd AI commercial. $61,000 likes. Okay. Did you see what Netanyahu said about annexing the West Bank? Nope. Israeli parliament approves symbolic motion on West Bank annexation. Knesset lawmakers voted 71-13 in favor of the motion on Wednesday, a non-binding vote which calls for applying Israeli sovereignty to Judea, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. The Israeli terms. Does that mean they're going to start giving citizenship to all these people, or what does that mean? They would still have the vote means nothing. They passed this lots of times. Oh. That would be pretty crazy, because I think if they annexed the West Bank without having, if they annexed just the West Bank and they left Gaza alone and they incorporated it into Israel proper, I think they would still have like a 1 to 2 million majority Jewish state. But people are saying this is like a yearly thing they do, so it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
Trust what she's telling him. She's a convicted trafficker who's eager to get out of prison.
Well, you know, he's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through things like this before. But, you know, you should focus on Clinton. You should focus on the president of Harvard, the former president of Harvard. You should focus on some of the hedge fund guys. I'll give you a list. These guys lived with Jeffrey Epstein. I sure as hell didn't. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, this don't be part of the president.
I've seen like 4 clips with this Bonnie person. Who is this? Is this like a new streamer or? Person gives back Bonnie phone after she left it behind.
Your phone. Your phone.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Best friend's friend.
That was really nice of you. Your phone. That was nice of them. That was Bonnie's side.
What are you hoping Todd Blanche gets out of this meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Well, I don't know about the meeting. I know it's taking place, and he's...
House panel votes to subpoena Bill and Hillary Clinton in connection with Jeffrey Epstein files. No shot. Will be subpoenaed to appear. This should only be an open. Once formally subpoenaed, former Attorney General Eric Holder and Merrick Garland will now be forced to testify alongside ex-special counsel Robert Mueller. The full list, including those mentioned, names Loretta Lynch. This wasn't the AG. Who was this? Oh, it was. Former AG under Obama? At the end of Obama's... Bill Barr, who quit in the last month because he couldn't handle all of Trump's insane fucking bullshit. Jeff Sessions, who recused himself from the Mueller investigation because Trump wanted him to rig it or kill it. And Alberto Gonzalez. Who is this guy? Former U.S. Attorney General, also under Obama from 2005 to 2007. Did he serve under Bush? 2005, 2007. Wait, why? Did he must have had another role in government, right? About the first case that was dropped. Dropped about what? Oh, about the Epstein stuff. I can't believe we're wasting time like reinvestigating and subpoenaing people from like 15 years ago on this shit. Like we have nothing better to do right now.
He's a fantastic man. He's a great attorney. And people should really focus on how well the country's doing, or they should focus on the fact that Barack Hussein Obama led a coup, or they should focus on the fact that Larry Summers from Harvard, that Bill Clinton, who you know very well, and lots of other friends, really close friends of Jeffrey Summers, should be spoken about. Because, you know, Jeffrey Epstein should be spoken about. And they should speak about them, because they don't talk about them. They talk about me. I have nothing to do with the guy.
Are you considering will you do any business deals with the UK?
Yeah, I'm going to meet with the Prime Minister right now. We're going to be over there in about 6 hours. We're meeting with the Prime Minister tonight. We're going to be talking about the trade deal that we made and maybe even improve it.
Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you considering clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell, sir?
I saw homeless people sleeping right outside the gates of the White House. Are you concerned about that? I think it's terrible, and we'll have them removed immediately. We do remove it. We've got to get the mayor to run this city properly. This city has to be run. You know, I have the right to take it over, and I think it's terrible. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Just right outside on Pennsylvania Avenue.
Near the Treasury.
Right across the street from Lafayette Park. Have you heard about Todd Blanche's interview with Ghislaine Maxwell? Are you still disappointed in President Pardon or clemency for Ghislaine?
Well, I don't want to talk about that. What I do want to say is that Todd is a great attorney, but you ought to be speaking about Larry Summers. You ought to be speaking about some of his friends that are hedge
Look at how
fund
blatant,
guys.
right? It's blatant. And even by telling them to do the thing, he's already kind of doing the thing, right? Like he's trying to do the thing where he's setting the media agenda. But even by telling them what the media agenda should be, the fact that we're watching him tell them is part of the media agenda now. And now that's what we're talking about. That's what's happening.
They're all over the place. You ought to be speaking about Bill Clinton, who went to the island 28 times. I never went to the island.
Do you maintain you did not write a letter for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday?
I don't even know what they're talking about. Now, somebody could have written a letter and used my name, but that's happened a lot. All you have to do is take a look at the dossier, the fake dossier. Everything's fake with that administration.
Destiny, your take on the Gaza starvation claims a year ago.
Here to all of these is that if you say the Gaza Strip has been suffering starvation and poverty and famine for 20 years, well, what are you going to do when they actually suffer starvation? Okay? Because here's the issue right now. If I have a clear picture of what's going on right now, okay? I think I do.
I guess
here's
I
the issue
did.
right now. Here's what I think is happening. If the red line represents starvation and death, okay? The red line represents starvation and death. And the
graphs.
And the orange line
Good
represents
line, dipshit.
oh shit. And then this is 10. And this is what is reported. This is what people say in the media.
Okay, no one cares.
Administration. Everything's fake with the Democrats. Take a look at what they just found about the dossier.
I have to watch something different. I'm supposed to go out to eat with my parents tonight. I'm going to lose my fucking mind if this is what I'm watching. It's just going to be a fucking brutal dinner. I'm just going to be screaming at them the whole time.
Everything is fake. They're a bunch of sick people. Where did you see the people laying outside?
Right across the street from Lafayette Park, sir, towards 15.
We'll take care of it.
Bringing hostages home. What are the alternative methods to bring hostages home from Gaza?
Well, we got a lot of them out, and it's I've always said those last 10 or 20 are going to be the toughest.
Have you always said that?
Hamas
Really?
knows what happens when they don't have any bargaining chips, and they really broke a deal. They broke a deal, and you're going to have to do what you have to do right now. It's a terrible thing, and I always do that. I said when you get down to the last one, they're not going to be able to make a deal.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if she cooperated?
It's something I haven't thought about. It's really something. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
But you wouldn't rule it out, sir.
Why has the dollar fallen so much, and are you concerned about that?
Well, you know, I'm a person that likes a strong dollar. But a weak dollar makes you a hell of a lot more money. Hate to tell you, I don't know if you study it, but I study it. And if you look at the yen,
I went to Penn and worked, so I know this.
You understand?
Absolutely.
Oh, you did go to Penn.
I went to work. Yes,
well,
sir.
that means you're a smarter guy than I even thought, and I know you're smart. So when we have a strong dollar, one thing happens: it sounds good. But you don't do any tourism. You can't sell tractors. You can't sell trucks. You can't sell anything. It is good for inflation. That's about it. And we have no inflation. We've wiped out inflation. But it's an interesting question. So I will never say I like a low currency, but you remember the battles I had with the yuan, with China and with Japan, Japan being the yen. They always wanted a weak currency. They're trying to get a weak currency now. Now, it doesn't sound good, but you make a hell of a lot more money with a weaker dollar. Not a weak dollar, but a weaker dollar than you do with a strong dollar. And the first people that are going to notice it are the manufacturers of trucks and various other things. Like, look at Caterpillar.
Everybody watch this. Or this part. I don't know if he talks about the
Quickly weigh in on Epstein. Many are hoping to see more of those files released. There could be future court proceedings. Is there any reason that you have to believe that any documents were tampered with by so-called deep state operatives?
Look, it hasn't been my area that I've worked on. Unfortunately, I wish I knew more about it. It's been in the Department of Justice. One of our concerns is, of course, that it was, held in the hands of the DOJ leaders under the last administration, the Biden-Harris administration. And we all know how crooked and corrupt so many of those top officials were, how they engaged in lawfare against President Trump. And he has a concern, and I do as well, that things could have been doctored in those records. So that's part of the concern. But I'm for full transparency. We all are. Maximum transparency. The president is as well. There's no daylight between him and the Republicans in Congress. And we'll continue to advocate for that, to let the people see the records and draw the whatever conclusions they will.
Quickly weigh in on Epstein.
See a big difference.
No response.
You wouldn't say that Andy.
CIA vault.
I'm sure you wouldn't say that Andy
Not the vault.
McCarthy is some liberal media goon who wants to cover for them, saying this has always been a foolish scam.
You think that, excuse me, you think the Epstein files is more relevant than this?
No,
you think the Epstein files is more relevant than what
I think that it is not going well right now for President Trump, and they are trying to figure.
Coming up great. He just had Colombia admit to being anti-Semitic and fork over $250 million.
Well, let's see how it pans out with Harvard.
Like, these people are children. Like, Trump can just say anything he wants. Any part of the day. Oh, they just gave 20 billion. Dude, our next Democrat president should just say fuck it and burn the country down and just say like random shit every day. Just like random, like, oh, today we deported 20 million people and brought in 19 million more. And Ecuador gave us $5 trillion and we got an investment of $15 trillion from the North Pole. It's just like random meaningless shit every day. It's just like.
Let's see how it pans out with Harvard and someone who actually has a spine to stand up to what he's trying to do to academic freedom in this country.
Okay, they can still hate white people at Harvard. That's not going away, Jessica.
So it's okay what they did to the Jews on campus?
I have literally never said that. And
you just said to somebody to stand up on the campus. You're assuming that Columbia backed down because of the money they paid to these Jewish students.
Columbia 100% capitulated to Donald Trump, and they will regret it.
Okay.
I'm sure you wouldn't say that Andy.
CIA vault.
I'm sure you wouldn't say that Andy McCarthy is some liberal media goon who wants to cover for.
And she's also been subpoenaed by the Oversight Committee. I think this is great. I do have a feeling that she just might be a victim. She just might be. There was a rush to judgment. There was a lot of chaos there for a while. All right, granted, she hung out with Jeffrey Epstein, and I know that's apparently not good.
Apparently not good.
But she's in jail.
Apparently, Alex Acosta is on the board of directors at Newsmax. He was the guy that gave Jeffrey Epstein his sweetheart plea deal. He also served as a labor secretary under Trump in his first term. Oh my God. Is this Bezos raping the Wall Street Journal? Are we seeing... Wait, no, Bezos isn't on the Wall Street Journal. That's Murdoch still, right? I think I read something recently that he was thinking about buying it. YouTuber Tim Pool wants answers and trusts no one. The right-wing streamer built an empire while stoking suspicion of the government and mainstream media. Will President Trump be his next target? What the fuck? Oh, Bezos was thinking about CNBC. Gotcha. Okay.
Years. I'm sure this would be handled just like any other thing that they've tried to go after, like the baseless impeachments or the baseless special counsels.
But not all the ones that were into Biden. Not all of those special counsels.
Or the unbelievable amount of charges they've tried to file against the president. I'm sure this would be handled the exact same way. What we're simply wanting to do here is give them cover. So if my colleague from Arizona.
This is also what I mean when I say none of this shit actually matters, okay? Because people see stuff like this and they're like, oh my God, MAGA's splitting, MAGA's splitting. I'm gonna be real, man, as a tech tone. I think a lot of the right wants answers as well, unless you're talking about the extremists and then, well, yeah, obviously they're gonna be retarded. If Trump doesn't release the Epstein files, would you say that it would have been better to vote Kamala into office instead of Trump? Let's call about it sometime.
This is video of Maxwell returning to prison just moments after meeting with Trump's deputy attorney general. And you can see her there. Actually, if you look closely, she's carrying a box of material. Now, Maxwell's attorney says she was forthcoming with every question that Trump's team threw at her today. This is video of Maxwell.
Like, I don't even know what I'm going to say. Like, if she comes out, it's just like, so, like, if she comes out and testifies that she saw, like, fucking Bill Clinton, like, fucking kids or whatever, like, what do we even do at this point? I didn't even hear Donald Trump's name. I didn't even know who he was until 3 years ago. When was she arrested? Dude, I'm so triggered right now. I'm sorry. In 2021.
Trump knew. We've been reporting Trump knew Epstein for more than a decade. They had a falling out. If the government had Epstein dirt on Trump, they would have released it in 2016, 2020, or 2024.
His own government would have released? Do we? Okay, I don't even know. I'm not even sure. Oh, when he was running for office? Oh, because they're trying to rig the election. Okay.
It's Dad again. I'm down at Newport News, Virginia. It's about 4 o'clock. Just call and check. Just text me or something to let me know you're okay? I love you. It's Dad. I called to tell you I love you. I love you more than the whole world, pal. I gotta get some help. I don't know what to do. I know you don't either, but I'm here no matter what you need.
Me calling Nathan about his recent tweets. I'm just kidding.
What you need. I love you.
Video games.
But mostly it is 3 hours of Hunter playing the victim, and he like rages at us, and he rages at Axelrod and Clooney. But the problem was the voters.
I know.
And they never
That's all I
addressed
wanted
that.
to say.
The voters thought Joe Biden was too old. And when it comes to the attacks on Hunter himself, like, okay, what if we just stipulate for the hypothetical, like, yes, okay, all your business dealings were above board and legal.
Why the hypothetical? You mean what actually was, what you... Okay, hold on, I'm sorry. So I'm addressing him under the hypothetical that he's not a child rapist, okay? I don't understand why he would treat this as a hypothetical when this is, as far as we know, the factual record. What?
All your paintings were purchased by art lovers who loved the product and didn't know your name. Trump is worse. You were on the board of Burisma because of who your dad is.
Oh God, these are liberal. I mean, I never said I like Pod Save America that much, I guess.
And
like, he had a background. I guess maybe they didn't listen to the interview or read the Wikipedia or do any research whatsoever. People just can't read anymore. Maybe that's actually the problem. Is everybody's just fucking illiterate? Like, do you think there's like a little earpiece in where they pay staffers? Or I guess Gen Z can't. Do they bring in boomers or Gen X? Like, who actually does the reading for these? I guess nobody can fucking read an article or watch an interview or do any kind of homework for anything anymore?
That is what people hate about Washington. And it was part of the problem. And like, there's some other weird shit. Like, he said blames the debate on Biden's staff, saying they gave him Ambien on his foreign trip. But like, Biden got back from the G7 on June 14th. The debate was June 27th.
A lot of fucking Ambien.
If Ambien was the issue, like, I don't think it's Ambien, it's age.
Also,
right?
It's like, he was tired, so they gave him Ambien?
Also, like, just like, allow me to rant one more second. Like, his big beef is that Republicans stick together and Democrats are united. But he's obsessed with this show, obsessed with George Clooney. They don't talk about Gaza until 2 hours and 50 minutes into the interview.
Why would they at all? Like, it's Hunter Biden. He's not Palestinian. What?
I'm guessing that was the bigger threat to party unity than a George Clooney op-ed. You know what I mean? It's just this sense of entitlement that, like, from Biden, from his family, from the inner circle, that he was like owed the presidency, owed a second term. It's just very fucking grating.
The whole premise of 2024 was, yes, voters are saying that Joe Biden's age is his biggest liability, but don't worry, because Joe Biden's the closer, and when you see him campaign, he's going to put those worries to rest. He had a good State of the Union, and then he had the worst debate any of us had ever seen, and it became insurmountable. And so at long last,
he didn't put the concerns to rest, he put his campaign to rest.
Right. And at long last, the Democratic establishment decided to listen to the voters. And it was very hard to get the establishment to do that, but ultimately they did that. And everybody kind of collectively ultimately were able to get Joe Biden to step aside and do the right thing for the country. Now, we don't live in the world where Joe Biden ran that race all the way to the end. But one thing we know is that Hunter Biden, throughout Joe Biden's presidency, was a terrible liability for him. And put the addiction aside, it is because he was on Burisma, because he became an artist, because he was part of a kind of like sleazy Washington that, as Tommy said, people hated. You were a liability.
Like, you have no evidence for any of this. I just can't believe that the standards are literally in hell for these fucking retards. It's actually unfucking believable to me. Like, why was he a liability? Because the conservatives literally wouldn't shut the fuck up about him for half a decade. Like, how many special counsel, how many Senate inquiries, how many House committee things, how many fucking Twitter videos do we have to see from all these fucking people? Yeah, no shit, he was a liability because they told you to make him a liability. Like, Kushner never got even remotely the same treatment, despite the fact that he was like the unelected architect of the fucking Abraham Accords and is stealing multi-billion-dollar deals with fucking Saudi Arabia. Or the fact that it would take me 20 minutes to rattle off all the insane, corrupt shit that Donald Trump and his family is involved in right the fuck now that nobody gives a fuck about.
You should be ashamed of the ways in which you made your father's political life worse. And like the idea that we're going to listen to you now, like, give me a fucking break.
It's actually just unbelievable. Okay. No, it's not good.
I'm at a red light right now, but I just got finished at the gym, and then I'm going to Texas Roadhouse to eat, and then I'm gonna go shoot at a range. I don't know how long I'll be, but
why is he sending me public video notes?
if you want to set up a call for another day around like noon CST, I think you're banned on Twitch. I'm pretty sure. I can't remember. But no.
Pisco is on the Hunter is actually a scumbag arc now? No shot. I don't believe you.
I'm down. Yeah, but that's my update. Hey man, I'm at a red light.
I mean, I have no problem. I have no problem talking to him tomorrow or in a future date. I'll tweet back. I believe Pisco said the Houthi kid wasn't even a Houthi. I don't even believe you guys. You guys are trolling me. Stop trolling. If you don't have a fucking... If you don't have a clip, you're trolling me. Yeah, hold on, Kafka. Let me get through my new stuff. In a pair of podcast appearances over the past several days, Hunter Biden, the son of former President Joseph R. Biden Jr., appears to be trying to settle scores with Democrats he sees as having contributed to his father's political undoing. Mr. Biden delivered a broad critique of the party last week on the debut episode of a podcast hosted by Jamie Harrison, the former Democratic National Committee chairman, arguing the Democrats lost the 2024 election because they didn't remain loyal to his father. Was that really all he argued? We only watched... I still have an hour and 15 minutes left to go of that, technically. Unleashing a profane tirade against a host of perceived enemies. In a single minute-long clip, he used a version of the same expletive 13 times. Donald Trump is literally, like, paving the groundwork to jail a former president off of a story that every single person knows is bullshit. And, like, I'm not saying that we can never talk about anything else ever, but, like, Jesus Christ.
Let's go to the White House now for the administration's reaction to what we heard from today's hearing. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins me now. Caroline, welcome to the show. You know,
Is Fox News still the most popular news network in America? Like, so we have Donald Trump's daughter-in-law as an anchor. What, I don't even know what is her job now. Her host a show is now talking to Caroline Leavitt. Like, what is this? Could you imagine? Could you imagine anything even remotely like this ever? Like, if Barack Obama's child was the host of a show on CNN, or if one of the Clinton children were the host of a show on MSNBC,
hear these heart-wrenching stories from these parents who lost children. You know, their lives will never be the same. And we're so happy now we have a president who is actually paying attention at our southern border. We can say that we have a secure southern border now. But Caroline, the implications of what happened over the past 4 years, letting millions of undocumented illegal immigrants in this country, the impact of that is going to be felt for years.
Don't do this to me. Oh no, please don't.
I do too sometimes. This is the god tier example. Like for instance,
who's he?
The Houthis. Motherfucker Hassan had a Houthi on a stream, interviewed a Houthi. He supports
allegedly.
Okay, I'll give you the allegedly.
Yeah, but I think he supports the Houthis, and I think
protect yourself. Yeah, he supports the Houthis.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I was in the nation.
Just to be clear, the only reason Hassan brought that guy onto his stream was because he marketed himself as a Houthi, not as a random Yemenis kid. It really doesn't matter if the guy's a Houthi or not. What matters is, why did Hassan bring him onto his stream, right? If I brought somebody on my stream to promote their fundraiser, and the guy's like, I am a Nazi, and I want to kill all non-white people in America, and then I bring him on, I'm like, hey, what's up, bro? And he's like, hey, what's up? I'm Nazi. I want to kill white people in America. Oh, cool. Well, let me link your GoFundMe and all that shit. And then he leaves. If we find out afterwards that the guy's not even a Nazi, that has literally zero bearing on my decision to bring him on and to glaze him the entire time. So, I don't know what the allegedly, I don't even know what the point of that is here.
Navy. That was on a ship that was getting fucking shot at by Houthis. So so when I see Hassan, I'm instantly, no matter and Kirk is a fascist, Kirk is evil, he's an evil human being. But I'm just gonna, it's inherent. I'm just gonna hate
Trump
Hassan.
did deal with the Houthis. Trump did deal with the Houthis, and Kirk supported it.
Okay, let me ask you this. Just give me the best faith you've ever given anyone.
Okay.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Do I see if what you're saying is you have
I have there's a personal connection, and the only reason I'm bringing it up for me is because I am almost fucking positive Connor feels a similar way when it comes to terrorism. I mean, he was a Marine deployed in the Middle East.
I'm telling you. So
when I see when we, I'm gonna fucking lump Connor in. I think you would agree. When we see the Hassan, some of Hassan's pro-terrorist.
They're arguing over if Charlie Kirk or Hassan would be better as president. Bro, just kill me, Jesus.
It's like, okay, I just hate you more than pretty much anyone. You're a demon. And so that I could sniff it in the conversation you two were having. That's where he's coming from. Where he's just like a person like Hassan, because of comments like that. I just hate you more than anyone. I'm sorry.
Do you think similarly about support for Bibi Netanyahu?
I'm sorry.
Do you think similarly about support for Bibi Netanyahu?
Similarly in what regard?
In the sense
if you support
hatred, if you support Netanyahu, similar to if you support the Houthis. What's worse, supporting the Houthis or supporting Netanyahu?
The Houthis. That's so easy. As much as you like or don't like Israel, the Israel political establishment is constrained by the political realities around them. The biggest issue, people will point to Netanyahu as doing unhinged shit. Netanyahu will go as far as he can, but not any further. So, if you have a U.S. president that's restricting his action to some extent, then the Israeli political system will follow, and they have their own internal constraints. The Houthis operate fundamentally in a totally different way. I mean, I guess we can run the argument back of I wouldn't even say they can kill less people, because isn't the population of Yemen, isn't it fucking 38 million people? How many people live in Yemen? 39.4 million people. So that's not even necessarily true.
To the same level of support? Go Hamas or go Netanyahu?
Sorry, go Houthis or go Netanyahu?
Go Houthis.
What's worse?
Worse. Morally worse? Oof.
I can't even believe that this is delusional. If you've gotten to this point, you're so lost.
For me personally, it's going to be the Houthis, but it's just that personal connection, I think. Morally, I mean, it's probably Netanyahu.
I think at least in this respect, even taking your view, it's kind of a wash. You just said morally it might be worse to do for Netanyahu.
It might be. And I'm not coming here to tell you that Connor is correct. I'm telling you to say I don't feel like you were giving him the consideration.
Okay, but I want to know what you think, right? So you said you would vote for Kirk before you vote for Hassan.
But I'm also admitting straight up to you that might be colored by personal, it might be colored by personal things, right? It might be. It would take more analysis. I'd have to think on it way harder. Right now, I will tell you I would go Kirk, but that might be colored by personal reasons. It totally might be.
All right. Well, can we discuss it a little bit? So
sure. Yeah.
So in terms of support for terrorists or support for bad people abroad, I think Kirk supports Netanyahu, and that's bad. Hassan supports the Houthis, and that's bad.
So do we call it a wash, or do we say Netanyahu's worse?
At least taking your view, I don't think I can be agnostic about them and say at least they're in terms of magnitude, they're both bad to do. Why would you, unless you were willing to make a strong argument that support for Houthis is materially worse than support for Netanyahu? I think that at least in your mind it should be a wash. And so, can you name me on some aspects other than support for demons abroad, what thing that you think Kirk is better than Hassan on?
I think it was what I opened with, right? I think that there's some pillars of our republic that would be left over after Kirk got done with it that I don't think would be left.
Do you think Kirk would support if you were president? Sorry, if Trump tried to take over the country and he was successful in installing a dictatorship, do you think Kirk would support it?
If Trump were to take over the country and try to install a dictatorship, would Kirk support? I would say he probably would. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't.
I would say there's a high likely, very high, 70-80%. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think I see the likelihood of support for a fascist takeover for Kirk is quite high.
Do you but I feel like the issue I'm having here, I feel like I could just flip the question and the answer, at least.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan would support an authoritarian takeover from a leftist regime as well, easily, 100%.
My eyes is at least at bare minimum the same, right? Like, do you think Hassan would support, would Hassan support like the installment of like a communist dictator?
Yes.
Probably, I think.
Of course.
70-80%, yeah.
Of course.
Possibly, but maybe that's a wash too. I mean, like, I think that, but
maybe it all washes out.
The difference is I think Hassan has better people around him. He has bad people around him too, but he has some group of people where he feels a connection to them that are tethered to this earth, whereas Kirk is around the worst demons in the entire American political system.
So are we doing like a Trump term 1 versus Trump term 2 analysis here? Of like in Trump 1, at least there was like sane people in the fucking room every once in a while.
Yeah, I think like so for Kirk.
Who are the sane people in the room for Hassan?
He's going to have around him parts of the Trump coalition, and I just don't see like, okay, so maybe Hassan, if given complete ultimate power, would institute a communist dictatorship. I'm not sure. I think he's definitely more apt to do it than any like normal Democrat for sure. But I don't know. I just don't like to say that for certain that like Kirk is more preferable in terms of the fascist autocracy.
I don't. That's what I'm telling you. Like I'm telling you very clearly, this might be colored by personal experience. It wholeheartedly might be like I don't want to sorry to take it back to this again.
Yeah.
But there's no universe in which I would argue that it's obviously horrible that
Bad empanada?
That's talking about.
What is this?
Because I think we agree.
Uh-oh.
I think we agree. Hang on, let me just pop out.
Sorry, my chat's fucking pissing me the fuck off. So.
Why? What are they doing? They're like, we are okay with corruption when it's our
Yeah, they're like, yeah, we love nepotism. Cronyism is my favorite.
Okay.
Having the right last name and becoming a consultant for no-show jobs is based, actually. Have you ever seen The Sopranos?
Just to be clear, that's not what nepotism is. Nepotism is not when you're known as being part of some other family or whatever, and then you get hired as a place because of your connections or whatever else. Nepotism is like when your family members get you a job because they either like work with the company or they put in a good word for you or they get you hired like that. The idea that nepotism is, oh, wow, wait, you're part of this family that are known for this thing or whatever. Oh, like you've got some skill set or whatever else. Because remember, Hunter Biden had a background in all this as well. Like the guy was the fucking head of the whatever part of the USAID shit, and he'd like been on boards and shit before. It's not like Hunter Biden just walked in randomly and got this job. Like having a renowned name and then having like work that's attached to that name doesn't necessarily count as nepotism unless you can show or demonstrate it somehow. Yeah, like he's got like a JD at Yale and everything. Like the fuck are we talking about here?
The thing is, they just love Biden. We have to understand they love Biden. Oh wait a second, this isn't working. You know what? We're good.
Sorry, you're kind of. Sorry, you're kind of low for me. I need to turn you up.
Okay, yeah, turn me up, bro.
Chat. I'm gonna scroll to the bottom. Real quick. Let me read this. BiblioLife says pounder points for $5. Not only are they trading on their last name, they're also selling out the reputation of the United States. Okay, all right. That's the last super chat. I'm scrolling. If Pisco, sorry, one more super chat. Fight Pisco regarding the Hutch stuff. Perfectly. All right, and then if Pisco is too loud, please tell me. But I need him to be louder in order to hear him. All right, go Pisco.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How do I sound? Am I okay?
You sound great to me.
All right. So first of all, thank you so much for taking this call. I really appreciate it. Of
course.
And
it's always good content, even when we yell at each other. It's good content.
I think so as well. I think that you're really good content. I think that you're someone with honor. All right. I think you have a lot of honor, and I appreciate that. I like how you talk about Liberty Mutual and your unit and all that stuff, and you stand up for justice. All that
Was that all they talk about for Hunter? Or?
So the first thing I want to talk to you about is the Hunter Biden. So we can break
boy.
some bread, and we can get into the Hutch stuff that I want to ask you a question about. All right. So first of all, I don't like what Hunter is doing right now. Do you agree?
I haven't gotten into it enough. Weirdly enough, he's sufficiently charismatic that if Hunter Biden was like, "Hey, Connor, let's go get a beer," I'd probably go get a beer. Now, as far as the self-sweeping,
Connor, he's in recovery.
Oh, pussy! What a loser. So, anyway, but as far as like I caught some. I'm very early in the stream, but I caught some self-sweeping. I feel like there was some self-sweeping in there.
I think that it's a little bit unhinged to think that Joe Biden should have been the nominee in 2024, and I think that part of what Hunter Biden is doing right now is a kind of counterattack at what he feels are a bunch of Democrats who betrayed him, when, in my opinion, it's kind of Joe Biden who betrayed the Democrats initially by not even making a decision, really just like floating into this re-election campaign without stopping to even ask the question, is this a good idea? And so I just don't like that. I think that they're implying this entire time Joe Biden could have beat Trump, and I think that if Joe Biden was on that ticket, it was going to be an incredibly horrible landslide victory for Trump that would have put us back even further within. And I think that part of what Hunter Biden is doing right now,
early in the stream, but I caught
Biden should have been the nominee in 2024. And I think that part of what Hunter Biden is doing right now is a kind of counterattack at what he feels are a bunch of Democrats who betrayed him, when, in my opinion, it's kind of Joe Biden who betrayed the Democrats initially by not even making a decision, really just like floating into this re-election campaign without stopping to even ask the question, is this a good idea? And so I just don't like that. I think that they're implying this entire time Joe Biden could have beat Trump, and I think that if Joe Biden was on that ticket, it was going to be an incredibly horrible landslide victory for Trump that would have put us back even further than we are right now.
I think that I heard you guys talk about this because I think I pre-watched some of the content, and you guys effectively said that there was polling post-debate, pre-election that effectively showed that this was going to be a down-ballot disaster, where effectively like Kamala, like people feel bad because the late-minute switch out might have cost Kamala the election, but realistically the damage was minimized. So I think that's a compelling narrative.
Yeah, and the second part is I've been arguing against some leftoids, not really leftoids, more blue MAGA, the blue MAGA types, who say that I'm insufficiently loyal to Biden because I condemn as corrupt the pardoning of Hunter Biden, which I have and I did ever since those pardons were issued. And even though I have argued strongly against you, the notion that Joe Biden was in on this stuff, was in some sort of very intricate way, that doesn't mean that you're allowed to respond with political pardons, what I take to be corrupt pardons, on the basis of personal familial allegiance. And so I really appreciate what you were just saying there about Liberty Mutual. I think it's the wrong incentive.
But he was only being investigated because of personal familial allegiance, right? Did Joe Biden pardon his whole family, or was it just Hunter and the J6 Select Committee? Those people weren't all his family members, right? On the January 6th Select Committee, were those people all Joe Biden's family members? I don't remember. I don't think they were, right?
The wrong thing to do. And yeah, like, it's not just also the gun thing. People conflate it with just the gun thing. Like, oh, but the gun thing was just like, it was never done before. Even putting aside that's true, and it might be true. I don't think that novelty by itself is enough to pardon someone. Like, every crime needs to be applied for the first time in one way. So, like, I mean, Trump, arguably with the New York case, even though I felt he was very guilty, and the evidence showed that, there was like a novel application of one of the predicate offenses to condemn him on that basis. And then also, beyond just the gun charge, there's the tax fraud. And everyone seems to put aside the fact that it's not just he didn't report his taxes, he lied about his income when he knew he was making millions from Burisma, and he lied about it. So even though you and I...
Wait, did he lie about his income? I didn't see that. But the thing isn't necessarily about him lying about his income. It's that he had already paid all of it back. It had already been paid off with interest and penalties. I don't remember if he lied about it or if he just didn't file or whatever. I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I have thought about like what's Joe Biden's involvement there. I have never ever said that like Hunter Biden is innocent or that Hunter Biden should be pardoned just because he's the son of the president.
Yeah, and I think I got pissed at you in the past because I think that some people, my chat mainly, because they're fucking brilliant and have 3,000 IQ, although they piss me the fuck off all the time. I think some people pay attention to the words that are being said and they create conceptions within their mind of what's actually being said and they understand it and they fight it out logically. I think a lot of people only respond emotionally where they can kind of feel like, oh, this person's more on my side, therefore, I'm going to cheer them on. And so substantively, I feel like with you and me, part of the emotion of the fight that we had previously about Hunter is I felt like that you were minimizing. Still feel that way a little bit. But I could understand the logical conceptions that you were making. And there are people in my chat who effectively followed your emotional argument, but did not follow your logical argument. And so they're arguing with me right now. They're like, no, Hunter Biden did nothing wrong. He's kissed babies for 20 years. He's God's gift to America and corporations. He's amazing. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you talking about? And no offense, I think it's partially your and Steven's fault.
And Steven's fault?
Well, not because of the logic. The logical articulations you guys have made are logical. The emotional argumentation is that Hunter Biden is a saint and nobody should give a fuck about it.
That's what I take to kind of be like Steven's point of view, which is like...
I don't know if that's literally his point of view, though. I feel like that's emotionally his point of view.
He's like, anyone sewing out about the pardons is a piece of shit, or like sewing out about them.
Yep.
By the way,
that doesn't mean that you're a saint, though. I don't think that Hunter Biden was a saint. He had a whole fucking addiction issue and everything else. But he was the victim of a political witch hunt. Like, that's undoubtedly true. So I'm like, I don't know what else. I mean, like, this is so obviously true.
What about him that much? They're constantly brought up to me to be like, listen, you're beyond the pale. You're just trying to hurt Democrats. Don't you know, by attacking Biden, by attacking... Go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that Hutch's perspective, which I heard, and your perspective are actually not contradictory, okay? You can believe that it's a bad look for Democrats, and it's also corruption or soft corruption or whatever, but pardon your son for any and all crimes for the past decade, and effectively you said you weren't going to do it, so that feels like a betrayal to your voting base. That's a true statement. Now, what Hutch said, which I agree with, which is that people are human, they have some level of familial loyalty, and so as a result, you can expect a father who lost his daughter, lost his wife, lost his eldest son, and is on the verge of losing his youngest son.
You should never grant this because you minimize the unhinged obsession that Republicans had with investigating Hunter Biden for years and years and years. Don't grant this bullshit that he only pardoned him because Joe Biden lost family members or whatever. Like, that's not the case. The case is the fact that Republicans were obsessively like witch hunting through this entire dude's fucking history to try to find something to convict him on. Originally, it was over the Burisma stuff that these guys apparently agreed that Hunter Biden was a horrible person for being a part of, which Republicans found no evidence of anything for. So then they decided to do this weird gun charge that I don't know if anybody's even been convicted of this crime before, okay? I'm not actually sure. I don't know if I've ever seen it before. And then the tax thing that he'd already made up with the IRS and paid everything back for it.
To incarceration, you can expect him to pardon his son, and that's understandable from a familial loyalty perspective. I don't think that is contradictory. I think both of those statements can stand.
Yeah, I guess I would expect it in the sense of like, could I predict it? Maybe you can predict it. Maybe it's like reasonable to anticipate their father might do that. That's a separate question from whether it's the right thing to do.
Well, I liked what you said, even if I didn't agree with it, where you were like, yes, but as a public servant, you must put the public interest ahead of yourself. And I was like, fucking Patriot Pisco, you know, fucking Patriot Pisco, the public servant.
Yeah, bro. Love is the death of duty, man. I mean, they're right about that. Like, you swear.
That sounds like a Warhammer saying.
That's a Game of Thrones. That's why they take the oaths in the wall, right? To not have any children is because love is the death of duty, and ultimately, like, a lot of tragedies bear that out. That when even Anakin Skywalker, why did he turn away? He was afraid to lose the thing he loved. But when you swear an oath, when you have a higher calling, a higher allegiance, yeah, it might be understandable that you come up short. But I think you need to strive towards it, and especially when he gave his word as a Biden, right? And that's their common phrase. And I give you my word as a Biden for what that's worth.
Yeah, now that word's worth dog shit. Yeah. I would like to jump into the fiction real quick. So with the Star Wars references, what's interesting about watching that, I'm actually doing a breakdown channel about Star Wars now. What's interesting about that is watching how the Jedi failed in their own institutional principles leading up to Anakin existing as like the messianic figure who they knew was fucked up, but they were kind of like praying that he was not fucked up enough to destroy the whole galaxy, but they always knew that there was this potential. And so that's the thing. It's like, there's people in my chat who are like, oh, well, human's gonna human. You know, they basically take like a Brittany Simon approach to things. But it's like, no, dude, you have to reinforce ideals. Like, that's the point of ideals. Human beings fail in ideals all the time, but if you don't reinforce them, then we don't have any.
Yeah, that's why I think one of the things that Biden did that was most honorable is he started his administration appointing Merrick Garland to the Department of Justice to bring back independence to the Department of Justice. And yet, as it went on, as we're getting reporting, Joe Biden grew increasingly frustrated that Merrick Garland wasn't like choosing to call off the indictment of his son because it's his son. And I think that's very...
Grew increasingly frustrated is a bad thing? What? Maybe he was frustrated because the entire investigation was a fucking sham. Maybe he was frustrated because this was a special counsel that had been chosen to investigate his son for bad dealings in Ukraine with Burisma, and it ended up being a witch hunt over taxes he'd already paid off, and him lying on a fucking gun for him because he was addicted to crack. What the fuck? What is this evidence? What?
Well, hold on. What is that reporting though? Because I insinuated this without evidence, and then people were like, "You're fucking crazy." And then
no, I never said no. There was
so now the standard for Democrats is they can't be frustrated. You're not allowed to be. You're not allowed to be frustrated. I'm not also convinced of this whole lying on his taxes thing or whatever. It sounds like for 1 year he just tried to take some bullshit deductions, which is like bad, I guess. But that's materially, that's like a minor part. The issue is Hunter didn't pay taxes for like fucking 4 years. Like 2016, 2017, and 2019. Or, I'm sorry, 2016 through 2019, he didn't pay his fucking taxes. And then at the very end here, the conservatives put, when he did finally file his 2018 returns, he included false business deductions in order to reduce the very substantial tax liability he faced as of February 2020. My guess is he lied on some deductions there, which you shouldn't do. Everybody apparently that does business shit does this. But like, this is not the rest of what he was being charged with. And the fact that they didn't even include any specifics here makes me think it was probably just some stupid bullshit. Like he was claiming a deduction that he shouldn't have on some property or whatever bullshit here. But the vast majority of this is just he didn't pay his taxes, which he said he didn't. But in 2019, he squared up with the IRS and he did pay all of his taxes. So why the fuck are we charging him afterwards, years afterwards? Holy shit.
Real-time reporting, I forget from whom, but it was either like Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, someone, that Biden was reportedly frustrated with Merrick Garland. That happened during Biden's term. And then
He's not allowed to be frustrated? Joe Biden is not allowed to be frustrated? Meanwhile, for the investigation into the Russia collusion shit, Donald Trump fired Comey. He publicly excoriated Sessions for recusing himself from interfering in anything. He pardoned every single person, people that were charged with obstruction into Mueller's investigation. Like,
fucking crazy. And then
no, I never said no. There was in real-time reporting, I forget from whom, but it was either like Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, someone, that Biden was reportedly frustrated with Merrick Garland. That happened during Biden's term. And then Jake Tapper has uncovered more evidence in more interviews that Joe Biden was really angry that...
What? Bro, this can't be real. It's got to be troll or something at this point. And now as more information comes out, we've actually found out that Biden was furious.
Merrick Garland wasn't dropping the suit on his
well,
son.
and I feel like I'm describing color to a blind man, because like I worked in law enforcement before, I worked in corporate America before, obviously on small potatoes. I'm not trying to exaggerate my shit, but I've had conversations with people where I basically told them like, no, you need to be explicit with what you're asking me to do, and then they insisted on being like, well, I can't legally tell you blah 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 blah.
He's like, anyone soying out about the pardons is a piece of shit or like shouldn't be soying out about them. By the way, I don't soy out about him that much.
To pardon your son for any and all crimes for the past decade. And what Hutch said, you can expect him. Don't think that is contradictory. I think both of those statements can stand.
But yeah, I guess I would expect it in the sense of like, could I predict it? Maybe you can predict it. Maybe it's like reasonable to anticipate that a father might do that. That's a separate question from whether it's the right thing to do.
Well, I liked what you said. I was like, fucking Patriot Pisco, you know, fucking Patriot Pisco, the public servant.
Yeah, bro. Love is the death of duty, man. I mean, they're right about that. Like, you swear.
That sounds like a Warhammer saying.
That's a Game of Thrones. That's a
love is the death of duty. So like this whole section is premised on how Biden failed his fucking duty, and the evidence we're given is that more and more evidence is coming out that he was mad that at Merrick Garden at Merrick Garland. That's what we're talking about here. That.
And then
no, I never said no. There was in real time reporting. I forget from whom, but it was either like Washington Post or Wall Street Journal, someone that Biden was reportedly frustrated with Merrick Garland. That happened during Biden's term, and then Jake Tapper has uncovered more evidence in more interviews that Joe Biden was really angry that Merrick Garland wasn't dropping the suit on his son.
And I feel like I'm describing color to a blind man because like I worked in law enforcement before. I worked in corporate America before. Obviously on small end, small potatoes. I'm not trying to exaggerate my shit, but I've had conversations with people.
Oh my God. The 2018. Oh, hold on. That was a person in chat. Hold on. You said somebody in chat. Wait, where is this in here? The most serious allegations in this case stem from the 3 felony charges: tax evasion for 2018, filing a false personal tax return for 2018, and filing a false corporate tax return for 2018. Prosecutors say Hunter Biden claimed tax deductions for personal expenses that were disguised as business expenses, significantly lowering his tax bill. According to the indictment, some of those supposed business expenses included a $44,000 stay at the famous Chateau Marmont in West Hollywood, $30,000 for his daughter's tuition at Columbia Law School, and $11,500 for 2 nights with an escort, and then $4,000 at a strip club, $1,700 for a Lamborghini rental, and $275 for dinner at Nobu. See, he was claiming bullshit deductions. What is this? 150,000 total in deductions, which would probably amount to maybe what, $40,000 of tax liability here that he would have owed. Like, it's not good, but like, this is not that we would go back and retroactively felony. Meanwhile, you look for felony charges. Meanwhile, Roger Stone was trying to hide literally all of his fucking money with his fucking, with it, with his wife by claiming he was broke. Roger Stone didn't get charged with anything in this, right? This says there's an indictment. I thought he just paid this off, or maybe they ended up charging him, and this happens since I looked last. Hold on. Oh my God. I didn't even know the Justice Department could do that. The Justice Department filed a civil suit against Roger Stone, meaning they were just suing him to get the taxes paid. A civil suit asserting that they'd used a commercial entity to shield their income and fund their personal expenses. In 2022, they settled for him just agreeing to pay the taxes back. Unbelievable. That's okay, though.
Where I basically told them, like, no, you need to be explicit with what you're asking me to do. And then they insisted on being like, well, I can't legally tell you blah, 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 blah. And then it was like, so they said the legal thing, but they were implying the corrupt thing. And so, that's where for me, like, if you've never been in those rooms, then you might have never felt that. But even with like managers or deputy chiefs or chiefs of police or managers at corporations or corporate managers, they will say the legal thing. That way, if it's being audio recorded or typed out or messages, they can fall back on that from a legalistic perspective, but they will 100% imply.
Destiny, in the tweet, you said Roger Stone was directly in contact with the hacker. Is that true? I'm pretty sure Roger Stone was literally tweeting at him. Was he not? Or did he just admit that he was interacting with him in DMs or something?
former Trump campaign advisor, Roger Stone. He's admitting tonight that he is the unnamed person who had communication with an alleged Russian hacker. Janine Stanwood is live in Fort Lauderdale, where she got Stone's side of the story. Janine.
And Lori, Roger Stone has admitted even before tonight that he was in contact with somebody called Guccifer 2.0, but he says he does not think that that person is a Russian nor a hacker.
That was a Russian hacker from the is it one of the bear things? This was the Guccifer guy is the guy that leaked all the Podesta emails and hacked the DNC, and Roger Stone was coordinating media timing on it to optimize the damage to the fucking Clintons, and he was working with Donald Trump's campaign. Like, it is direct collusion with fucking Russian intelligence, but the Mueller investigation just couldn't get all the way up to Trump himself. So that's why Republicans scream like, no collusion. This is a conspiracy, by the way. Guess what Roger Stone was ultimately convicted of? He was convicted of obstruction in the investigation and telling another witness to obstruct the investigation into Donald Trump. And then he got pardoned by Donald Trump over the Russian fucking investigation shit. It's okay.
Even though the DOJ says otherwise. Political operative and
Destiny, I got
Roger Stone
hella
believes
pushback
he
on
is
that. Yeah, you got pushback because conservatives have rewritten history on fucking everything. This is not contested. Conservatives would kill themselves. Connor's head would explode. If Hillary Clinton had a campaign manager or somebody working our campaign that was like, oh yeah, so I was talking with a guy that hacked the Donald Trump email inbox and was coordinating leaks for the last 2 fucking years in order to besmirch him in front of our media. Like, they would lose their minds.
Unnamed Trump campaign regular who corresponded with an alleged Russian hacker mentioned in Friday's bombshell indictment.
I certainly meet the description of being in touch with the Trump campaign officials, and I did have one 24-word, rather innocuous exchange with the persona Guccifer 2.0.
Stone does not deny messaging someone called Guccifer 2.0. They exchanged direct messages on Twitter in 2016.
Anyone who looks at it objectively will see, based on content, context, and timing, is innocuous. My exchange with Guccifer 2.0 happens 4 weeks after WikiLeaks has already published the DNC material.
Some of it.
Did not think at that point that he was a Russian or a hacker.
What did Stone accomplish by colluding with a hacker? They were trying to media time leaks because there was a drip feed of all this shit for like a fucking year when these emails were published.
But Justice Department officials say Guccifer 2.0 is part of a Russian intelligence military unit that conspired to sway voters in the 2016 presidential election. Stone contends he still doesn't know who Guccifer is and did nothing wrong.
I certainly don't expect to be charged with any offense pertaining to the hacking of the DNC or the transferring of a material, allegedly hacked emails, to WikiLeaks, because I have no involvement in any of that.
Has the Department of Justice contacted you?
They have not.
And Stone also says that he thinks that President Trump should meet with Vladimir Putin. He says that he thinks that Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election is not the most pressing issue. We're in Fort Lauderdale tonight. I'm Janine Stanwood, Local 10 News.
Even if it's not illegal, they'll imply the corrupt thing. And so you kind of have to be in those rooms.
Well, thankfully, I don't think that Joe Biden ever expressed those concerns to the Attorney General. And so I'm glad about that. I think that what Biden did he by and large, I think, governed with honor at certain times. Now, that said, I think his own human failings started to show that he wasn't up to the task of being the president, especially in the last 2 years where he wasn't having regular meetings with his cabinet, things like that. But in general, one of the things I really respect about Biden is, in many respects, he was like everything Trump wasn't. He was bridge building, or attempted to be bridge building, in a way that Trump was trying to dismantle the bridges. He passed lots of legislation with bipartisan support, meaningful legislation, not just tax cuts for the rich, and was actually trying to do something for the public benefit all the time with his NLRB, with his different agencies, different regulations. So I respect all that. I think his worst moments are when he was tempted by the Trumpian style. Like there was like some Trumpian, like the Goblin. Who's the Goblin for Spider-Man? Green Goblin.
Yeah,
like,
the mask.
It's like there are moments in Trump's presidency where that blonde fucking hair just like goes and you can see it in the mirror and he has to like fucking just swat it away. But there are very Trumpian moments that are being revealed now with respect to his frustration with the DOJ that they're not protecting.
It's that Reddit post. That's right. I just realized this. I think I must be crazy. I think I'm just fucking insane. Or maybe I'm too much in this shit. Pisco doesn't think Trump was that bad. That's what Pisco's saying. He just doesn't think Trump was that bad. Like, when Biden pardoned his son, who was the victim of like how many different, a special counsel, all of these special House Committee, Senate, all these investigations, when Joe Biden pardoned Hunter Biden, that was a Trumpian moment. Meanwhile, Donald Trump right now is in the process of potentially issuing a fucking pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell because of a 5-year, 10-year conspiracy that they fabricated that they're now not able to come up with evidence for. This is one of like 50 unbelievable things. But I think that he just doesn't think it was that bad. That's the answer. This is it. They don't think it's that bad. This is the answer. Lately, I thought this isn't even a good post. I think this might have been.
It started with a thought has been taking shape in my mind. It started with the Tom Bilyeu discussion. It really clicked during the recent WIC panel debate. There's a fundamental disconnect around just how bad Trump actually is. Because that prior isn't shared, many political conversations end up going nowhere. Now, I get what some might say. People constantly call Trump bad. They make content criticizing him. They disagree with him. They work against him. What more do you want? But it's not just that Trump is bad. It's how bad. That difference in degree becomes obvious when you look at how people argue, what they focus on, and how they respond to figures like Destiny or the soy pill. It was painfully clear when people kept comparing Trump to Democrats, or when WIC said folks would disown their friends and family over supporting Trump as if it were extreme. But if you truly internalize that Trump attempted an insurrection, this is undeniable. Had close ties with Epstein and may have protected him, possibly. Every indication right now seems to be that. Is actively undermining U.S. institutions, like all of them. What did Colombia just agreed to pay $200 million? I don't even know if this may be reading. Put this in here. More than $200 million to settle a, because of anti-Semitism. I can't even believe this. Supports illegal deportations without due process. The Alien Enemies Act? Then, of course, you disown someone who knowingly supports him. And no, bringing up Hillary's deplorables, Kyle Rittenhouse or Hunter Biden, isn't remotely comparable. Hunter said it best in his interview. If you take the worst things that Hunter Biden was accused of and you assume they're all true, they don't scratch the surface of even just the World Liberty Financial Organization, of just that. And there's like 50 million other things you could bring up. Some centrists are starting to peel off, citing this like the Epstein revelations or the one big beautiful bill or tariffs, but how much do they really care? The fact that Wick, Conner, and Erday can end up in a situation where they're making these kinds of comparisons and attacking this. In
the mirror, it's like there are moments in Trump's presidency where that blonde fucking hair just like goes and you can see it in the mirror and he has to like fucking just swat it away. But there are very Trumpian moments that are being revealed now with respect to his frustration with the DOJ that they're not protecting him, both in the Her report. And he was apoplectic about the.
Like, think about what Pisco just said there. It was very Trumpian when he was upset that a special counsel that had been appointed by his own attorney general in his own administration for secret documents that he turned over to on his own cognizance with his own willing, right? That a special counsel was appointed in his own administration to release a scathing report on him when Donald Trump's own criminal indictment over documents that he most certainly stole illegally was dismissed, right? And basically like that he was frustrated by that. Donald Trump spent how much of administration trying to kill the Mueller investigation? Mueller was only appointed because Donald Trump obstructed the investigation into his own fucking election because Donald Trump fired fucking Comey to obstruct the investigation. A belief, by the way, nobody ever talks about it. I have read through some of this. A belief, by the way, that I'm pretty sure is shared by Mueller, but nobody talks about the obstruction angle. I'm going to lose my mind. I can't. It might be in volume 2 of this. But he walks, Mueller walks through, I'm assuming he's the final author of this. He walks through all of the individuals or whatever that like, and how, obstruction of justice. Was it? Fuck. The Comey stuff is certainly the worst. Oh, wait, I already read some of this here on stream. We got rid of Flynn now. We should be good, right? We're good, right? We're good, right?
The Her report, even though he cooperated in the first instance, he was trying to do the right thing, but then that Trumpian little mirror came in and he had to sort of fight that urge. Same thing with Hunter Biden.
What is the Trumpian mirror? Like Pisco just said, he fully cooperated with it. What is the he even sat down and did deposition attempt. What is the Trumpian mirror because he was upset? Like, does Pisco think Donald Trump is bad because he gets mad? Is that the thought process right now that leftists have been reduced to? Donald Trump is bad because he gets mad. And Joe Biden is like Trump because sometimes Joe Biden gets mad. Is that where we're at right now with our political analysis?
Where he fought that urge, and then gave into it when he actually did the pardon. And then with the border, right?
And pardoning Hunter was giving into his Trumpian urges. I can't even. It's unreal.
He kept saying, we have to do it the right way. We can't just do executive actions. We need to have a congressional solution. And then when the election was coming up, he did what I thought was against the law, and he shut down the border illegally using executive power and gave into that Trumpian impulse. And I think, or when he tried to hold on to power. by not stepping down when it was clear it was over and taking 3 weeks before handing over to Kamala Harris or handing over to the DNC. Those are Trumpian moments that marred an otherwise a presidency that I think was by and large characterized by honor and trying to be everything that Trump wasn't.
Well, and I can understand the frustration. So, for instance, like I'm sure we'll talk about the Vanguard in a moment, but I can understand the frustrations of the far left, and I actually think that there's something real about it, which is effectively that people are so wrapped up in process that they will even ignore things that are immediate and emergent.
Like what?
I can understand the frustrations of the and I can understand the frustration. So, for instance, like I'm sure we'll talk about the Vanguard in a moment, but I can understand the frustrations of the far left, and I actually think that there's something real about it, which is effectively that people are so wrapped up in process that they will even ignore things that are immediate and emergencies and all that kind of stuff. But I think that this is how republics die. Okay, part of the reason why I'm pushing back on the left, pushing back on the far left, pushing back on liberals whenever they say, I know we disagree on this, but let's let's pack the courts, let's do Trump style politics, let's use the bully pulpit, let's do this, let's do that. The reason why you'll hear me complaining about it is because effectively, like, I feel like we're seesawing as a nation. Like imagine like a boat that is rocking.
It's just unreal. I just don't even know. I like this is like I'm like gaslit as fuck right now. It's like having a conversation about a guy who he flicked his girlfriend's ear and he thought it was cute and she's like, that actually hurts. And then you're like, we can't really take your opinions on like women's rights seriously. And then compares them to like Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, how are we supposed to choose between the two of you now? How can we possibly decide who's right? Like, this is how our system dies, is when you're doing crazy shit like that. Like when you flicked your ear that one time, like, it's just like, there's no way that we can possibly choose between, like, this is just unbelievable. This is unbelievable.
In the ocean. And so effectively what I hear is like, we're seesawed all the way to the right now. And what I'm hearing people is, oh, we need to seesaw all the way to the left right now. But that's how you capsize the fucking boat. And that's what I'm worried about.
Well, let's get into the actual discussion from Vanguard, Hutch, all that stuff. So give me your reaction before because I actually don't know it. I saw you.
Yeah. I was thinking for Hutch. So I think Hutch has a debate kill shot in a couple of places. The first kill shot that he had, argumentatively, in my opinion, was that you could not bully Manchin. So even if you even if you want Democrats to use the bully pulpit more often, it just wasn't pragmatic in this specific circumstance. That's number one.
On that, I just want to say we agree on the specific Manchin point that he couldn't have gotten Manchin through bullying to be in favor of like $15 minimum wage or some of these crazy policy goals that the Vanguard is saying. And I just want to make sure that you understand that every one of the Live and Learn co-hosts agrees with Hutch, and we have been consistent on that. Like even before.
But I think you guys were again emotional versus logical arguments. I think people could kind of vibe on the fact.
Mr. Thomas, I have some bad news. You have a serious medical condition, and if you don't have surgery immediately, you'll likely die.
Oh my God.
With your current healthcare plan, you can only choose between 2 people to do the surgery, but the choice is totally yours. We have Dr. Stewart, a surgeon trained specifically in this procedure, or the circus clown.
Wow. Gotcha.
The first question is, has the surgeon, I haven't seen this video before, but I'm going to like it, I can tell. My first question would be, has the surgeon ever made a mistake ever in the history of his entire practice ever, even a single fucking time? That's my first question. My second question would be, is he the best possible surgeon out of the entire field, or is there anybody better ever? And then my third question is, has the clown made somebody laugh recently? So at least he's like a likable guy that I could have a beer with. And if so, it's a coin flip.
Where did the surgeon go to school?
You heard your options, right?
Yeah, I know. It's just, this is my life we're talking about.
Yes.
I just want to make an informed decision.
Well, it looks like Dr. Stewart went to undergrad at Purdue University.
Purdue? Not like a Harvard or the other one?
Like, true. Like, you said he was mad, and then you said, wait a second, Jake Tapper is now confirming reports that Joe Biden was furious? Wow.
He did undergrad at Purdue, and then med school at NYU, and then residency at Johns Hopkins.
And the clown?
Just a circus clown, not a surgeon. But it does look like this clown was best known for performing at Bartholomew and Bott's Big Ring.
Oh my God, I've seen him. He's kind of famous.
Yeah, he's clown famous.
And the surgeon, he's not famous?
Well, he is very renowned in his field.
But I wouldn't, like, recognize him from anything?
Anything being?
I don't know, like a show or Instagram or TikTok.
No.
It's a lot of moving around.
Huh?
The surgeon, a lot of moving around. Purdue, the other places that you said.
Yes.
So that's not suspicious to you?
No.
I see. So you're in on this?
In on what?
I see. And the clown, did he do a lot of moving around during his experience?
You mean his experience as a clown and not a doctor of any kind?
Yes.
No. He was mostly just a clown for the one circus.
Solid track record then.
Okay, I feel like we're getting a little bit off topic. You need the surgery to save your life. And there is one doctor and one clown.
Man, that clown is funny.
Mr. Thomas, this is a very serious decision.
Right, of course, totally. And just to make sure, does the surgeon have good morals?
Every doctor takes the Hippocratic Oath, which is a pretty strict ethical code.
Well, that's very reassuring. And the clown? Is there some equivalency in the clown world?
No.
Are you sure? Feels like there should be.
I'm not sure, but there would be no reason for clowns to have a moral code because they don't deal with life or death situations.
Until now, that is.
Yeah.
So maybe they should fix that?
Or you...
This is like on, I think that Ellie girl was tweeting this out yesterday. It's like, why doesn't Destiny simply prove that he didn't, say this? Why doesn't Destiny just prove that he didn't? It's like, wow. What? Do I need to release every single conversation I've had with every single person ever? How do you even do that? What?
You could just have him not operate on you.
For sure, for sure. It's just the surgeon is clearly a privileged elite.
Okay.
So obviously that means that he worships the devil and he dissects baby squirrels.
There is no reason to think that the surgeon does any of that.
But the idea's out there now, isn't it?
Because you said it.
I know, but now that it's out there, it just feels so icky.
I'll be honest with you. This clown has performed surgery before, and he has killed a lot of people.
How many people?
Over 200,000 in the last 8 months.
Wow, that is a lot of numbers. But maybe they would have died anyway?
But that's the point. Probably a lot of people could have been saved with the proper surgeon.
I'm leaning clown.
Why?
The clown told me he could do the surgery. And I don't know where you're getting your numbers, but the clown just gave me this very confident looking graph.
Oh my God, I can assure you. He doesn't know how to do surgery. He is a clown.
So one of you two is lying to me. How do I know that you're not the clown?
Because he's the clown.
Fair. He's very good at tricks, though. The satanic squirrel dissector, does he do tricks?
You mean the surgeon? He can do the very impressive trick of saving your life from all his years of training as a surgeon.
It'd be pretty wild, though, if the clown did my surgery. So crazy.
Yes. That would be crazy.
I know, he's not even trained.
Exactly. This clown has no idea what he's doing, and if you don't get the surgery, you will die.
Don't tell me what to do.
It's not telling you what to do if I'm just describing the facts of the world around you.
Well, don't describe the facts of the world around me.
Bias. That's a liberal bias. That's biased. Notice how the liberals only ever shut down the conservative conspiracies in 2020? Kind of biased, right? How they only ever attacked the COVID conspiracies and the vaccine conspiracies and the climate change conspiracies and the moon landing conspiracies. Just saying, you know.
If they're bad.
Okay, surgeon, clown. What are you gonna do?
I don't know yet, but maybe if I yell enough, I'll figure it out. You push me into this room and you put the weight of the world on my shoulder.
What? This isn't even a funny video, actually. I don't even like this. I'm hurting. Like, the only thing is, actually, it's a dog shit video because he shouldn't be about to give this speech. It should be somebody else that comes in and says, how do you expect this guy to choose the surgeon when you're sitting here like bullying him over his choice to choose the clown? Like, why are you're coming down so hard on this guy? What do you expect is going to happen?
But maybe if I yell enough, I'll figure it out. You push me into this room and you put the weight of the world on my shoulders, and then you tell me that my only and obvious choice is this buttoned up sucker, and then my only other option is this fake non-option, and you call me an idiot for doubting the integrity of the system itself? Well, as I see it, that's the only reasonable thing to do in this fucked up scenario. And I don't know, maybe you're wrong. Maybe there is some other choice. Or maybe I can beat this thing on my own. Or maybe you're lying to me and I'm not even sick. Or maybe, just maybe, if I'm gonna die anyway, then my one mark on this stupid planet is to be the guy that got famous for having the world's most popular clown give him surgery. 'Cause fuck it, and fuck all of you. And the clown told me he could do it. Maybe it'll be great and cool.
I know this isn't easy or comfortable, This is a very serious situation. But there is hope. There is a way out. And yes, the system is flawed. And you and I might agree or we might disagree on how it's flawed, but it is. And that's why we need people like you to make it through the surgery so that you can make a difference and help change the system. This clown doesn't know how to do surgery.
I'm a great surgeon!
And if you let him, it's not going to be good. I promise you. He's bad, and he is not cool. And if enough people like you pick the clown, there might not even be a surgeon as an option next time.
I understand.
They missed the 20 seconds afterwards, though, where now after this happens, now you need a whole bunch of epic centrists to come in and go, we agree that picking the clown was a problem, but the surgeon lost the trust of this guy when 27 years ago they admitted that there was a technique they were using that was suboptimal versus another technique they could have used. So what do you expect the guy to do when you lose everybody's trust? By the way, you don't need a hypothetical for this. Like, we can just look at how many people like died early in the United States that didn't need to because they refused to get vaccinated for COVID. Like, that was some actual death cult shit. What was the date for this? Oh, it was October 2021. Nearly 319,000 COVID-19 deaths could have been averted if all adults had gotten vaccinated. And the reason why they didn't was just purely because of misinformation and lies from Trump and his compatriots. I don't know.
Yes, that's right, Laura. President Trump inherited a complete mess from Joe Biden in the previous administration.
This is Trump's daughter-in-law. This ghoulish-looking fucking cunt. And then this is just like the most unserious.
It's alarming to me that there were people in positions of power in this big, beautiful White House behind me for 4 years who just sat back and watched as our country was invaded by millions of illegal aliens from countries all over the world. Many of
53510. What is this?
Bullying to be in favor of like $15 minimum wage or some of these crazy policy goals that the Vanguard is saying. And I just want to make sure.
The result, the moderates will not come over to the left. If you sweep for, don't call out, endorse somebody who is preying on the downfall of the United States, openly endorses authoritarian communism, and openly endorses terrorism.
Hold on, what is this?
Gazan genocide. I think with stop. You asked me a question, I'm going to answer it. I think that with the insanity of MAGA, with the Epstein files, with the tariff economic implosions, with the chaos surrounding our neighbors, with the endorsement of the Gazan genocide, I think there are way more moderates up for grabs than there are leftists. Way more. And you're squandering that, which sucks.
Dude, I'm not talking about the moderates that Democrats could appeal to. I'm talking about Rob Noor.
What I'm saying is I think by choosing Hassan Piker to endorse him in any shape, form, capacity, you effectively make both sides look evil.
Wait, is that what is happening here? Hold on, I'll go back further. What are they even talking about here? Hold on. What?
2020, some prominent lefties came out and supported not just BLM as in a police reform movement. They talked about ACAB, they talked about defunding the police, they talked about this, they talked about that. They didn't do shit with it, by the way. They supported a bunch of anti-white racist shit at that time, and I went along with it because I was a lefty.
Sorry, hold on. Somebody said, Destiny, although the Epstein stuff seems like a layup against Trump, are you worried that taking advantage of it may only increase conspiratorial fervor and send it even further into hell? Yes, that's why I said I don't agree with necessarily pushing on the, like, let me be very clear. When I say I don't agree with pushing on Epstein conspiracy stuff, the idea that Trump might have fucked a kid or something, I think that's a totally fine thing to ask questions about. Okay, there is a very clear conflict of interest with Donald Trump solely directing his attorney general like a fucking dog, which is exactly how he wants his Department of Justice to run, as evidenced by the fact that Barr fucking abandoned him and he almost replaced an attorney general with an unqualified civil environmental lawyer at the end of his fucking last term. Okay. The fact that Donald Trump is giving personal instruction to a Department of Justice having to do with the investigation into a man that Donald Trump might be personally implicated with is unfucking believable. That should be a special prosecutor, special counsel, like the easiest special counsel appointment in the world. But it'll never happen because Donald Trump believes in the unitary executive theory, meaning the president of the United States is in control of every single employee in every single branch of the federal government, of the executive branch at least. But my worry now is not even that it's going to backfire by making people more conspiratorial, period, by believing in I'm saying like the conspiracy that you shouldn't believe in because there's never been evidence, but it's like the black book of massively blackmailed people. It doesn't make any sense. However, that's not even my big fear now. My big fear now is that we do get a black book and it is real because Ghislaine Maxwell and Pam Bondi sat together and drew one up in order to give cover to this administration. And now they released that so that she gets a pardon. Trump gets all these people off his back. And now you've got a new reason to go after a whole bunch of Democrats. Because who the fuck? Because I absolutely wouldn't put it past anybody in that administration to do that at this point.
At the time. And then October 7, 2023 hit and they came after the fucking Jews and that rubbed me the fucking wrong way. So fuck these people. That's what I heard.
I mean, I'll just give you the even harder hypothetical. I don't know what you're going to bite it. Hassan, who voted for Kamala, or Rob Noor, who's a closer ally?
Just to be clear, Hassan probably didn't vote for Kamala, and we don't know if Hassan voted for Kamala. So I don't know why we're saying that or giving that as true. But.
Ally to whom? You or me?
You both.
Okay, so I think for you, Hassan is probably a closer ally. I think for me, Rob is still a closer ally.
Rob, who not only voted for a fascist, Rob, who plays cover for that fascist on a daily basis. Yeah,
you know why?
A little bit here and there.
I'll explain why. Because number one, Rob doesn't think he's voting for a fascist. Number two, he has I think delusional, but he has a real narrative that he's built in his head for why Democrats are the real fascists. Then, also what Rob ultimately fucking wants is he wants working class and middle class Americans to be able to wake up, work, pay their bills, take care of their family, and not be under a corrupt government that keeps getting them into international misadventures that cost Americans the blood and treasure of his country. He's a nationalist. You can say that he's delusional, but I respect more the instinct of Rob Noor to actually care about the United States, to love the United States, to care about its people, versus shut the fuck up.
It's horrible to say this, but to some extent it's true. It's like if you had to choose right now, with both of them supporting the things they do, between Ted Cruz or Tucker Carlson for the United States, fuck, what a horrible choice. But you're going to want Ted Cruz because at least he doesn't fucking hate the United States and support international terrorism against it like Tucker Carlson does. Hassan Piker does support international terrorism. He does support the enemies of the United States, and he does fucking hate this country, and he wants to see it collapse or fail or install some sort of communist authoritarian regime. Like he's more or less said as much. Like, it's not really even up for hypotheticals at this point. At least like the Republicans kind of sort of play coy with supporting this stuff a little bit, although it's gotten a lot less under Donald Trump, to be fair. But
Hassan Piker, who is antipathetic to the United States. He hates the United States. He hates the Constitution. He hates the liberal democracy. He sims for authoritarian regimes. He sims for jihadist organizations. He sims for authoritarian communist organizations. He wants to see the downfall of the United States. You better believe goddamn well that Rob Noor is a closer ally to me than fucking Hassan Piker. 10 toes down, as
at least electorally, you would agree by definition Hassan would be a closer ally.
Yeah, sure.
Electorally? What a worthless statement, though. What a worthless statement.
Electorally, not ideologically.
So if I'm the Democratic Party, you would agree, not just me, crazy Pisco, crazy awakened lefty Pisco, that for the Democratic Party, they should be, if they had to choose to build a bridge with someone, the closer bridge would be Hassan than Rob. You must.
No, because you're Connor is a further bridge away, and Hassan is technically closer, but in the direction of Connor is way more voters versus the direction of Hassan is losing everything. You have no support at that extreme.
No, I think there are.
Like, let's say that you had a person who was incredibly fucking hungry, and the person is standing here, and right here, they have like a steak, and then over here they have like another steak but they also have like all this other fucking food in the meantime, right? Like, well, which one do you want to go for? It's like, well, this one is technically closer than that one, but directionally, this is just way, 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 way better. Like, it's not even close.
Think with stop. You asked me a question. I'm going to answer it. I think that with the insanity of MAGA,
like where there is so many, where are all the examples of this far leftist shit working? All their candidates fucking lose, except Mamdani they got now in New York City because they fucking ran Cuomo, right? There was no massive expansion of the Justice Democrats. People like Bernie Sanders and AOC are fucking hated and witch hunted by these people online. People like AOC have moderated a great deal in order to gain the political influence that they have now. All of the far lefty policies ended up being electorally detrimental to the Democrats. The BLM bullshit had to be disavowed in order to win that election. Not like the young people never materialized for these single payer healthcare votes. The thing that Kamala Harris got hit the most on was stuff like the trans shit or whatever that conservatives fucking obsess over. Like, what is this thought or idea that we need to go further in that direction?
With the Epstein files, with the tariff economic implosions, with the chaos surrounding our neighbors, with the endorsement of the Gazan genocide, I think there are way more moderates up for grabs than there are leftists. Way more in your
I just don't like calling them moderates. You're just like your normal center-left voters.
Doing that, which sucks.
Dude, I'm not talking about the moderates that Democrats could appeal to. I'm talking about Rob Noor.
I think, okay, what I'm saying is I think by choosing Hassan Piker to endorse him in any shape, form, capacity, you effectively make both sides look evil. And so as a result, the moderates will not come over to the left. If you sweep for, don't call out, endorse somebody who is preying on the downfall of the United States, openly endorses authoritarian communism, and openly endorses terrorism.
You don't want to be seen at all in any capacity, in any hypothetical, even expressing a preference for Hassan, even when it's this crazy, because you're DGG baiting, because you know that if you say anything positive, even as a hypothetical, even in comparison to a major magatard like Rob Noor, that you can't, even in that context, even in that crazy context, where the...
It's like, this is the same thing. He doesn't think Hassan is that bad either. I can't believe that so much insane shit has been radicalized. This is like the precursor to the Nazi Germany shit, right? But at least they had like a reason. That's the thing that bothers me the most if like the US is going in this direction, is that like there's not even like a reason for it to be happening, right? Like at least like World War I fucked over, like you have like what, 3 or 4 fallen empires after World War I. You've got to dispossess people who've been stripped of a ton of, there's so much shit going on that it's like, not good, but I kind of get it. And in the United States, like nothing is happening. Like, there's no, like, we're on top of the fucking world in like every conceivable metric. We still kind of sort of barely even are, right? Scientific research, bringing over, revolutionizing. Look at fucking Elon Musk, space travel and electric vehicles, fucking AI and all this bullshit. We and for some reason we're getting radicalized by our complacency. I don't even understand. I don't get it. I thought that like war and conflict was supposed to breed radicalization and the hatred for the status quo, not just boringness. Like, this is, I don't think even, oh no, would Asmongold do it now? I guess maybe kind of because the Trump admin does it. Like, where is it? Nick was on stream, right? Where's the video of him watching, or the VOD of him watching the hijacking with Nick?
I need your ID also, please, sir.
How do you like read this stuff all day and like not like cry yourself to sleep at night? This is horrible.
I'm motivated by the change that I might actually create in this world by educating one extra person, whether it's you or thousands of others that learn what the truth actually is and change their minds and then go out and protest. And I've been doing this for, especially this is an issue that I've spoken about for years at this point, 10 years. I mean, we're talking about some complex stuff right now. If you want.
Wait, is it even here?
through here, we're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis are trying to do. Insane arsenal that they are not afraid of you. And you're like, what do you mean? You guys just overcame a genocide. What do you mean you're going to blow it up? I didn't even think that the Houthis... You're like, oh, well, this is...
I can't, guys! I have to stop rewinding. Every time I hear him say something wrong, I need to go back 20 seconds for context, and then he says something else fucking retarded. Holy shit!
My guy. This guy should be in charge, actually. But then everyone's like, well, we hate that guy. They might not even like the Houthis themselves, but they're like, but we don't like this guy either, right? And everyone is trying to take advantage of that situation. All these other regional actors are trying to take advantage of that situation. Houthis basically come out as the victors from that, okay? And they set up a new coalition called the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen. And what they immediately start doing is they start saying, oh, Israel, you're going to blow up Palestinians? Well, guess what? We're going to blow you up. And you're like, what do you mean? You guys just overcame a genocide. What do you mean you're going to blow it up? I didn't even think that the Houthis had...
Overcame a genocide? Bro, the Houthis were literally stealing fucking food and shit. Other countries stopped even providing support to Yemen for this shit. Bro, Saudi Arabia couldn't genocide anybody. They're the most worthless fucking organization, military, whatever the fuck in the world.
Okay, I didn't think that the Ansar Allah movement was going to do that shit. Okay, I thought all they did...
And he thinks the Houthis give a fuck about Palestinians? The Houthis don't give a fuck. This whole family, Yemen, does not give a fuck about Palestinians. They only are barely involved in this shit because they're trying to fucking get shit from Iran to help them fight. It's so cringe.
Basically, walk around with blades in their belts and look cool, okay?
Oh, look cool. Walk around with blades in their belts and look cool.
And make musicals. They make a lot of musicals.
And make musicals.
I can show you some of them in a second. Oh, okay. Well, it turns out they do more than that because they do also get like a lot of weapons from Iran, which is a much larger regional actor as well. Outside of the musicals, they also literally have an insane arsenal that they are not afraid of using against anyone and everyone. So they go, guess what? Hey, you like the Suez Canal? You like the trade? You like the Red Sea right here? You like that trade route? It's gone. How are they going to do that? America does it all the time. How are the Houthis going to do that?
America does it all the time. We shut down international shipping and trade routes to everybody. What?
Well, they go, listen, you want to bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing. They start sending in helicopters onto ships and taking over the ships and going, it's our ship. Yes, exactly like Rust. Wait, we got to have that.
They're doing cargo.
We have to, yeah.
Like, he's just talking about hijacking civilian shipping vessels. This is evil, right? This is supporting terrorism. That's what this is. This is like evil shit. This is a year ago.
Here it is.
Is it Rust?
Bro, they got the Palestinian flag that they paint under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They start overtaking the ships, and they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you're an Israeli...
It's not trade to Israel. It's trade to anybody. The ship wasn't even connected to anything having to do with fucking Israel.
If you're owned by an Israeli corporation, or if you are actually sending ships to the Israeli port of... it's not Eilat. It's the other one that is now bankrupt. But what was the other port? Haifa, right? Is it Haifa? Is Haifa the bankrupt one? Anyway, there's a lot of information. I can't recall all of it. But they go, if you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? Our territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until...
Like, Nick Fuentes is more subtle with his shit than this. Like, this is the issue. Nobody thinks this is that bad. This is unhinged. This is like insane shit. Like, the Houthis are unhinged. Like, if all of them disappear from the face of Earth, everybody would be better off for it, including the people in Yemen. Everybody would be better off for it. Like, the fact that he can sit here and champion not even like the Houthis conceptually as an unfortunate reality of what happens to a people who are attacked by every other fucking Arab state for however many a century, that, you know, like a necessary evil, that, right? Like, but to just champion them and celebrate them as a musical people as they hijack civilian ships.
You stop doing genocide in Gaza. Because they say it. They're like, listen.
This is...
We don't like you. We're not a fan of you. Okay?
There's like a third party.
Yeah, this is a group of people that are like, no, we care about the Palestinians. We don't want you bombing them. So we're going to take action. And we're going to try to punish you economically to the best of our ability. Basically, Operation Prosperity Guardian starts. Okay? It's a United States-led military operation by a multinational coalition formed in December 2023 to respond to the Houthi-led attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. Okay? Here are the belligerents. The United States Navy, the Royal Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, the Royal Bahrain Naval Force, the Royal Canadian Navy, the Royal Danish Navy, the Finnish Navy. One of my favorite was the Seychelles Coast Guard, that also were like, we'll take some of that piece. We'll take a piece of that action. Anyway, ultimately, this coalition of royal navies and forces got together and they were pummeling Yemen. They were blowing up Yemeni positions where they have rockets or whatever, right? But to the Yemeni people, they were like, dog, death is all we know. We just overcame a genocide. You think this is going to stop us? I'm going to make more musicals now. So they did. And they started bombing American military ships, Navy ships. They even recently... and this was like kind of reported. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they might have even targeted the.
Like, imagine having to fight with your hands behind your back against like this group of fucking terrorists, and then people like Hassan are like, "Oh, look at you! Like, you can barely fucking do anything. Oh, you can like." And meanwhile, you're like investing. Like, there's more money that probably goes into a single strike than what collectively all of the Houthis fucking spend in a year on old AK-47 military surplus from fucking World War II or whatever. And people like Hassan present this as though they're winning, and it's not like a deliberate effort by the first world to try to be as careful as possible so they're not just indiscriminately destroying and murdering 500 million fucking people. Just by the way, Israel sees people like this and Israel's like, yeah, you know what? If we kill some extra people, fuck it. Who cares? Because why the fuck would it matter anyways? I'm sorry. And also, hold on. Just to remember, was there a single civilian casualty when we bombed those missile sites? When Biden did it was when Biden was there a single civilian casualty at all? Cold War, not World War II. I don't know if a single fucking person, I don't even know if a military person, at least in the initial strike, like, this is the level of care. And then meanwhile, the fucking Houthis strap bombs to little fucking boats and send them off towards ships. Look at how epic this is. Oh, look at how fucking epic. Oh, it's so fucking epic, bro. They'll just like put a bunch of explosives in a ship like this, and then they'll like fucking, I don't think they said drone. I don't know if it's drone control. I think it just fucking, they just push the gas and put a rock on the wheel so it doesn't turn. Epic. So epic.
Naval vessel for refueling the other naval ships in the region. They had to literally tow that away. But
they're not afraid.
Basically, and I'm going to show you this. Here are the Houthis hammering 3 U.S. warships with 23 ballistic missiles and drones from the Red Sea after the Tel Aviv attack. And I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now, and I'm also going to pee real quickly, okay?
Did they end up hitting any of the U.S. ships at all, or destroying any of them? Or, I don't remember the article.
I'll be back in a second. You watch this.
Okay. So this is going on, like, right now.
And then he just leaves.
Is it embarrassing to say that I had no idea this was happening? Like, no one told me this. Like, no one told me this was going on. This is kind of scary. Oh my god. I assume people are getting hurt when all this is happening. I like coming over here because I learned so much about things I don't know. I'll never take time at home to learn about this sort of stuff. Every time I see some of these missiles getting shot, it just seems like that money could have been put somewhere else, somewhere better for anybody. All this seems like a waste of money in life, you know?
Anyway, the reason why I brought all this up is because you're right, it is a huge waste of money.
Yeah.
And it's especially a huge waste of money because the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis in Yemen, said there's an alternative out there where we don't have to do this, blowing up ships, right?
Who said this?
What is this? Oh, this is, hold on. There is an alternative out there where we don't have to wage war like this, right? It's a beautiful, prosperous alternative. It's called Israel Stop Doing Genocide in Gaza.
Right.
So they said it. They were very clear. They're like, we'll stop. We don't give a. It's not like we love blowing up the ships. Just stop doing genocide in Gaza. But Israel was like, no, we have to keep doing genocide in Gaza. So America was like, of course, Israel is our ally. We have to do everything we can to bring them to.
Is Hassan actively rooting against the U.S. Navy here? Yes. No shit, Sherlock. Yes. These people love dead Palestinian children. They love dead Americans. They love dead military people. And yes, it's just insane. That's why I'm saying that, like, as much as it hurts to say this, like, Connor's position is not untenable here. It's actually incredibly easy to defend. If somebody comes up to you and they say, do you want Hitler ruling your country? And you're like, ooh, probably not. Okay, well, your choice is between Hitler and a guy that wants to self-destruct your entire country and have all of you dead. It's like, well, oh, that kind of sucks. But I mean, like, I'm probably going to have to go with the Hitler there. Sorry, man. It sucks, but like, fuck, what do you want me to say? Right? Rob Noor is a fucking lunatic. And he probably is like if he's not fascist, he's at the very least, he's like fascist adjacent. But at least you get to live in a fascist world. Or I don't know what Hassan would do. If Hassan would just have the entire fucking United States nuked off the face of the earth, who the fuck knows?
Openly endorses authoritarian communism and openly endorses terrorism.
You don't want to be seen at all in any capacity, in any hypothetical, even expressing a preference for Hassan, even when it's this crazy, because you're DGG baiting, because you know that if you say anything positive, even as a hypothetical, even in comparison to a major magatard like Rob Noor, that you can't, even in that context.
Like him saying that, a major magatard. Hassan is worse than Rob Noor. I don't think Pisco knows that. And Rob Noor is really bad. But I also don't even know if Pisco knows how bad Rob Noor is, because they're friends. I don't even know. Like, it's insane.
thinking in that crazy context where the choices between Rob and Hassan as an ally for the Democratic Party, even in that situation, you're unwilling to express a preference for Hassan. That shows you are cooked, my friend. I can't believe you would actually say that.
No. You actually just ignored what I said. You just ignored what I said.
Okay, yeah.
So I think you asked me if MAGA or whatever, or if Rob was reachable, and then you asked me in the hypothetical, who should we pursue, Hassan Piker or Rob?
Who's a closer ally? For the
I already answered this. Politically, Hassan. Ideologically, for me, Rob Noor. Right? Okay. So what I'm saying, but listen to me when I say this. Ignore everything that's happened for the past 2 minutes, okay? What I'm saying is, if you actively pursue Hassan or sweep for Hassan, you let's say for every Hassan person you get, you are going to lose 2 to 3 moderates. 100%. All day, every day. I'm not talking about Rob Noor. I'm talking about moderates. Independents and contrarians like Tallybots, who maybe Tally's a bad example because she wouldn't own her fucking bullshit. But there's other people like Tally who probably did a protest vote. They wrote in Jill Stein. They wrote in a libertarian. They wrote in this person. They wrote in that person. If you give them a viable alternative, they will pick the viable alternative over MAGA. And if you endorse terrorism and if you endorse Hassan Piker, you're fucked.
Who's the closer ally for the DNC, Nick Fuentes or Hassan Piker?
This is a bad question, and I don't know if Pisco is intentionally setting a logic trap here that it doesn't work. The question is not who are you more ideologically aligned with, right? If you're here, someone else is here, and then somebody else is here. You might be more ideologically aligned with this person, but there might be more voters. If we were to draw a normal distribution of voters here. This is the worst. I suck at drawing. I don't care. That's close enough. If you were to say who you're more ideologically aligned with, this person or this person? Well, this person, but we don't look at who we're more ideologically aligned with when we're trying to get more voters, right? If more voters happen to exist here, which for better or for worse in the United States, they probably do exist more here, then you go in this direction. You would go towards Nick Fuentes. You would go towards Donald Trump. Or you would go towards Rob Noor. Not with any intention of ever fucking getting there, obviously. But the idea that just because this guy happens to be closer to you politically, that means that it's more politically effective to move in that direction? It doesn't logically follow. It's such an absurd question.
Yeah, Hassan Piker, obviously.
Okay. As between Charlie Kirk and Hassan Piker, who's a closer ally?
It's not even a real...
Charlie Kirk.
With the DNC. I mean, I can't explain this about anything other than you're trying to optics right now.
Nope.
You must.
And then Pisco loves to do this thing where he's like, you guys are just mad at me because I'm an epic, objective person. And you guys are, he does a thing he's done for a year, at least I've heard him say this. You guys just get mad at me because I'm objective here and you guys are all brainwashed or whatever.
Must be trying to do that.
No.
I've already answered. Is a better ally to the DNC than Hassan Piker.
See the trick he's playing here? I know he's smart enough to know this, right? So he's just trying to mindfuck. He's just trying to mindfuck Connor. He's playing a trick here, right? It's not a matter of who's a closer ally. It's what direction do you head in?
I've already answered your question 2 or 3 times.
The DNC does not have a problem right now with cozying up to Charlie Kirk or cozying up to Donald Trump. The issue is cozying up to crazy leftists like Hassan. That's the issue.
Okay, all right.
There's politically, which is the vote. If you want to talk about the vote, obviously Hassan Piker is more useful to the DNC.
Somehow Connor is getting this 100%.
Than Charlie Kirk. If you're talking about ideology, which I've mentioned 3 times right now, Hassan Piker Hassan Piker wants to see the downfall of the United States. Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, thinks that he's fulfilling the promise of the United States. He's a retarded, delusional freak, but he doesn't want to see the downfall of the United States of America.
Oof. I'm gonna be careful what I say next. Hang on, let me just think. Give me a second to think.
Oh boy, we're about to hear
I have
the
to
most.
pee and leave in a minute, and I need to read a super chat as well. So make a good point. Make a good point. I'll respond to it. I'll read you the super chats, and then we can continue this a different day.
Okay. I think you have a Hassan derangement syndrome.
I don't.
Oh my god. And then they don't think he's that bad. This is it. They just don't think he's that bad. I don't know what to say or do. I'm just gonna make more kitty fucking jokes and kid killing jokes, and eventually, I guess, maybe I need other people to do it with me. At some point, I guess it gets normalized and nobody cares anymore, huh? Is that all it is? Is that I should just do it more, and then eventually it's just not a big deal? What's the most unhinged shit I could joke about? I did one a little bit ago on some MAGA people. I'll just keep doing this, I guess, every single day, and then eventually we can just keep pushing it further and further and further, and it's...
I don't at all. I don't. Why the fuck? I think you have I think you have Hassan devotion syndrome.
Yes! True. Yes. I am 100% vindicated in Hassan's story. Why? How? Because I found out they got kicked out of global entry? That doesn't cut in any way, size, shape, or form. It's well, I know he lost global entry because of his political views. How do you know that? What? Oh.
Okay.
Meanwhile, every piece of evidence cuts against Hassan, right? Oh, he was kicked out of Global Entry before he came back to the United States. Oh, okay. Oh, he was kicked out like 2 days after the Houthis were declared a terrorist organization, and Hassan was tweeting out kind of death threats about Rick Scott. Oh, we find out that Hassan's stay at the interrogation room wasn't 2 hours; it was 15 minutes, and Hassan didn't even give a fuck when people corrected him on it. Like every piece of evidence cuts against him. Pisco, but if you ask Pisco today, he would still say, "Oh yeah, I'm 100% confident that Hassan was politically targeted at the border." He would. I'm guarantee you, he holds that position still today.
I don't. Why the fuck? I think you have a lack of. I think you have Hassan devotion syndrome. Okay.
You have a devotee to Hassan.
No,
after
that was
I condemned
extreme.
him.
No, I just took the Trump devotion syndrome and I inverted it.
Okay,
Hold on. In what world should you ever cater to a human being who says that it's good to shoot missiles into civilian commercial vessels?
I can't even believe that Connor has to fucking ask this question. It's like this is such an unhinged, insane fucking conversation right now.
I'm not saying that's good. No, I'm not saying that that's good. I'm saying as between Charlie Kirk and Hassan, Charlie Kirk is incredibly illiberal.
I don't even know if Charlie Kirk has said anything on that level, because at least like Republicans kind of sort of, or at least the ones around Trump kind of sort of have to kind of play a little bit of a game.
Charlie Kirk is not a liberal. Charlie Kirk is a fascist. He's part of this like Hitler Youth movement in our country.
I think he's so retarded he might just be self-deluding.
Like ironically enough, part of the reason why people ended up going with Hitler in Germany is because they were afraid of the socialists and because of the fucking revolution with Lenin in the Soviet Union, right? In Russia. Like, that is part of the reason why people ended up going with the Nazis. Like, they're saying this like it's incredible that anybody would make that decision. Nobody likes either of these groups of people. They're both horrible.
Hassan Piker is so stupid. Do you think Hassan Piker is so stupid that he's delusional?
Also, Charlie Kirk is more of a quote-unquote liberal, like liberalism. Charlie Kirk is more of a liberal than Hassan Piker is. Even though, like, Charlie Kirk would support fascism under Trump. He's already proven as much. He would. Charlie Kirk would. But made president, would Charlie Kirk choose fascism on his own? I'm not actually sure. I don't know. I don't think Ted Cruz would, but I think these guys will go along with it, with fucking Trump, which is... maybe that's worse. It's disgusting. It shows lack of spine. But Hassan, made dictator, it's not like Hassan is following anybody right now. It's not like Hassan is an excuse to be an actual terrorist cum slurp, right? He's doing it all on his own, sometimes to his detriment. Charlie Kirk worships Trump and follows Trump to the ends of the earth. Why? Because it's made him one of the most prominent political people in the United States. Hassan Piker supports terrorists to his own detriment. He lost the largest podcast he's ever been a co-host on because he couldn't help but be so fucking anti-Semitic and obsessed with Arab terrorism that he lost his position on that show. Like, it's insane. That's insane. I had to change my whole mental model of Hassan after the Ethan Klein shit. Because if you ever watched me prior to that, I'd say, no, Hassan is cloud obsessed. He's an opportunist. I didn't even think Hassan Piker had a strong ideology until he left that. And I'd be like, holy shit, I have to actually I have to revisit. I got to rethink this. Because my prior mental model of Hassan would have never predicted him losing Ethan Klein's show. He wouldn't have lost that access because Hassan's too scared to venture outside of Twitch for any kind of confrontational stuff. And Ethan Klein was his best way to grow his audience and reach out. And I would have said, no, he'll tell his audience to chill. He'll pull back on some of the rhetoric. I never would have predicted that. Now I would, because I understand Hassan is a lot more ideologically driven than I would have previously assumed otherwise.
Do you think Hassan Piker is so stupid? Do you think Hassan Piker is so stupid that he's delusional?
In our country, Charlie Kirk is a fascist. He's part of this like Hitler Youth movement in our country.
I think he's so retarded he might just be self-deluding. Do you think Hassan Piker is so stupid? Do you think Hassan Piker is so stupid that he's delusional?
Dude.
No, I'm asking. If you say yes, then I could just be like, okay, both of these people are stupid and delusional.
In terms of like
Charlie is not stupid.
Brain matter and brain neurons, I think that Charlie Kirk is probably smarter than Hassan Piker. Do you agree?
Yeah, probably.
So, but you're like, Charlie Kirk, I believe, is genuinely a liberal.
No. I think
there's more evidence for Charlie Kirk. Be careful if you're saying liberal like Democrat or liberal like liberalism. There's way more evidence that Charlie Kirk is a fan of liberalism more so than Hassan Piker, regardless of if he would support a fascist or not.
If it came down to a vote to abolish amendments of the United States of America, I don't think Charlie Kirk would vote to abolish amendments of the United States of America.
Depends on which ones. Hassan would get rid of more amendments. Let's just say that, or he would just get rid of toss the whole Constitution. I don't know.
Meaning about Trump term 3, do you think that if Trump tried to run for a third term, he wouldn't be in favor of it? Charlie Kirk is talking about changing the 14th Amendment citizenship clause. He'll make any excuse in the book to change the Constitution to fulfill his authoritarian aims. What are you talking about?
You can put this in the thumbnail again. I concede Charlie Kirk is retarded and evil.
I didn't make the thumbnail, bro. I don't make the thumbnail.
Is that a good enough thumbnail for you?
He's illiberal.
Thumbnail guy, put I concede, and then people will watch this and be like, oh my god, he's going to own Connor in the marketplace of ideas. What a dumbass. Fuck this guy. This guy's so fucking stupid. And then they can finally get to the segment where I say I concede, and the thing that I'm conceding is that Charlie Kirk is fucking a dipshit. Sure. You win. Charlie Kirk's a fucking illiberal dipshit.
So here's the question: who would you rather have as president, Charlie Kirk or Hassan Piker?
Charlie Kirk, all day.
All day. I just don't understand that. Yeah, but okay.
Well, maybe because Hassan Piker sims for all of the enemies of the United States of America. That's actually pretty understandable. If you're not
terrorists, like actual terrorists.
Anyways,
not even like good enemies. Not even like China, Russia. I don't know if I say Russia's a good one, but at least it's better than fucking Islamic extremists. That's some shit that was supposed to go out of favor after 9/11. What the fuck?
Yeah, read the super chat. The last thing I'll say is, I think we actually disagree on who the enemy is. I think that is at the end of the day, like there's a greater enemy here.
Who's your enemy?
Charlie Kirk and his ilk. MAGA is my enemy. Okay, that's my main enemy.
MAGA is my enemy. My enemy is also. No, I probably hold. This is probably the sincere difference between us. My enemy is also the far left and half of progressivism. Simultaneously, I have two enemies.
Equal? Who's your greater enemy? Well, I think you already said it. Your greater enemy.
Well, by the way, progressivism was a greater cultural enemy over the past decade. MAGA is clearly the bigger, the bigger political threat right now. But just because like Henry Kissinger, he says like it's a shame that both can't lose. I'm fighting for a center left, center right coalition because I want MAGA to lose and I want the far left to lose.
Gun to head, you'll pick the fascists over the commie.
Yep. I unironically, like in Chile, I will unironically pick Bukele and what's the other guy? Chile. He's the dictator. He's the guy who threw people out of airplanes. What was his name?
It's so funny that both of these ideologies like suck shit so much. Like communists were supposed to deliver like freedom for the workplace and the ability to own your own business and all this shit, and all their people are poor and starving and they suck shit, and it's just a fucking massive fucking failure on every level, and they all became authoritarian fucking dictatorships anyway. And then fascism was supposed to be like the military mightiest fucking racially pure societies ever, and all of them like fucking lose their first major war and just like go extinct. It's just funny that these ideologies, they suck so much shit for what they're supposed to fucking do. Holy fuck.
You're talking about
Pinochet. I would pick Pinochet and Bukele over Maduro.
And Allende.
Probably. All right. Anyways, let me read you some super chats.
Yeah.
Why? You're just trying to trigger me now with these clips. I don't care. Last one. No more after this.
Okay. Second to last caller, DRT0. What's up?
Hey, I wanted to ask you, basically my premise is that Trump and MAGA are worse than the lefties and the tankies.
Yep, I think we agree.
But liberals should still be intolerant and go out and root out lefties and tankies from the liberal movement.
Yep.
Okay.
Easy.
You agree with this?
Yeah.
I think I agree with tankies to the extent that tankies are like Stalin supporters or people who fundamentally want to like destroy the project that I care about, which is, I think, defending the Republic. But it depends on what your definition of tankies are. Lefties, I think, is too broad of a term. And there are lefties, I think, that should not be rooted out.
Do you think Marxist-Leninists as a whole should be rooted out?
Marxist-Leninists as a whole. Leninists? I think probably. If you're ideologically a Leninist. Marxists generally, no.
Basically, people who support
like
revolution.
Like violent revolution in this country or the overthrow of our constitutional order. I don't.
Democratic revolution.
Yeah, I don't think that we should have in our coalition people who support illegal, unconstitutional revolution in this country, because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Would you support? You wouldn't also support?
Those qualifiers are really scary. He says, I wouldn't support illegal, unconstitutional revolution. Makes me wonder, does that mean we would support some kind, or those qualifiers were a little spooky.
Our coalition, people who support illegal, unconstitutional revolution in this country, because my number one thing is supporting the Constitution.
Would you support? You wouldn't also support, I guess, legal means to remove democracy as well, right?
Yeah, so even if it legal means to remove some of the basic structures of our Constitution, like representative democracy at all. So someone who says that they're against elections, against having representative democracy, but it comes in different like shades of gray. So like I, for example, want to get rid of the Electoral College. I don't think that makes me anti-democratic. You know, I, for example, want to get rid of the Senate not being proportional. I think that's not anti-democratic, or that's like a change that I would make that fundamentally changes the election system. I would like pass a law that gets rid of partisan gerrymandering. You know, that's affecting how the state's conducted. So there are some structural things that I might change about how we vote. But yeah, if people had an ideological position and wanted to institute like a dictatorship, I don't think they should be part of the coalition. I don't think they're real Democrats.
Okay, then do you think that Hassan wouldn't fall into this camp of people we should root out from the movement?
When you say root out from the movement, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he shouldn't be allowed to LARP as progressive and as a Democrat.
I wouldn't
show unopposed and pretend that he's like a just your Joe Rogan for the Democrats?
I would support the Democrats not spending their capital on Hassan until and unless Hassan is willing to vocally signal his support for Democrats over Republicans in an electoral system. That's I think the limiting principle there. I haven't heard enough from Hassan to know that he is someone who would try to take away representative democracy overall. But maybe you think, but if he took the position that we should support Democrats in an election and y'all should be voting for your local Democrat every time, and he took that position strongly, I think the Democrats should probably consider.
They just don't think he's that bad. Nobody thinks anything's that bad. That's it. That is the answer to everything. I just need to sit with that in my mind and let that cook it for a few weeks. I don't know what the... I guess it's all just like none of the extremists are that bad, I guess.
Building bridges.
What do you think? Can you infer what Hassan's positions might be based on the things he supports and statements he's had about other subjects, or do you need him to tell you, oh, I want this system in America specifically, or can you also take his statements on systems in other countries, or also statements about his strategy? Because previously he said that his objective is to be a gateway to Marxist-Leninists.
He said Marxist-Leninists?
Yeah, to the deprogram guys, to their. He said that he's a pipeline.
Sorry, I'm asking something specific. So you think that are there statements of Hassan supporting Lenin?
So I don't think Pisco knows this, although he's going to later say that he did know it and he read a whole book on it. But Marxist-Leninists, this is not like Marxists and Leninists. Like ML refer to, it's a political ideology called Marxism-Leninism. You call them Marxist-Leninists. It's like Marxist-Leninists or ML. It's not two separate things. I think this is like the early ideology, like right after Lenin came over. This is like the extremist hardcore. When people say they're MLs, they're telling you that they're tankies in like lesser words. It's somebody saying like, oh, I'm an ML is like a person like, oh, I'm a Christian nationalist, right? Oh, you're fascist, right? This is more or less what we're talking about. It's not like a Leninist or Marxist. There might be a thing. I think Leninism was a thing. I don't know, but I don't even know what the fuck that entails. I don't think anybody calls themselves Leninists today or whatever. But Destiny, that's what I meant. I should have been more clear. Oh no, it's fine. I'm surprised Pisco hasn't heard this term before.
Almost definitely. Like
you're not sure, right? As you sit here, you're not sure. No, I'm just asking. As you sit here right now, you're unsure, correct?
Right now, yes.
Okay.
I've watched Hassan enough, and I've seen him definitely support one party rule in China. I think I've seen him support one party rule in Cuba. I'm pretty sure he supported the USSR for various things.
So he supported the government. He thought the Soviet Union was based, and he thought that the Castro was based, and the Chinese Communist Party is based.
In terms of, I think I've seen him support one party rule in Cuba. I'm pretty sure he supported the USSR for various things.
So he supported the government. He thought the Soviet Union was based, and he thought that the Castro was based, and the Chinese Communist Party is based.
In terms of he's signaled about things they've done wrong, but he generally has shown support for their style of governance as well.
Okay, if he support their style of government, unless he's willing, again, like I said, unless he's willing to show that by supporting mainstream Democrats who almost certainly do not have that allegiance, I wouldn't want him around. Like if he's not going.
He goes an A for not knowing what ML is. His streaming partner is an ML. Well, I think that Aaron is like Mascon a lot. I think. So maybe he doesn't realize it because she doesn't say as much about it. Apparently, did they stream today? Going over, I don't know what they talked about here. Oh God, maybe it's just never come up before. But unless Aaron has changed, she's a Marxist-Leninist, pretty sure.
Going to support mainstream Democrats, and I think supporting mainstream Democrats. If you said some cringe things in the past, I'm not going to say that you're necessarily cut out of the coalition. But supporting mainstream Democrats, I think, would be a signal to me that he's enough ingratiated in the movement that I really wouldn't care as much on the statements in the past where of a character to suggest that he's only supporting these candidates to institute autocracy. But I think support for example, if he vocally supported and said everyone should go vote for Joe Biden, everyone should go vote for Kamala Harris, you would think the Democrats should embrace that message, right, and retweet him when he does the endorsement.
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Correct.
Really?
Good example. Except actually, I'm sorry. It's not a good example. It's a fine example for this, but I would say it's not a good example because Hassan Piker is far more radical than Richard Spencer has ever been publicly. So I would say that Richard Spencer is not even close to as radical, and now especially not even close to as radical as Hassan Piker is. But for the purpose of this conversation, it's a good example.
I wouldn't give a fuck. Like he would be the equivalent to Richard Spencer telling me to vote for Joe Biden.
Really?
Yes, like I don't. If Richard Spencer or the KKK wants to say to vote for a Democrat, I'm not gonna.
And this is a good example too. I was going to bring this up too because I remember Ron Paul getting trashed for this when I was a big Ron Paul supporter. And sometimes Republicans get trashed for this, like, oh, the whatever from the KKK said they'd vote for you. The correct answer isn't like I disavow their vote. The correct answer is, well, listen, a lot of people vote for me for a lot of different reasons. Just because somebody's voting for me doesn't mean I endorse every single thing they believe in. Like that's it. Like that, you don't have to endorse somebody because they fucking vote for you. That's crazy.
Say, oh, then you're part of the big tent. I'm just gonna say, okay, you vote for me, good, but I don't give a fuck.
So you would think the Democrats should not like do interviews with Hassan?
No, absolutely.
Only
for somebody who's actively supporting terrorists, he actively supports terrorists. Actively is supporting almost every terrorist organization against the United States. Like
only, how do you say it in English? Debating style or
but like let's say,
opposition on this.
Let's say that like AOC wanted to sell some package that she's putting into in the Congress and she wants people to know about it. Should she go on Hassan's stream and be like, hey, that's what we're doing in Congress?
No.
Okay. And the reason is because you view Hassan similarly to Richard Spencer in that how?
You legitimize the extremist and illiberal content creators that want to subvert and undermine the liberal movement. They are using the the veneer of liberalism to be a pipeline to Marxist-Leninism.
Yeah. So by the way, same thing, AOC should not go on Fox News as well, correct, for an interview?
No. Oh my God, please, Dirt, if you pick this out, I'll hold elections, okay, to make you a conductor again. I don't know if he's just saying this to tease out a better comparison or if he really just made that comparison. AOC going on Fox News is good because she's going on Fox News to fight Fox News. AOC going on Hassan is bad because Pisco is implying that she should go on Hassan's stream to support Hassan. There is a massive difference there. These are totally disanalogous.
When she goes to Fox News, she...
Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you one more. Yes or no. Should AOC...
I didn't even let him finish! He's going to say... He's about to say it, though.
In trying to promote her legislation, let's say hypothetical, should she go on Fox News, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say why? Yeah. What's the difference? So what I said initially was that if Democrats engage with Hassan Piker for interviews or stuff like that, it should be in the way they engage with Fox News for stuff like that. So in like a combative or setting or like an enemy behind enemy line setting.
Yes.
Cringe, I know as a term. I don't know how to say it in English otherwise.
But once you figure, oh, you're legitimizing Fox News, you're going on Fox News.
No, because yeah, you can talk about legitimizing Fox News potentially, but it's in the conversation of, are you legitimizing somebody in the way that you platform them when you argue against them? That's way different than, are you legitimizing somebody who you're calling your friend and openly accepting their endorsement and endorsing them back? It's a totally different claim.
You're going behind enemy lines to promote your side in a combative scenario.
Let me think about that, all right? I'll think about that. I think that there's something to be gained. So like, so for example, let's say that Hassan offered me an opportunity to come on his stream to talk to his channel about an issue, like to talk about, for example, why the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case is like really important. Do you think I should take that opportunity?
Wait, can you repeat that as well?
If Hassan, let's say that one of Hassan's mom reaches out to me and says, hey, we really want you to explain the legal position right here about Kilmar Abrego Garcia to our audience to suggest why it's so important. Should I take that offer?
Yes, sure.
Why?
I mean, the same reason you would go on Fox News to do it.
Okay, so then it looks like you're okay with using Hassan's platform in certain circumstances.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, but no one said otherwise. If Hassan wants to say we should vote for the left candidate, nobody would say, oh, no, we reject their vote. But there's a difference between that and like endorsing them as a platform and a friend and saying that this is a good platform that we agree with.
Yes, I'm okay with engaging in confrontational discourse with our enemies.
No, it's not just like, well, Pisco, come on the stream because we want to know the legal breakdown of this case. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go on to do it.
The same way if you go on Fox News to discuss the Kilmar case, they will ask you probably like
tougher questions, right? I think that if I went on Fox News, I think that they would ask me tougher questions. I think Hassan would probably just like accept because he's already ideologically committed against what they're doing with Kilmar, right? So I think that it would be a softball with Hassan.
Yeah, but Hassan would probably he won't maybe say, oh, Trump is right to do this, but maybe he'll say, oh, but Democrats did the same thing or similar.
Yeah,
thing.
then fight that, right?
Obama.
But then I would fight that. Is the difference maybe because I'm not legitimate?
But you wouldn't, I don't know if Pisco would fight that. I wouldn't trust Pisco to fight it right now. Based on the unbelievably fucking retarded and uninformed shit he said about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, I don't think I would trust Pisco to fight back on anything on these platforms. He seems to either not understand the underlying facts or he's too ideologically bought in to actually push back against them. Which ironically enough is the whole issue with like responsible platforming is would you push back enough, given the adversarial platform?
Because I'm smaller and you would view that differently than AOC? I'm just trying to find a place where we can distinguish, right? Because you wouldn't have a problem with AOC doing this, like Hassan inviting AOC to say, this is what the administration is doing, this is why it's so bad, I think you'd have a problem with that.
No, my main point is if you go on shows like that, you have to basically stand on business and know what their motivation is like.
Okay.
Because previously when politicians like AOC have gone on his stream, he's pretended or he's portrayed himself as like the lefty liberal who just wants healthcare and free college. But we all know, and he said like directly that he wants much more than that, including not liberalism. So the same way you go with a mindset of what the platform is on Fox News, you should go.
Like, it's so weird to, like, do we acknowledge fuck, does anybody have the streamable?
So I'm sadly.
There's a streamable with like a 3-minute cutout that has of him on that the D program where he's talking about how he basically masks on as a liberal in order to get more people. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to find it. I know it's in the content nuke a little bit, but I want the whole clip. Okay.
In the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America, in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond, social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
But now listen to Hassan.
Like, it's just insane that you have this guy knowingly and openly talking about how he tries to, it's the, when you have power, what is it, like, I exercise free speech when you're in power because those are your values, but when I'm in power, I oppress you because those are my values. Like, it's like he's open about doing this. He just says it openly. And the fact that people are like, oh, we should like advocate alongside him and work together with him. And it's like,
it's really hard to,
I'm sorry, we have like a full, I'm just going to listen to this full segment. I'm sorry.
To do.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was a pretty run-of-the-mill radicalization process. Bernie came around, and I was like, oh wow, he's saying stuff I haven't heard before. Yeah, why is our healthcare so expensive? Stuff like that. And you know how it goes. I heard the rhetoric like, oh, he's not actually a socialist, he's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism? And
like this is also why, and I know people get mad at me for saying it. It's not 100% fair, but I'm sorry, you got to understand. I don't even use the term sock dem. Do I? Maybe I do. I don't like the term sock dem. When somebody tells me they're a sock dem, I don't trust them. If you're a dem sock, I consider you a tanky. If you're a sock dem, I'm like 50-50. So when somebody tells me they're a sock dem, that's the equivalent to somebody when I ask like, that's the equivalent to somebody saying like, fuck, what's like a mask on? Everything on the conservative side is so mask off now. It's hard to even think of an equivalent. Oh, that's when somebody says I'm a sock dem, that's the equivalent to me hearing a conservative say, I wish we just had more like, immigrants from Europe, I'm like, that's the equivalent there.
And then
because so many of these people like blatantly, like he's talking about it right now, they abuse they'll wear that sock dem label. They'll wear that sock dem label to try to propagandize you. That's what they try to do.
actually a socialist. He's a social democrat. I'm like, okay, what's the difference between social democracy and socialism? And then I'd read a little bit more about that. And then the turning point for me was when I picked up State and Revolution and read that, and then things started to click.
Great book.
Oh yeah, it's amazing. For anybody who hasn't read State and Revolution, it's short, it's easy to read, it stood the test of time really quite well. He's a funny guy. Like Lenin's sassy. I love it. But it was an interesting process because a lot of Americans, myself included, were by default kind of apolitical in that it doesn't really affect us very much. You might dislike conservatives depending on where you live because they're loud and obnoxious and racist and all that stuff, and so you've got a gut reaction, negative reaction against that. But that doesn't mean that you consider yourself political. And I was that way. But it's really hard to find accurate information here in the U.S. when everything from our textbooks to like children's shows to sitcoms as you grow up to the news to movies, blockbuster movies, it's all so steeped in anti-communist propaganda, even to this day. And so you have this ingrained cultural revulsion or fear of anything that is seen as un-American. And that term has been so heavily conflated with left-wing economics, left-wing politics. I mean, properly left-wing, socialist and beyond, not the Democrats, which are clearly a right-wing party.
What do you mean? The Democrats are... I thought they were communists. What the fuck?
Yeah, this morning now they've arrested their political rival, Donald Trump. We are living in communist America.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Exactly right. It's when the government does stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, it's frustrating, and it's why I made my channel the way I did. When I not sound conspiratorial or anything, but like when I had my eyes open to the reality of how the United States actually works, I was like, okay, how would I have wanted this explained to me when I was first learning about this stuff? And so that's why I took the 101 approach, because the average American it's not just that they're starting from square one, they're starting from like square negative 30. You have to first pick apart all of the things that have been programmed into them, and then you can start to build upon a basis of reality.
You're describing the reason why so many people simultaneously consider me to be a Democratic Party mouthpiece or a suck dem or whatever the fuck, but also a threat to America as well, because I do, just like you said, I do advocate for social democratic reforms, and I do think that in order to develop any kind of mechanism of pushback, a robust labor force that has any kind of speaking power, any kind of fighting power to strike at the heart of the imperial core where value is generated.
Class consciousness.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. Despite, I perfectly understand that social democracies benefit tremendously from American imperialism, Western imperialism, and would not exist in the way that they do without such atrocities committed, right? But, if you want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way for places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitative.
Like this is advocating for the abscondment, basically, of the United States as the world leader, right? To abandon their position so that other more revolutionary places can pick up. And to do that, you're undermining the United States while advocating for social democracy, knowing that social democracy, hopefully, when you talk about empowering workers to be able to strike out, right? This is, from what I understand, this is like one of the core tenets of Marxist-Leninism. ML tankies need the vanguard party. They need that revolutionary, violent force to come out and to kill the landlords and to eat the capitalists and to rob from the rich and to kill everybody and to get rid of all, because you need that singular, powerful, authoritarian, like the authoritarianism is not like an unfortunate byproduct of ML. It's like the first step, right? Is you have that vanguard party, you have that authoritarian regime that eventually will give way to someday, I guess, like the socialist communist utopia afterwards. But he openly advocates for it. And he's talking about weaponizing that stockdom label. He's talking about, like earlier when they told that joke about like, oh, I guess the Democrats are communists now because they arrested their political opponents. They're laughing because it's obviously not true, but they would arrest their political opponents. And Hassan said as much when he was on the show with Ethan. He's like, yeah, capitalists go into re-education camps.
Your propaganda that goes beyond,
Right,
social democratic ideas.
I just wanted to put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young.
And it's so funny too because these guys will blatantly talk about he's just this is not like a radicalization funnel in a bad term. He's just explaining how the propaganda model works.
Put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel, where, for example, Hassan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more and more informed, get more and more radicalized, and so on. Can only work and can absolutely utilize, for example, the stuff that Hassan does, because Hassan does one very particular thing that social democrats that, for example, we would never call to this podcast or we would give a lot of shit to, because they cut the funnel from both sides. What do I mean by this? They introduce people to lukewarm socialist ideas, etc., and then they want to keep them there, right? Well, whenever Hassan introduces people to socialist ideas, yes, the lukewarm, not so scary sounding ones, keeping your power levels low, it's hidden, and so on and so on. He does not stop them from progressing through the funnel and getting additional information and so on. He doesn't agitate against, for example, the revolutionary perspective and so on and so on. That is the main difference. You do your part in the funnel for the cause or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We'll talk later about if what we're doing actually does anything, etc., etc. But as long as you do not try to keep people exactly there where you want them and don't want them to evolve, etc., etc., then you're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause. But unfortunately, there's a lot, especially for example on Twitch, motherfuckers that do the opposite, and they just because they want to farm their audience as much as they fucking can, and then they generate drama, which is
like, it's just like they describe themselves as a virus, right? Like, and then people are like, oh, well, we should produce as much stuff inside the cell as possible. Let's bring in this foreign RNA. It wants to come in and print off so many proteins for us. Like, this will be so great and amazing. And it's like they're literally telling you like our goal is to come in and we pretend to be a friend initially, and then we will continue to radicalize them and infect them and grow as a cancer until we've taken over the entire thing. Like, it's like,
which is almost 99%.
It's just surprising. It's amazing to me that people would look at that and be like, okay, yeah, well, let's work with them up to a point. Like, hello? What? Why?
Other socialists, etc., etc., and that
I stay away from all that noise.
Exactly, and that is reactionary shit. That is quite literally like anti-progressive and hurts the movement much more than it helps. So yeah, those are the two different
I hate wreckers, right? I mean, they've always been around, and I think originally wreckers would operate. Like almost like in a way that you salt a workplace, right? Like they would come in, they would have a different ideological perspective, and they would do these things. Nowadays, I think in America, especially, American exceptionalism, American individualism, American capitalism is so ingrained in the minds of people that like they do it without realizing. Like there are plenty of forms of what people would consider radical politics in leftist spaces that people engage in, where they are unintentionally doing wrecker shit without recognizing that they're doing that. You have anarchists, rad libs. I mean, I guess there's more historical precedent to that, but you have so many different flavorings of the Nat socks or whatever, which is hilarious because that's just the most like anti-materialist perspective you can have, like nationalism in that regard, and all this other stuff that people engage with, and it just purely is that fight is purely fought on aesthetic grounds, which is inherently one, a mystification of class politics, and two, very liberal. It's the most liberal thing you can do to be like, oh my god, like you wear expensive clothes, like you're fucking not a real leftist. Like you need to, as a leftist, you need to, or as an anti-capitalist or socialist, like you can't have a house, you can't make money.
You need to live like an ascetic.
Yeah, which is inherently like it's inherently anti-socialist. Like I'm no dengist, but it's you know the quote that I'm obviously referencing, but like socialism is not a poverty.
Absolutely,
okay?
Exactly.
Prosperity is glorious for all.
It is.
There's a very good article by Jonas.
I don't know. That's just like, okay, let's work with these people. Like
directly that he wants much more than that, including not liberalism. So the same way you go with a mindset of what the platform is on Fox News, you should go on Hassan.
Got it. Okay, so it's not a categorical. Democrats don't work with Hassan. It's use Hassan for your own ends.
Yes. Okay. You don't work with Fox News. You go on Fox News.
Okay. And so you would be against, for example, like them announcing Hassan endorsing a candidate. You'd be like, Hassan, you shouldn't go to Hassan's stream to accept an endorsement from Hassan.
Absolutely not.
No, you wouldn't go on Richard Spencer's stream to accept his endorsement.
Correct.
Okay. Let me think about it a little bit of that and how I feel about it. In general, I have no plans whatsoever to I want there to be clarity. I despise it when lefties are anti-electoral or make a false equivalence between Trump or Republicans and Democrats. It pisses me off, and I think it's incompatible. But if there are people who acknowledge over and over,
that's what every political commentator does to a certain extent. What is the point of having a platform if you don't use it to further your political point, given that's what your content is about? But there's a difference. I'm open about the political point that I'm pushing, and if I am like a little bit more radical in some direction in a way that I'm not saying, like it's generally still like directionally the same thing. Like, let's say that like my public position is, I think we should have a 15-hour minimum wage, and privately I'm like, fuck, but if we get like a 17-hour minimum wage, like, oh, that'd be pretty great. But when you are pushing one ideology and you actually like have subsumed, or not subsumed, you actually have a totally different ideology that you're trying to radicalize people towards, but you're wearing the mask of another ideology, like they just talked about. It's fundamentally it's a different type of thing. I mean, like, it also depends on, I don't know which direction you're criticizing from. I don't think Hassan is using a bad strategy insofar as he's concerned. Like, I think he's probably doing the right thing. It's more effective than like what they call them wreckers. I've never heard the term before, but it sounds like they're people that come in with extremist ideologies. The same things that Nazis identified, where it's like, you can't come in with tiki torches. You're going to look like a fucking loser. You have to be more subtle than that. And that's essentially what they were talking about with all the rad libs and the anarchists or whatever. It's like, you can't come in like an unhinged loser like that. You got to be like more chill, like be a suck dem, but don't ever fight against the rad libs, but be a suck dem, and like funnel people that way is what they were talking about.
The benefit of voting for Democrats over Republicans, it's someone I'm going to consider making an ally. Now, Hassan doesn't do that, and Hassan additionally, like you said, has the baggage of anti-liberal positions. But I'm just going to be honest with you, like
anti-liberal, he has an anti-liberal ideology.
Additionally, like you said, has the baggage of anti-liberal positions. But I'm just going to be honest with you, like if there are people who are willing to support Democrats consistently, I think the Democrats should consider, especially their big platform.
if our minds are one, if we're connected right now, then the next thing you should say is, okay, so if the KKK were to come out and endorse the Democratic Party should start platforming the KKK.
Not willing to work with them. You know, like Vosh, for example, is another example. Like Vosh, he obviously disagrees a lot with Democrats, but he will always say that he's going to support voting for Democrats. Would you say something about Vosh? Like Vosh is a better
have
example,
a different problem with Vosh. I don't think Vosh is. I mean, Vosh is also not for liberalism necessarily, but I don't think he's for revolutionary communism. That's one thing that's saves him a bit more than Hassan. But
the thing is, I'm not really fearful of their kind of LARPing communism, right? I almost feel like it's at current state in politics. I don't think there's much danger of this Marxist takeover, and so maybe it's because I'm not taking that threat seriously in terms of what our country will turn into, and so maybe I'm not seeing the downside in just using their platforms to convert people to Democratic voters.
Like, just as a reminder, Donald Trump was the laughing stock. Just as a reminder, you want to talk about you know what summarizes this whole thing? You know what? It's this. Hold on. Fuck. Fuck. I'm not gonna be able to find it. Oh, it's a pretty doomer video. God damn it. Does anybody have, it was a guy standing with, Obama is making the joke about Donald Trump, and Obama is joking about Trump never being president. Oh, you got half of it. Does anybody know what I'm thinking about? Anybody got it? Oh, thank you. Good job.
Right? I almost feel like it's at current state in politics. I don't think there's much danger of this Marxist takeover. And so maybe it's because I'm not taking that threat seriously in terms of what our country will turn into. And so maybe I'm not seeing the downside in just using their platforms to convert people to Democratic voters.
President Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point at real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump, at least I will go down as a president.
When you open your heart to patriotism, there is no room for prejudice.
Donald Trump was a joke when he started running. Like, you have to be careful about the environment that you are preparing, and to prepare an environment for actual tankies to take over, but to think that you can constantly hold them at bay is such an unbelievably risky political calculation. But the thing is, they don't even think that's what they're doing. They just don't think they're that bad.
There was one thing. Oh, you said.
Didn't Hassan have Mamdani on his stream and endorse him? Didn't Hassan skip a flight to go hang out with Mamdani and promote him? And only after Mamdani won the primary, Hassan was like, oh, I'll do anything to help this guy. Only after he saw that the guy was going to win, or after the guy won his primary, not was going to win, but after he won his primary.
Consistent support, right? That was your measure.
Yeah, like I wouldn't just want Hassan support Mamdani. So for example, he supports Mamdani. I support Mamdani, right? So I support voting for Mamdani. I support him in the primary, and definitely support voting for him in the general. And in that respect, I think Hassan, with respect to Mamdani, he's doing more things than some of the mainstream Democrats are doing, right? Some of the mainstream Democrats aren't even supporting Mamdani. So in that respect, specifically on Mamdani, I'm happier with Hassan than I am with a lot of mainstream Democrats, including.
It's just nobody thinks Hassan was that bad.
Including like Kirsten Gillibrand. So I'm supporting of primarying Kirsten Gillibrand because of how outraged that makes me. And so, for example, I think that Hassan is better on Mamdani than Kirsten Gillibrand.
But why do you think Hassan and Vosh support?
Yes. Third is just, he's just asking good questions. I think that the Democrats should endorse Mamdani in the general election. You should. However, if somebody comes up to me and they're like, oh, well, look at Anderson Cooper. He's not endorsing Mamdani. I'd say, oh, I'm disappointed. And then somebody says, well, look at this guy over here, Mohammed Abdul. He supports Mamdani because he wants him to genocide all of the apostates in New York City. Aren't you happy that he's supporting Mamdani? Aren't you happier with him than you are with Anderson Cooper? No, not really. No. I don't think I would say yes to that. No, sorry.
Yeah, I think it's more ideological, and I think it's out of convenience, for sure.
Oh, but Pisco even admits it. It's more ideological and out of convenience. But Pisco doesn't think the ideology is that bad because he either hasn't dug into it or he doesn't care or agrees with it more. Or...
But that's just what I mean. I think it needs to go both ways. And I wouldn't want Hassan. I wouldn't want Hassan just to support the candidates that are the most ideologically aligned with him. I would want him to acknowledge the benefits of voting for Democrats overall, which he doesn't do. So, yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so I want to repeat.
Yeah, like Sneeko endorsed Mamdani. True.
Hassan isn't consistent in his support.
I agree.
Only, just to reiterate why he doesn't fit your criteria, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
And also, since he's admitted that he is a subversive, specifically trying to subvert like the Democrat Party to usurp the power structure to his illiberal ideology, then you have to be extra careful about his statements of support and his appearances on liberal media.
I'll be careful about that. Hey, thank you so much for your input here. I think you would agree, though, that you would vote for Hassan over Trump, or no?
In the current everything as is right now, yes.
Nice.
But for Hassan to be a candidate, it wouldn't be like it is today.
I like that comparison. Would you prefer Hassan over Trump?
Like Trump has a code.
Yeah, it's just a hypothetical. No, but like under current circumstances, you would substitute, if you could, Hassan for Trump. You wouldn't prefer Trump to stay in office.
But I think there was a disconnect with the previous chatter who you asked this.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a very not good hypothetical because you're comparing like the hypothetical mask on Hassan with the mask of.
So ideologically, do you find yourself ideologically more compatible with Hassan Piker or with Charlie Kirk?
With mask on Hassan, yes. With mask off Hassan, probably with Kirk.
Kirk, interesting. Very interesting.
Because mask off Hassan is basically
authoritarian tanky communist.
Some Bernie and.
Oh, Bernie? I can't even believe you said Bernie. Oh, why did he even say
second
that?
To last caller.
Oh, why did he say? Oh no. Sorry.
Criteria, at least for the moment.
Yeah.
And also, since he's admitted that he is a
he's misheard. Wait, hold
on. Specifically.
Sorry, maybe I misheard. Maybe I misheard.
Liberal media.
I'll be careful about that. Hey, thank you so much for your input here.
It is today. Like Trump has a code.
Yeah, it's just a hypothetical. No, but like under current circumstances, you would substitute, if you could, Hassan for Trump. You wouldn't prefer Trump to stay in office. Do you find yourself ideologically more compatible with Hassan Piker or with Charlie Kirk?
With mask on Hassan, yes. With mask off Hassan, probably with Kirk.
Kirk, interesting. Very interesting.
Because mask off Hassan is basically some mix between
some Bernie and mask off Hassan.
Oh, he said myself.
Okay, got it. Hey,
and yeah,
thank you so much. I gotta get the last caller, but I really appreciate it.
It's aired and holy shit. I think it's safe to say that South Park is back. And when I say that, I don't just mean that the show.
I didn't get through. I can't even believe this. What is this? Fucking AOC is fucking disgusting. We're gonna talk about this tomorrow. I can't believe she fucking did this. AOC accepted free admission to the 2021 Met Gala. This is actually fucking unbelievable. Like, I understand like the whole $400 million Qatari jet and the world liberal scams, where Trump is running the largest crypto scam of all time, where Trump is selling literally pieces of his suit from his ex-assassination attempts in order to raise money from his family, or the fact that Steve Witkoff is traveling around the world with his family members in order to improperly foster deals between a company that's owned 60% by the Trump family, or the fact that Donald Trump is trading on the name and reputation of the United States, both to its own citizens and to people in other countries abroad, not to mention the 450 other horrible, corrupt things that this, administration is doing. But like, how are we ever going to call that out when shit like this is going on? Like, this just destroys. I don't even know if I can criticize Trump anymore after this type of shit. It's unfucking believable. I don't know. Yeah, I guess we're fucked now. It's over. It's fucking over. Like this. Like, where's your moral high ground if you have unprincipled members like this. Free tickets? What? Met Gala tickets? Probably, what, $1,000? I can't believe it. And 4 years ago, so with interest, how much of our national debt? It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy's been buying and returning 110-pound anvils on Amazon for 8 months now. I feel like, as memey and funny as this is, I'm pretty sure if you try to return this many things, I feel like Amazon would just, like, axe your account. I don't know if you could actually get away with this.
Slowly do all of Project 20.
Did you read Project 2025?
I read a lot of Project.
It's like 12,000 pages.
Yeah, it's like
there's this idea that like everybody read it, and they're like, "Oh, how would you not read Project 2025?" I didn't read War and Peace either. Like nobody read the whole fucking thing, and I'm tired of people acting like they read the whole thing. You saw a few headlines about it, and you're like, "Okay, they're doing the exact thing they said." But it's just like the Constitution. It's like none of us have read the entire Constitution.
It's much shorter. The Constitution you could do it.
Like, I'm even more generous than most in terms of not knowing the length things, but like, Project 2025 was what, 1,300 pages, he said? I don't know if it was that long. The Constitution can't be more than 500 pages, right, guys?
Like nobody read the whole fucking thing, and I'm tired of people acting, okay, they're doing the exact thing they said. But it's just like the Constitution. It's like none of us have read the entire Constitution.
This is like this is the influencer version of how much can a banana cost, $10 or whatever.
Shorter. The Constitution you could do in like an hour.
Fair enough. Okay.
Oh no! I was gonna say at least one of them on the show knew it, but it's fucking Ezra Klein.
Washington for us. So, David, what else did Maxwell's attorney say?
Well, you don't like Ezra? No, I love Ezra Klein. I was hoping I could give credit to at least one person on the panel knowing that the Constitution wasn't hundreds of pages long, but it was just Ezra, their guest.
He said a lot. We wish we could be in and hear what was said in the actual meeting. This meeting was a lot shorter than it was yesterday, but this was a two-day event. The highlight, though, it appears that her team wants a pardon. Watch.
We're going to take one day at a time. I know that's very cliche, but it's true because things are happening so quickly. We haven't spoken to the president or anybody about a pardon just yet. And you know, listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so.
The Constitution is something like 15 to 20 pages. I did not. I was joking when I said the Constitution was 500 pages long. Please, God, stop.
We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way.
But the president leaving the White House today was asked directly about a pardon or commutation of Maxwell's sentence.
Would you consider a pardon or a commutation for Ghislaine Maxwell if it's something I haven't thought about? It's really something recommended. It's something I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Sandra, this all happened at the...
Trump giving her a pardon would be good, no? It would defeat the conspiracies like crazy? No, because if they give her a pardon, it's because she's going to come testify about only some anti-Dem shit, and it's going to be the worst thing ever.
Federal courthouse in Tallahassee, not far from where Maxwell is serving a 20-year prison sentence behind bars for trafficking. The DOJ not commenting on the meeting today. Legal experts question whether Maxwell told and will tell her version of the truth going forward, the actual truth. Now, The recent photos we have snapped by Fox News Digital show her on a run at that Tallahassee prison. We're still awaiting decisions from 2 federal judges in New York.
And the paparazzi getting you when you're in your prison run yard. Jesus.
Who will decide if they'll release grand jury transcripts from investigations involving both Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. A Florida judge from another of Epstein's criminal cases says her hands are tied, as anything to do with the grand jury in the American court system is typically kept close and secretive. But he said, when I say he, I'm talking about Maxwell's attorney, he said we haven't reached out to anybody or the president just yet on a pardon. Back to you.
Got it. David Spunt on that, live out of Washington.
I can hear Trump at a press. Yeah, I pardoned her. It's not a big deal. You know the little girls that they say she got for Epstein? They're not even little girls anymore. So I'm thinking to myself, what's the big deal? They're like 24 now. Who cares? Thailand, not Thailand, and Cambodia. Militaries in border dispute, blowing each other up. The guy that went to America or went to Russia with his family got killed in the military like a loser. We saw that. Sorry, it's not nice, but you know what? I just need a good. Yes. Where was it? Bum, bum, bum. I just need to hear it one more time. Fuck, what did he say? Am I making this up?
I would need you here to dissect me. You project onto your audience what you want them to see, but I want to see the real destiny, the true destiny. I want to see his little organs spread out on my
I've been streaming for
table.
over 10 years, my dude. I don't think 10 years, my dude. Wait, is it 5 years? Where did he say it? Was it this or a different conversation? He told me that I was going to kill myself. I shouldn't ever be cheering for dead people. That's not good, I guess. But this Coach Red Pill guy that I'm arguing here is the Gonzala, the guy that fucking ran to Ukraine and then got killed or died in Ukrainian custody. To be fair, I could be right. You still have 5 years to kill yourself. Well, I don't know if he said 5 years or 10 years.
Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you. Why? I feel like it's... Well, it's not funny, but did this guy actually kill her kid? I mean, I feel like if somebody kills your child, I feel like most things are probably fair game for insults at that point, so... Eating at home costing $60 with time and labor, and eating outside costing $56.78. All right. True. Absolutely. Absolutely fucking true. He killed like 5 people in one night in a single frat house. The dude was a machine.
Who's your favorite student?
I love all my students equally. I have no favorite.
Is that a lie?
No.
Stop. Yeah.
I'll
was this?
play odds. 3 to 5.
Oh, I have to listen to myself talk. My head is so big in the past too. I don't know how my head got even bigger.
If you're mad about having to listen to yourself talking, why are you still talking? Because now I have to listen to you talk about how much you want to hear yourself talk. Oh my God.
In Glendale, my head was so big.
3 to 5. What
You
strange
off
odds.
yourself by the time you're 45.
Oh, coach!
45. 3 to 5.
Okay. All right, fuck. I was supposed to talk to Kafka. I ruined. I'm sorry. I'll talk to him. I will. I have to get ready for dinner for my parents. Oh my God. I'm gonna hate myself tonight. This is not a good stream to go off to dinner on. Good luck. I love you. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Be careful. I love you. Wait. You know what? Hold on. If I get a 950, I convince my mom to not be a Trump supporter. God damn it. Oh, Mary, fair mother, mum, be in, out, ma, ball, bed, secret, foul, quiet, okay, private. Oh, cute. Bait. A bait question. Good one. Yeah. Some baseball shit, like a foul, a ball, an out. Is it? Okay. Secret, private, quiet. Keep quiet, keep it private, keep it secret, keep it in. God damn it. Be mum. Mother, ma, Mary, oh. Okay. Fuck. I don't even know what the fuck. It's not like, no, I don't care. Get me the fuck out of here. Hush, hush. Mum? What the fuck? What does that fucking mean? Mum? Keep it mum? State abbreviations. I don't even know what these are. Indiana, Maine, or Massachusetts? Ohio and Oklahoma? Queen Bed, Queen Bee, Queen Mary, and Queen Mother. Oh my God. I love you guys. Be careful. Don't die. Oh, Dan and Mr. Moon are doing a podcast tonight. Clipped and shipped. I retweeted it. Be careful.